Coming up on 6:30, good morning, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us on this Tuesday. Meteorologist Ted Payton says another hot day on tap. I saw yesterday where Governor of North Carolina declared North Carolina Heat Safety Week.
Yeah, it is hot.
Good timing.
Yeah, really good timing. So we have those low 90s today again. We're going to get into the low 90s tomorrow. We're talking just 2 degrees off of our record high. 95 degrees set back in 1962.
Wow.
So,
And you feel every single one of those degrees.
Oh, you will feel it. And we're close enough to see the record and touch the record. We're way above our normal highs for this time of year, which typically sits in the low 80s. So right now, taking a live look out of West Charlotte with the Queen City in the distance. 60s kicking off this morning. Relatively warm as you head out the door, but we will be ramping up into what will be the 90s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. So throwing those temperatures up there, 67 degrees. West winds coming in at 3 miles per hour. Our temperatures not too far off from where we were this time yesterday. I'm looking at mid 60s to upper 60s around Charlotte into Concord. Looking at those low to mid and upper 60s along that I-40 corridor. 50s to low 60s on tap in our mountain county. So relatively cool start to the higher elevations. A mild start with those dew points in the low 60s. That's giving us some of that sticky feel, a little bit of the air you could wear as we head into your afternoon highs, ramp up into the 80s through lunchtime. We're talking low 90s for the peak heating hours of the day, landing just 2 degrees shy of the record high, wind staying light out of the south-southwest, 5 to 10 miles per hour. So 1962 was when we set that record for 95 degrees. Average highs in the low 80s were closer to the record than the average, with that heat extending into your Wednesday as well. Tonight bottoms out in the upper 60s, partly cloudy skies continue. Your pollen forecast will still be medium to high heading into your second half of the work week before rain chances hopefully come in to give us some relief. I'm looking at 80s Tuesday into Wednesday for our mountain counties. 70s and 60s finishes off the work week Thursday into Friday. Overnight lows in the 60s before highs will be in the 60s to finish off your work week. And again, that active pattern very much settled in Wednesday through your second half of the work week into the weekend. I'm looking at low 70s Saturday, kicking off the holiday weekend with those intermittent showers and storms very much sticking around all the way until your Memorial Day. I'll break down another look at what to expect here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Julian?
All right, Ted, thank you. Breaking overnight, Charlotte police are investigating after someone was shot, resulting in serious injuries in South Charlotte. It happened around 12:30 at a check cashing business on the corner of South Tryon Street and West Boulevard. CPD crime scene investigators could be seen going through the back of that gray Chevy SUV at the scene. It's still unclear what exactly led up to the shooting and who the victim is. We're still working to learn if there are any suspects. We'll bring the latest both on air and online at QCnews.com.
The search for a missing York County swimmer is expected to pick back up today. Teams are looking around the Ebenezer Park Road landing on Lake Wiley near Tega Cay, close to the Catawba Dam. Deputies say the person jumped off a boat, submerged, and didn't resurface. The search for that swimmer was called off around 10:30 last night. 6:30. Jason?
All right, let's get out. We're going to be taking a boat somewhere in the next couple of days. Man, a lot of folks getting their boats and everything ready to go for Memorial Day weekend. Traffic's looking good this morning. We're looking at Independence Boulevard right now. Still a little bit early. Sun starting to shine off the buildings up at the top left. Looking great this morning, but all 3 lanes inbound looking good. As we look around the crown, a couple of incidents that are on the board. None of these are causing any major issues. Volume still light for about another 30 minutes. We are seeing it build from out west, though. If you're coming in from Gastonia through Belmont, you're looking at about 15 minutes up and through I-85. Hopefully that will improve the closer you get across the river into Mecklenburg County. Let's take you further west. This is 85 at Cox Road. This morning, the 3 lanes on the left working their way in from Gaston County, 85 north. There we go. Looking good. It's moving at about 50 miles an hour. That's better. I guarantee an hour from now, things will look very different. Let's take it to the other side of 85, coming down from Cabarrus County, down from Kannapolis, Concord Mills area. Here's 85 south. Those right 5 lanes looking good as they're headed into Charlotte. I-77 just north of the city. This is at LaSalle Street. Southbound traffic's on the right, headed into Uptown, looking good, including the toll lanes. On the other side of 77 down at the South Carolina state line. Near Carowinds, also looking good at about 65, 70 miles an hour. If you're headed to Charlotte Douglas this morning, here are your drive times, whether you're in Uptown, coming up from Rock Hill, or down from Cornelius, all around the 30-minute mark. 14 minutes in Uptown. Looking good so far. We'll give you another update coming up at the top of the 7.
South Carolina lawmakers will resume their special session today after a day of debate over a Republican redistricting plan. Their new proposed map would break up the current 6th district, the state's only district currently held by a Democrat, Congressman Jim Clyburn. The push to redraw the map comes less than a month before the state's scheduled primary election. GOP leaders say the redistricting plan is about securing Republican control of Congress. Meanwhile, voters in 6 states, including Kentucky and Georgia, will head to the polls today for their primary elections. Analysts say the results will gauge just how much influence President Trump will have over Republican congressional races. That's in the spotlight after the defeat of Senator Bill Cassidy in Louisiana's GOP primary on Saturday. Cassidy had voted to convict President Trump in his impeachment trial during his last term. It's now the president's hope that Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie suffers the same outcome that Cassidy did. Massie has gone against the president's stances, especially on the Epstein files.
President Trump says that he has called off a strike on Iran planned for today at the request of allies in the Middle East. That includes Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Trump made the announcement in a social media post after threatening over the weekend that the clock was ticking on Iran to strike a deal before he would end the ceasefire. Iranian state TV called the president's announcement a retreat based on fear. Iran's foreign minister has said a lack of trust is the biggest barrier to negotiations. President Trump continues to say Iran needs to agree to end its nuclear program. The uncertainty over U.S. action in Iran is raising concerns about security in the Strait of Hormuz. It's sending oil prices swinging and driving up gas prices just as Americans get ready to travel for Memorial Day weekend. AAA expects a record 45 million people to travel 50 miles or more between Thursday and Memorial Day Monday. Travelers are also bracing for a costly summer. Right now, the national average for a gallon of regular gas stands at $4.51. For context, before the war with Iran, the national average was $2.98. That's a surge of more than 50% in less than 3 months.
And from the roadways to the air, Charlotte Douglas International officials are expecting more than 1 million travelers to make their way through the terminal over the holiday weekend. The Memorial Day weekend travel period runs from this Wednesday, from tomorrow, through Tuesday of next week. The busiest days are expected to be this Thursday, Friday, and then next Monday. Officials say more than 5,000 flights are departing over that 7-day period. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein's highlighting investments to prevent opioid deaths. Yesterday, he visited Hope Haven, a substance abuse rehab center in Northeast Charlotte. Governor Stein says that opioid settlement funds are helping support people recovering from addiction. North Carolina Department of Health data shows overdose-related deaths have decreased by more than 1/3.
Last month, the Department of Health and Human Services announced the results of opioid and other kinds of drug overdose deaths. And in a single year, we saw a 34% decline, more than 1/3 decline. That was the first decline we had seen since 2019, before COVID really set us all back.
Just 2 weeks ago, Attorney General Jeff Jackson announced a $145 million settlement with Purdue Pharma and its owners. It's the latest win for the state as officials seek to hold companies responsible for the opioid crisis.
A controversial ruling in the final moments of a state championship race is getting a lot of attention online. The Mallard Creek relay team was disqualified for a gesture at the end of the race. It's now sparking a debate. Was it a case of taunting other runners, or was it simply just a celebration of a win? Queen City News anchor Will Lewis heard from the team's coach and the state athletics leaders about the incident.
Why would you want to DQ Mallard Creek? What did we do? Why are the rules so stiff on us?
Mallard Creek boys track head coach Sam Willoughby still trying to find answers after his athlete was disqualified for holding up his hand during the 4x400 meter relay state finals on Saturday.
We needed to have that victory in order to win the state championship again.
It was a win that would have kept a winning streak going.
He was putting up the number 5 to indicate 5 state championships that we've won over the past couple of years, 2 indoor, 2 outdoor.
State officials say Nyan Brown was warned for unsportsmanlike conduct after breaking a record in the 300-meter hurdles with this celebration. A warning neither Brown or Willoughby said they received personally. They appealed the disqualification.
She said because he put his hand up before he crossed the line, she has to abide by that rule.
We've had state championships from Wednesday through Saturday. I went back and looked at some of the videos and some of the other pictures, still pictures. So it's highly disappointing in comparison to what I saw.
In a statement from the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, Commissioner Q. Tucker said the decision was made in full knowledge of the rules and, quote, "We recognize there is deep disappointment experienced by the student athletes, coaches, and the school community involved." Brown also released a statement saying winning the hurdles was one of the proudest moments of his life on the track, and the relay mattered to him deeply. Quote, "We had seniors on this team who had never experienced winning a state championship."
We need to be more consistent on what is a celebration and what is taunting.
Mallard Creek administration has filed an appeal with Commissioner Tucker and the State Board of Directors. The appeal is currently under review. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
All right, well, get this. 2 Union County students are being hailed as heroes after rescuing a woman from a burning car. Sheriff's deputies say the young ladies, Mandy Tarr, a sophomore, and Joella Meadows, a senior, both at Porter Ridge High School, alerted a woman who was driving on Unionville Indian Trail Road that was unaware that her car was on fire and told her to pull over. Well, she did, and moments later, you're looking at what happened. The car turned into a massive fire. Union County Sheriff Eddie Cathy says that these young ladies represent the very best of our community.
Well, it's been 9 days since the Carolina Hurricanes have played a game, but we can finally say who they will go up against and when. Now the team is getting ready after a long break. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. The Carolina Panthers front office is taking a closer look at this season's schedule.
And the Canes are looking to claim the Eastern Conference.
Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald has those stories in your morning sports.
Well, folks, football season is right around the corner. Actually, a week from today, the Panthers will be back on the field for the first day of voluntary OTAs. Now, 5 days ago, we learned the official 2026 schedule for the Black and Blue, and now we get to hear Dave Canales' thoughts on the upcoming slate. For the first time in quite a while, the Panthers rank among the top 10 in strength of schedule. It's the price you pay after winning the division for the first time since 2015. On the flip side, though, Carolina will actually have the shortest travel distance of all 32 NFL teams this season. And even with the first-place schedule this fall, Canales sees a number of benefits with how the table is set for the upcoming season.
After you get a couple of games under your belt and you start to see the things that you were practicing and hoping to emerge coming out of training camp, the emphasis and all your different phases, you have a quick snapshot, 4 games, to be able to collect reliable data to say, is this something that's actually good for us, or is this something that we may need to back off on a little bit? Going into the finish of the season, being able to be at home in front of our crowd and at Bank of America Stadium, the energy that was building towards the end of last season, it just excites me to be able to see that, through the holiday season and in that time, you have an opportunity to be at home and finish on your own terms, on your own turf. Being in Charlotte, we're kind of central to the Northeast, the South, the East Coast, the Midwest. Everything just kind of feels within range, that these are shorter trips. So we'll try to take full advantage of that. And I'm sure the guys will appreciate that.
And in case you need a refresher, here's the schedule in its entirety. The Panthers are kicking off the season at the Bank for the first time since 2022 when the Bears come to town. Carolina also with one of the earliest bye weeks in the league that comes during Week 5. Now, the meat of the schedule after the bye leading up to December is arguably the tougher stretch. You got trips to Philly, Lambeau, and New Orleans, and home dates against the Bucs, Broncos, and the Lamar Jackson-led Ravens. Fortunately, though, Carolina finishes with 4 of its last 5 at the Bank this season. Dave Canales also took some time on Monday to announce some news regarding the coaching staff. Canales confirming that veteran coach Jim Caldwell is no longer on staff as a senior assistant. Caldwell, who spent 7 seasons as a head coach with the Colts and the Lions, was actually first hired in 2023 under former head coach Frank Reich. Carl Smith, father of Carolina special teams coordinator Tracy, is being hired in a similar role in a remote capacity, according to Canales. Well, on the ice, it's been a while since the Carolina Hurricanes last skated in an actual playoff game. A perfect 8 for 8 after sweeping Ottawa and then Philly back on May 9th. When Carolina finally opens up Eastern Conference Final play Thursday in Raleigh, it'll have been 11 days since last playing a playoff game. Now, Carolina can't control the way the scheduling is gone and the time off. It's the cost of being an elite team right now. But it is an interesting situation at the moment, managing the always difficult rest versus rust.
See, tonight when you know the opponent's going to, I think that just gets more real, like that it's right around the corner. I think, when you have this long a break, you don't really want to be dialed in the whole time. You got to, manage that emotional roller coaster, and you certainly know you're about to get back into it. And so hopefully being fresh away is going to help in that regard. But, yeah, I think once you know your opponent for sure, I think you get a little more, laser focus.
And now we officially know the opponent. It's the Montreal Canadiens after they got it done 3-2 in overtime in Game 7 over Buffalo last night. So now let's break down the schedule for the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 1, of course, going down this Thursday at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh at 8 p.m. Game 2 also in Raleigh. That's Saturday with a 7 p.m. start. The series then shifts north to Bell Center, where Game 3 will have an 8 p.m. start on Monday. Same thing on Wednesday for Game 4. Should Carolina drop its first game of the postseason early in the series, the next Friday will be Game 5 back up there in Raleigh. Well, NASCAR's come home for race weekend in Charlotte, but before we do anything, we got to see who gets to be immortalized. The NASCAR Hall of Fame class of 2027 will be announced later today, with 3 names coming from the modern era ballot and 1 from the pioneer ballot. Voters will go to the hall itself in Uptown to cast their ballot, with the results ratified shortly after. The nominees this year include Jeff Burton, Ernie Elliott, Kevin Harvick, Brandon LaJoie, and the late Greg Biffle. We'll have a complete breakdown of how the voting shakes out coming up later tonight on Carolina Sports Live, and also begin to preview the Eastern Conference Finals, Canadiens and the Hurricanes with the right to play for Lord Stanley's Cup. We'll have that and a whole lot more coming up tonight on Carolina Sports Live.
All right, let's bring in meteorologist Ted Payton. Going to watch a hockey match might be pretty nice when it's mid-90s outside, Ted.
Yeah. It would be pretty nice. Believe it or not, the temperatures that we're at right now, it's about what they keep the hockey rinks at, about 64, 65 degrees inside, 67 degrees outside, so it's warmer outside than what they do for the hockey rinks. But yes, if you want to cool down, that would be nice. West winds 3 miles per hour, dew points in the low 60s, mostly sunny skies on tap today. We are going to hold on to plenty of sunshine as we hold on to those mid to upper 60s, mid 50s Boone, low 60s Jefferson, and our highs ramp up into what will be the low to mid 90s. Heading into the peak heating hours of the day, mid 80s for our mountain counties. Our above normal temperatures will stick around heading into your Wednesday as well. Below normal conditions here in the blue shading out west towards the Dakotas, Montana, into Colorado, northern Texas. Wednesday also brings us the potential for some record-breaking heat through parts of New Jersey, New York, and into Connecticut, Massachusetts, and down through Virginia and Washington, D.C., even Delaware getting that excessive heat here this week. Low 90s through Wednesday will cool down, relatively speaking, into the upper 80s come Thursday, just below normal. Average highs this time of year in the low 80s will be in the upper 70s for Friday to finish off the work week, leveling off back in the 80s through your weekend. As our muggy meter still holds on to those low to mid 60s for your dew points, a little sticky to slightly humid heading into your midweek before rain chances come in, hopefully giving us a little bit of relief from the moisture in the atmosphere. Right now, high pressure well off the North Carolina coast. Winds are out of the south-southwest and coming out of the west as well. Relatively light with mostly sunny skies, clear conditions for tonight before partly cloudy skies move in on Wednesday, giving us pop-up showers and storms north of I-40. Stationary front ushers in that moisture right into the Carolinas, giving us the intermittent rain and storm chances heading into the second half of the work week. Notice how spotty in nature these storms are. So despite having the rain chances, I'm not looking at a complete washout. Just still could get 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch towards the end of the week. Overnight lows settle in the mid to upper 60s. 7-day forecast bringing those 80s through your holiday weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Drone delivery is expanding in the Carolinas, and Papa John's is getting on board. The pizza chain's now testing airborne deliveries in Indian Trail. But you can't order pizza, just sandwiches. What? The company has partnered with Wing, which is owned by Alphabet, the parent company for Google, for the first flights near Sun Valley Commons. Eligible customers can order through the Wing app.
Okay, but that makes sense.
Okay.
Like when I saw this story of drone pizza delivery, I thought, well, that's not a good idea. Because when you
like the box might
box gets all tilty flying through the air, then all your cheese and your toppings slide off. Well, exactly. But so my point is like
sandwiches are better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the sandwich could get as messed up.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Man, in New York City,
because it's tightly rolled.
The pizza delivery guys with the pizza on their back, like sideways.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I feel like they can do it. I think they're just starting small right now.
I'm not saying we don't get to that point, but I saw it and I'm like, I'm worried about my pizza.
I'm thinking we need to head to Indian Trail and like do a delivery for the news so we can watch.
Yes.
Let's watch this process and judge it and see how it's going.
You try
give
to
them
catch
feedback.
or do you just let it land?
I would be trying to catch it. You kidding me?
I think they probably yell at you to like leave. I don't think they drop it from
Clear
a
the
height.
area.
I think they land the drone.
You know, yesterday we had a story about FBI drones announcing overhead. I think there's going to be a combo service.
There's got to be
like
an announcement of like clear the
FBI
area.
Escorted
Clear the
drone
area.
delivery.
There we go. That's how I want mine delivered.
Exactly.
Luck subs.
Man, I like it. All right, coming up on 7 o'clock, thanks for watching Queen City News. Look at the sunrise over the courthouse right there in Monroe, North Carolina. We'll be back after this.
An organic ice cream sold in South Carolina is being recalled over possible foreign material contamination. The FDA says Strauss Family Creamery Company ice cream could have the potential presence of metal contamination. The recalled flavors include vanilla bean, strawberry, mint chip, cookie dough, and Dutch chocolate in quart and pint sizes. The recall affects flavors with best buy dates ranging from December 23rd of 2026 through December 30th of 2026. If you have some in your freezer, you should throw it out now, and you can contact the company for a voucher to get a replacement. Time is 6:59. Stay with us as we head straight into our 7 o'clock hour.
The city doesn't want this project. Raleigh will take this 600 plus 100 million tomorrow.
Big money at risk as Charlotte leaders take a position against I-77 expansion. What North Carolina leaders are saying about the future of the funding.
Potential school layoffs and child safety concerns discussed at last night's Gaston County School Board meeting. The latest on the concerns tied to the school budget.
Plus, a hate crime at a place of worship leaves 5 people dead, including 2 teenage suspects. The events leading up to the tragedy.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Tuesday morning, straight up 7 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News, everyone. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we are going to be looking at what will be a nice hot afternoon later on today.
Okay.
Just shy of a record?
Just shy of a record, 2 degrees off of our record highs. That was set back in 1962, so we'll be toasty later on today.
Any indication of like this is going to be a hotter summer, more than normal? Are we on track? Is it just way too early?
El Nino year, we could see a little bit of a warm up here, the hotter temperatures. We're already above normal.
Yeah.
What happened? What did I say?
No, I just laugh because when we talk about a little bit of warm up and the August and July temperatures, when it's like 98,
Yeah.
a little bit of warm up, you go from 98 to 103. That's a lot.
Yeah. I mean, we might even threaten an overall record high for Charlotte, I believe, is 104 degrees. We might be testing that sometime in the July and August months, so stand by for that. Right now, we are looking at well above normal temperatures as we hold on to those upper 60s west-southwest winds, 3 miles per hour with dew points in the low 60s. Right now, a difference of 2 to 4 degrees on the cooler side, Charlotte up to Concord. That's landing us in the mid-60s for Concord, upper 60s Charlotte, mid-60s through the I-40 corridor with mid-50s near 60 degrees Boone and Jefferson. Low to mid-60s, Wadesboro into Rockingham. Dew points are in the low to mid-60s as well, so we have a closer gap, a smaller gap between the temperatures and dew points this morning, but highs certainly will be ramping up, getting away from those 60s. We're talking 80 degrees by 11 a.m. Lunchtime in the mid to upper 80s. Low 90s, peak heating hours of the day with those mostly sunny skies dominating here into your afternoon and evening. Winds will come out of the south-southwest, 5 to 10 miles per hour. That high of 93 lands just shy of our record high of 95 set back in 1962. We'll break down what rain chances look like here coming up in the next 5 minutes. Julian?
All right, Ted, thank you. New overnight, Charlotte police investigating after someone was shot, resulting in serious injuries in South Charlotte. It happened around 12:30 at a check cashing business on the corner of South Tryon Street and West Boulevard. CMPD crime scene investigators can be seen going through that back of the gray SUV there on scene. It's still unclear what happened and how the shooting happened. Who the victim is, we're still working to learn if there are any suspects in custody. We'll bring the latest both on air and online at QCnews.com.
North Carolina's top transportation official has a warning for Charlotte. He says the city is at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding if the I-77 widening project doesn't move forward. Last week, city council members voted narrowly to rescind their support for the proposal following weeks of pushback from neighborhood groups and public transit advocates. In this letter to Mayor Vi Lyles, NCDOT Secretary Daniel Johnson laid it out rather plainly. If plans to widen the roadway don't move forward, the $600 million will be distributed to other projects around the state. Our chief political...
It was last week when Charlotte City Council voted to rescind support for the proposed widening and toll lane addition for I-77 South, a traffic-plagued section of highway connecting uptown to South Carolina.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
That vote directs the city's representative on a regional transit board to also rescind their support. If enough of the remaining board members join with Charlotte, North Carolina's transportation secretary says they'll have to totally start over. In his May 15th letter to Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles, Secretary Daniel Johnson says it also means $600 million in funding would be redistributed among other projects across the state. It's something supporters were concerned about when the project faced initial pushback over its plan to cut through historic black neighborhoods in the city.
If the city doesn't want this project, Raleigh will take this 600 plus 100 million tomorrow. Greensboro will take it tomorrow. It's not being allocated to another project. It is leaving the city, and it won't be coming back.
Also on Monday, while NCDOT says it must stick with the plan of widening the road to 10 lanes, new designs were released the department says will better connect West Charlotte to Uptown, a part of the city that was cut off when the highway was originally built. Designs include adding parks as well as landscaped pedestrian and bike crossings.
And that was Andy Weber reporting. Now, we don't know how much those new plans to connect West Charlotte to Uptown would cost. But in that letter, the secretary said it would be paid for using private funding, which would also be at risk if the project is scrapped. That regional transportation board is set to meet this week, but a vote on the I-77 project is not expected to happen until June.
But I do know we have a lot of schools, and we have a lot of old schools. Yes. But if we move students, let me tell you now, to the elementary school, we are talking about a severe safety issue that needs to be looked into first.
That was a Gaston County School Board member, Robbie Lovelace, questioning children's safety during last night's meeting. The discussion was on the feasibility of moving students for consolidation in some Cherville area schools. Last week, Gaston County leaders approved more than $35 million for the school district, but not the $60 million that leaders had requested. Administrators say that could mean school consolidation and layoffs.
But what our board has to understand is this: we are not employed by Gaston County Schools. We are employed by our constituents. Put us in this chair for us to not just balance a budget, but to look at that budget and see, is this money being used the way it should be used?
Gaston County commissioners want to meet with the school board and officials to find out more about the district's expenses.
South Carolina lawmakers will resume their special session today after a day of debate over a Republican redistricting plan. Their new proposed map would break up the current 6th district, the state's only district currently held by a Democrat, Congressman Jim Clyburn. The push to redraw the map comes less than a month before the state's scheduled primary election. GOP leaders say the redistricting plan is about securing Republican control of Congress, while opponents say the real issue is the disenfranchising of minority voters.
The proposed map is NRRT's best effort at a map that would elect 7 Republican candidates based on their current political voter data.
Our forefathers died for us to have the privileges that we have today. And we have to preserve those rights and fight, fight, fight.
Some South Carolina Republicans are concerned that an attempt to draw a 7-0 House map for the party could spread Republican voters too thin, making some current GOP-held districts susceptible to Democratic victories. Meanwhile, voters in 6 states, including Kentucky and Georgia, will head to the polls for their primary elections today. Analysts say the results will gauge just how much influence President Trump will have over Republican congressional races. That's in the spotlight after the defeat of Senator Bill Cassidy in Louisiana's GOP primary Saturday. Cassidy had voted to convict President Trump in his impeachment trial during his last term. It's now the president's hope that Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie suffers the same outcome today that Cassidy did. Massie has gone against the president's stances, especially on the Epstein files.
Donald Trump does not forget, and Donald Trump does not forgive unless you do a complete 180 and become somebody like J.D. Vance. Donald Trump still runs this party.
Experts say this election could also send a message to GOP lawmakers who may want to disagree with the president publicly.
The uncertainty over U.S. action in Iran is raising concerns about the fragile ceasefire and the security of the Strait of Hormuz. The uncertainty is sending oil prices swinging and driving up gas prices just as Americans get ready to travel for Memorial Day weekend. Travelers are also bracing for a costly summer. However, it's not keeping Americans from getting out of town. AAA expects a record 45 million people will travel 50 miles or more between this Thursday through Memorial Day. This as the national average for a gallon of regular gas now stands at $4.51. Before the war with Iran, the national average was around $2.98. That's a surge of more than 50% in less than 3 months.
A mass shooting at a California mosque is being investigated as a hate crime. It happened yesterday at the Islamic Center of San Diego. Investigators say 3 men were killed and 2 teenage gunmen were found dead. They found the bodies of victims, including a security guard, outside the front of the building. Investigators believe the guard died in a gun battle, with those suspects. Police escorted school children and employees away from an adjacent school building, reuniting them with families at a nearby location. Officers found the bodies of the suspects ages 17 and 19 in a vehicle several blocks away.
Got a lot of work to do to try to figure out what led up to this and exactly what actions took place. And I tell you what got me. Watching the kids come running out. Just thankful to be alive.
State and federal agents are joining in that investigation. 7:10, let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, it's going to be another hot one out there, but we are tracking rain chances later on in the week.
Yeah, rain chances come into play Thursday into Friday, Wednesday for our mountain counties, so a little bit earlier in the week. I expect that moisture to ramp up heading into Friday and Saturday, lingering through your weekend as well. Not complete washout, but again, will be hot, humid, and the intermittent summer-like pattern will lock in heading into your Memorial Day weekend. So radar is mostly quiet as of right now. We are looking at a little bit of that ground clutter, hinting at some of the pop-ups of green here and there. That's not actually rain, that's just false returns on your radar, with drought conditions still sitting at level 4 out of 5 in that extreme drought red shading. Dry air to our east, some moisture to our west. We'll feel some of that here from our water vapor satellite imagery showing where the moisture is, playing into some of the cloud cover that we have over parts of Tennessee and Kentucky. Cold front sweeps east through our central plains, eastern Texas, all the way up into Illinois, getting some of the pop-up showers and storms, while above normal temperatures take hold here through the eastern United States. That's what the orange indicates, with even record-breaking heat possible from northern parts of Michigan up into eastern Pennsylvania. More of the below normal conditions will lock in here from the Dakotas into Nebraska. Even Colorado could see drastically below normal temperatures for your Tuesday. Weekend forecast pulls in low 80s to mid 80s, with the intermittent showers and storms sticking around. More of that active pattern through your holiday weekend. I'll break down what the second half of the work week looks like here coming up in the next 10 minutes.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's take a look at our pinpoint traffic. Rush hour officially kicked off about 12 minutes ago at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. We are seeing volume build in certain areas, not here. This is the east side of the city. Inbound Independence Boulevard, those 3 lanes on the right going under Sharon Amity, making their way up around the bend into the Queen City. That stretch looking really good right now, actually. Overall, not a lot going on. Again, volume building from out west, a little bit down southwest. But all in all, some secondary accidents aren't causing any delays this morning. Here's your drive times. All under half an hour. The slowest stretch coming down from the Lake Norman, Mooresville area through Huntersville, making your way to 45. A little bit of traffic on 85 north coming out of Gaston County this morning. Let's take it down to the South Carolina state line. Look at this. Stop and go traffic goes left 2. Normally it's the right 2 lanes that are stop and go because of the merging traffic. Now we're looking at the left 2 lanes, not even moving, especially the left one. So we'll keep an eye on that and make sure there's no accident down near Carowinds. This is coming down from Cornelius, 77 southbound on the right. Unless you're in the toll lanes, you are stop and go all through Huntersville. Outside our studios in West Charlotte, I-85 southbound right at Sam Wilson, right near the 45 split. Things are moving pretty good at about 65, 70 miles an hour. 85 north and south coming down from Concord Mills area up near Cabarrus County. That stretch also looking good this morning. And then here's a quick look if you're headed to the airport. Drive times from Uptown, coming down from Cornelius, up from Rock Hill. Yeah, that 40-minute stretch coming down from Cornelius and 42 coming up from Rock Hill. Just be aware of that. We'll give you another update coming up around 7:30. Maybe a lot of traffic in Uptown the next couple days with the ACC Championship baseball tournaments happening. Big day in the Queen City. I love it. First pitch this morning of the ACC baseball tournament at Truist. NC State taking on Duke early this morning, starting at 9 a.m. And then at 1, you got Stanford and California facing off. 5 p.m., Notre Dame taking on Clemson. And then there's also a game set for tonight at 9 between Louisville and Pitt. The tournament will see games every single day till the championship wraps up on Sunday. Good morning, May-Kay.
All right, good morning. We're switching gears now. You find them everywhere, from toy stores to war zones. They serve lots of purposes, including fast food delivery, but can they help deliver water to areas of dire need? I'm May-Kay Bueller. Coming up, we're talking about drones, the impact of drought drones. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
You find them everywhere, from toy stores to war zones.
Of course, they come in all shapes and sizes, used for everything from recreational fun, medical, grocery, and fast food delivery, but also deadly weaponry. Can they bring water, though, to areas in dire need?
Our chief transportation correspondent, pilot May-Kay Bueller, dives into the controversial emerging world of drought drones. May-Kay, what's going on?
I know, who knew, but we really need them now.
Yeah.
All right, so as we know, it's been a record dry start of the year. Nearly 60% of North Carolina has been classified under exceptional and severe drought, prompting, as we know, water restrictions and spiking fire danger. And it's not just a problem here in the southeast. We know most of the west coast is plagued by drought conditions. And according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, conditions have worsened sharply in the past 3 months for more than a third of the country. So could drones offer relief? Drone cloud seeding is gaining attention as a weather modification technique that uses unmanned aerial vehicles to inject seeding agents like silver iodide into clouds to make rain or snow. It's a safer, more affordable, and precise alternative to manned aircraft. It allows operators to fly to remote areas directly into severe or icy storms without risking pilot safety.
This is incredible technology. Okay, so how will this work exactly?
Okay, we're going to have a little science class.
Okay.
Hey. Okay, and I know Ted can explain this better, so Ted, just indulge me. All right, so drones fly directly into super cold clouds, okay? So we have moisture in the clouds already, and they dispense powdered silver iodide or salt. The particles then provide a nucleus for the water droplets to latch onto and freeze. Then they're going to get heavy enough to fall as rain or snow. So the idea of cloud seeding with silver iodide powder, well, it's been around for decades. making an impact, of course, with airplanes. But according to a report by News Nation, a startup company called Rainmaker is changing the game using drones. And the company, they've already added to the overall precipitation levels in California, Oregon, Idaho, and Utah. Cloud seeding with drones also helps farmers by increasing ground moisture overall. Additionally, it helps with wildfire prevention and enhancing reservoir levels to fight those fires. Now, regarding cloud seeding in general, there has been resistance in the United States since cloud seeding was first developed back in the 40s. China and the UAE used cloud seeding. It's been so effective that some oversight is required to prevent accidental flooding and avalanches.
Oh, wow. You did a really good job with that science, by the way.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you. Did we learn anything?
I learned a lot. So, but when we talk about this controversy, what is that about cloud seeding in general?
It's interesting. So some states have banned it. So we've got Florida that's banned it, Florida and Tennessee, Louisiana, arguing that putting chemicals in the clouds, it isn't natural. Some think it's dangerous and poisonous. All right, so the CEO of Rainmaker says humans have intervened in water resources throughout history, pushing back on critics who claim that his company is playing God.
Okay, so take us here to North Carolina. Are we seeing this at all in terms of drones in North Carolina?
Not yet. I did quite a bit of research yesterday. Drones are actively used here in North Carolina to manage agricultural impacts of the drought, but not cloud seeding vehicles.
Okay.
Not yet, but at least they're working out west. If they continue to, at some point it'll come here, you know that. Drones are used for everything.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I know that I've heard of this before, but I didn't know it was being used so widely in other parts of the country. So very interesting.
Right. Well, good. I'm glad we learned something this
Way
morning.
to go, Professor.
Thanks,
Nicely
May-Kay.
done, May-Kay. You get your degree.
You're welcome.
All right, 7:21. Let's bring in the other doctor, the other Professor Phaeton this morning. She did well with the cloud seeding. We learned something, Ted.
I approve. Absolutely. We need some cloud seeding here over the Carolinas for today to help give us some shade out there because it's going to be hard to come by. Mostly sunny skies, temperatures ramping up into the low 90s, upper 60s right now. West-southwest winds 3 miles per hour, dew points in the low 60s, and we are looking at traffic moving at a speed limit pace over Independence Boulevard. Mid 60s, Rock Hill, Gastonia, upper 60s for the Queen City, 50s to near 60 degrees in our mountain counties. Highs make a run for the low to mid 90s. Peak heating hours of the day. It will be hot, a little muggy for the peak heating hours with above normal temperatures extending into your Wednesday as well. So we'll continue to bring in the heat for your midweek while we have the cooler temperatures out towards Dakotas into Montana, Denver, Colorado, Wichita, Kansas, all looking at the cooler conditions while we look at more in the way of that potential record-breaking heat over parts of Richmond, Virginia, up into Washington, D.C., New York, New Jersey, even Connecticut and Massachusetts, feeling the excessive heat that brings us into the low 90s heading into Wednesday. We'll cool down, relatively speaking, second half of the work week, upper 80s Thursday, near 80 degrees on Friday. That's close to our normal highs for this time of year. Relatively sticky to slightly humid for your midweek into Thursday as dew points hover in those low to mid 60s through your Wednesday into Thursday. So high pressures off the North Carolina coast. We have those partly cloudy skies over the Carolinas from Kentucky into Nashville, Tennessee, pushing east, giving us some cloudy skies heading into Wednesday before that cold front dips south, becoming a stationary front right over the Carolinas. Wednesday could see some isolated storm chances in our mountain counties, but Thursday funnels in that moisture, playing into some isolated pop-up showers and storms heading into the second half of the work week. Very intermittently impacting us, not a washout, but enough to give us what could be 3/4 of an inch towards the next 5 days. Overnight lows settle in the mid to upper 60s. Then I'm looking at more in the way of what will be the 80s heading into your weekend through the holiday on Monday. Looking at those mid 80s with pop-up showers and storms for Memorial Day. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Taking you up to New York City. Stock futures right now all in the red. Now they ended a bit mixed yesterday as we take a look at Monday's closing numbers. The Dow Jones up slightly there. The Nasdaq down about half a percentage point. The S&P 500 relatively unchanged after Monday's trading session. We'll join Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange with more on the markets coming up in about an hour at 8:25.
All right, you got to look at this. One Texas senior may have taken the cake for best grad photos of the year. Oh my gosh, come on now. The grad from McNeese State University in Louisiana had this senior photo shoot alongside and with a 14-foot gator. The gator's name's Big Al. The grad, not Big Al, 22-year-old Kat Daly. She helps run Gator Country in Texas. She says she wasn't scared during the photo shoot, and it was not her first time being face-to-face with an alligator. Daly has been working in wildlife rehab since she was 7.
I like the picture
reading
with a crocodile. Yeah, amphibians and reptiles.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
awesome. I like it. I
That
love
is
unique
so good.
photos with something that she's obviously really passionate about, and you can tell she's not scared kissing that gator's nose.
Unreal.
I wouldn't.
I feel like, that breast got stink though, right? Like she came up
A
all the
Maybe.
I'm just saying, a little stinky. Do you think that she's going into some sort of career where she's going to be working with reptiles?
Oh, absolutely.
Gotta be, right?
I hope so.
Marine biology or like some kind of wildlife rehab.
Yeah.
She would be my wingman. If I was going out and needed to talk to someone like an ex or whatever, I'm taking her with me. Because clearly she's got no fear.
You handle a gator.
I'm be like, listen,
she can wrestle a gator.
I don't like confrontation, so I'm taking her with me. Her name's Kat, and I'm be like, Kat, you handle this. I'm just going to step back and watch.
There you go. I like it.
Okay. Go ahead, Kat.
Go ahead, Kat.
Go ahead, Kat. Go on.
We're going to go ahead and take a break. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
She said, "There's a horse in the road." And I thought, yeah, she's joking, being silly. And I looked, and it was weaving in and out between traffic.
They are not the kind of Mustangs you would expect to see in I-40 traffic. The effort to round up a group of loose horses.
Plus, Charlotte's proposed budget could put a nonprofit in a tough spot. Why Safe Alliance says the results could be detrimental if city officials don't revise their spending plan.
A new report on North Carolina's revenue, how Republicans are using it as fuel to cap the state income tax. 7:30 here on your Tuesday morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you on this Tuesday. Let's get across to the Weather Center where meteorologist Ted Phaeton is standing by. Ted, listen, I wouldn't be mad at you if you decided to have ice cream for dinner.
Oh,
Today's a good day for that.
I like it. Great day for it.
Yeah, no, fantastic. You're going to have to eat it fast, though, because it's going to melt quick out there as temperatures ramp up into what will be the low 90s. Plenty of sunshine to go around. Carolina blue skies out there here kicking off your Tuesday as we hold on to a nice warm start. Upper 60s. We're going to be crossing into the 70s here in just a matter of minutes. West-southwest winds 3 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 60s. I'm looking at a difference of anywhere from 2 to 4 degrees on the cooler side compared to where we were this time yesterday. Slightly cooler Wadesboro, and I'm looking at those mid 60s to now 70 degrees for Charlotte. So warming up in real time here, still in the upper 50s, low 60s, Boone and Jefferson. Dew points in the low to mid 60s. I show this because 60s is at the point where we start to feel that air. It starts to feel a little muggy out there, especially when you ramp up these temperatures. It gets a little humid, so a little harder to stay cool as we ramp up the heat into the 80s by 11 a.m. Mid to upper 80s through lunchtime. Highs land in the low 90s today. We'll hold on to 80 degrees even after the sun goes down. 93 degrees for your highs, mostly sunny skies, south-southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. We'll land just 2 degrees off of our record high set back in 1962. Overnight lows settle in the mid to upper 60s heading into your Wednesday morning. We'll do it all again with another warm afternoon getting us into what will be the 90s for your Wednesday. Pollen count will stay medium to high heading into your second half of the work week. Hopefully rain chances will help provide some relief from that pollen, but that's also going to give us more of the pop-up showers and storms that roll through right around your holiday weekend. A lot going on this weekend, whether it's a Charlotte FC match or heading out towards Charlotte Motor Speedway. Low 80s for Wednesday. Looking at your 60s finishing off the work week in our mountain counties and the higher elevations with those storm chances coming in a little earlier starting Wednesday into your Thursday and Friday. We'll have those low 70s with pop-up storms and summer-like conditions kicking off the weekend. We'll have another look at your overall forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Julian?
All right, Ted, thank you. New overnight, Charlotte police are investigating after someone was shot and resulting in serious injuries in South Charlotte. It happened around 12:30 at a check cashing business on the corner of South Trowne Street and West Boulevard. CMPD crime scene investigators could be seen going through the back of a gray Chevy SUV on the scene. You're seeing them doing that right there. It's still unclear how the shooting happened and who the victim is. We're still working to learn if there are any suspects in custody. Of course, we'll bring the latest once we learn it, both here on air and on our website, QCnews.com.
The search for a missing York County swimmer is expected to pick back up today. Teams are looking around the Ebenezer Park boat landing on Lake Wylie near Tika Cay, close to the Catawba Dam. Deputies say a person jumped off a boat, submerged, and didn't resurface. The search for that swimmer was called off around 10:30 last night.
All right, it is 7:35. Let's take a sneak peek outside at our road conditions. Traffic certainly building since rush hour started around 7 o'clock. And as we look around the crowd this morning, a couple of issues that are out on the board. Certainly you can see delays, the yellow, orange, the red that is forming around the Queen City. Let's start with some drive times, really out west and north. Those are the worst, longest sections. We're all almost up to 40 minutes, whether you're coming in from Gaston County on 85, down from the Lake Norman area on 77, or up from Rock Hill. We're almost at 40 minutes, equally spread across. All right, equal opportunity slowdowns this morning. This is North South Carolina state line near Carowinds. 77 northbound, the right two lanes now struggling with people merging from the right-hand side. Coming down from Lake Norman, this is 77 near Cornelius. Those right two lanes about 5 or 10 miles an hour all the way through Huntersville, unless you're in those toll lanes. Here's 85 southbound outside our studios in West Charlotte. This is 85 south at Sam Wilson, right near the 485 split. Looking pretty good for now. Let's take you to the northeast part of the city. Those drive times coming down 85 in from Albemarle, almost 45 minutes, coming up 74 from Monroe this morning. As we look further up, we're seeing slowdowns just north of Sharon Amity Road here. All 3 lanes of inbound independent traffic coming to a complete stop this morning. Maybe use Central Avenue or Monroe Road. Those are good alternates to Independence Boulevard when it starts to get clogged. We'll give you another look at your pinpoint traffic and your drive times to the airport coming up at 8.
Nearly a dozen wild Mustangs are on the loose in Iredell County, and their owners are facing charges. Animal services officers, deputies, and the North Carolina Highway Patrol are all working to corral the herd. As Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer tells us, many people who live in the area have spotted the horses on the run.
There are 10 horses in total running free, and people have reported seeing them along several roads, including in the middle of I-40. I talked with one woman who tells me she and a friend were driving towards Statesville over the weekend and spotted one.
She said, "There's a horse in the road." And I thought, yeah, she's joking, being silly.
Turns out it was not a joke, and there was a horse galloping along I-40 right outside Kathy Coalition's car window.
I looked, and it was weaving in and out between traffic. It was close enough. I probably could have actually touched it, reached out and touched the horse.
She snapped these photos on her phone of the wild Mustang, which is one of 10 Iredell County leaders are hoping to capture that have been on the loose for a week now. Their main concern is how close the horses are getting to the road. They've been spotted on I-40, Highway 70, and Eufaula and Lewis Ferry roads.
At one point, cars started slamming on their brakes. The car in front of us had to actually go up near the side of the road.
It's why Iredell officials are asking people to be extra careful when driving in these areas.
I couldn't believe it was happening. My friend who was driving, she was really calm, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was scared someone was going to hit it.
If you see one of the wild Mustangs, don't try to catch it. You should call Iredell County Animal Services and report your location. County officials say the owners of the animals are facing charges for not properly securing them and not helping with the efforts to rescue them. In Iredell County, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
Coming up on 7:39, the Charlotte City Council has instructed City Manager Marcus Jones to explore finding ways to restore funding for Safe Alliance after he did not include funding for the nonprofit in his initial budget presentation. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell takes a look into how the group uses that money and why they hope city leaders change their minds.
Attorney and Safe Alliance board member Jamila Espinoza believes that a potential loss in funding for Charlotte's central resource for domestic violence and sexual assault victims could be detrimental.
I think the uniqueness of Safe Alliance is that we are a nonprofit, but we provide critical services, just like the fire department, just like CMPD.
According to the budget presented by Charlotte City Manager Marcus Jones, Safe Alliance would not get the nearly $400,000 in funding that it typically receives from the city through a grant. The group says most of that funding is used to fund its Victim Assistance Court program.
Victims are able to get protective orders, that they're not doing it alone. We have great teams of pro bono attorneys. Having that court assistance program ensures that victims feel comfortable and safe to go to court.
Thank you for calling the Greater Charlotte Hope Line.
Safe Alliance says the rest of that money helps to staff its 24/7 Hope Line for victims.
Being an organization that is required to provide support every day of the year, 24/7, a lot of our agency's resources goes towards staff salaries, being that front line.
The city says funding for nonprofits is a competitive application process and tells Queen City News that 39 groups applied for more than $6 million in total funding, but that only about $900,000 is available for nonprofits in the upcoming budget. The city chose 7 groups to receive grants, and Safe Alliance is not on that list as of right now.
We really shouldn't be in a nonprofit category. When victims are not able to get the support they need, unfortunately, those calls are going to keep coming in, and without the appropriate support, they can turn lethal.
A majority of Charlotte City Council members have expressed that they would like to see the city manager revise the budget and add back funding for Safe Alliance. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
North Carolinians could soon have a direct say in how much they pay in state income tax. Lawmakers are working on a proposal that would ask voters to cap the income tax at 3.5%. But as Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh reports, this push comes as the state is bringing in more money than expected.
North Carolina is expecting a stronger than expected revenue forecast. And Republicans say it shows the state can keep cutting taxes.
And so if we have more revenue than we anticipated, that means that voters deserve a tax cut.
Senate Republicans are pushing lower taxes for all NC, a plan that would let voters decide this November whether to lock in a 3.5% income tax cap into the state constitution. It comes as their new budget would drop the rate even lower to 3.49% in January 2027.
It's important for us to provide some assurance that the rate would not bounce back up at some point, and that's the reason for the constitutional amendment.
State economists now project North Carolina will collect $979 million more than expected this fiscal year, for an extra $2.6 billion through June 2027. They say strong stock market gains boosted income tax collections, while corporate profits came in higher than expected.
And what that means is that there are more people making more money in North Carolina over the past year. I would anticipate that we continue to be viewed as a very competitive state and attract people and businesses here.
Senate Leader Phil Berger says this shows Republicans' quote, formula of low taxes, responsible spending, and reasonable regulations is working. Meanwhile, Governor Josh Stein says while the revenue forecast brings good news, quote, we can't stake our future on stock market volatility. We need to make fiscally responsible decisions and continue to invest in what makes our state so strong, our people.
The Senate Finance Committee passed a measure yesterday. It's now expected to pass on party lines today.
I am not shy about looking for jail time. The people of the district have had enough, and we do not want this increasing as these teens run wild through our neighborhoods.
Parents in Washington, D.C. are getting warned to keep their kids under wraps after a viral fight involving minors. We're checking in with Chief Legal Analyst Collie Rhodes about the legality around charging parents for their children's crimes. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
(7:46). Welcome back. Some families in our nation's capital could face jail time over teen takeovers. The U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, says that her office will increase the jail time penalties for D.C. parents who don't adhere to curfew laws. The law states that parents and adults who allow children to, quote, engage in delinquent acts could face criminal penalties of up to 6 months of incarceration.
All right, so joining us is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, when we see these viral trends, this gets thrown out a lot, but where does the responsibility lie from parents to minors and their actions, even though the parent isn't the one who actually committed those acts?
We've seen this across the country with folks attempting to do this. I mean, we saw the shooters parents, I should say, in Michigan, connecting them to the criminality of the child, right? We've seen a number of other ones that have done that since then, with saying, listen, your child has done something, we'll try to connect you to the criminality. And we are, I say it a lot here, litigious society, so people want to sue for everything. But we're also trying to find a way to get closure in scenarios and try to find ways to stop things. So if directly attacking it towards the children, trying to find ways to criminalize and penalize them isn't working, isn't successful, then the other way is, okay, now how do you hold the parents accountable? This isn't the first time folks have talked about doing it. It's just the newest rendition of it. I was the former truancy court judge here in Mecklenburg County, having a school assigned to me, dealing with kids that were missing school. On the other side of that, because in our state we have a criminal statute that is directed towards parents for kids who fail to go to school. So if your child isn't going to school, the statute says you, parent, can be criminally charged. The program wasn't set up like that, though. It was set up to rehabilitate, to teach, to make sure that, hey, parent, you know this could be there, but let's find ways to make sure over this 10-week, 12-week program that your kid actually just comes to school. So if the goal is to deter or to rehabilitate, it really just depends on what they're trying to do. But is it legal? Yes. Implementing it in real life, extremely hard.
Well, I was going to say, how do prosecutors prove what they say, quote, contributing to the delinquency of a minor? You're an attorney and you're a parent. What is the best case scenario for North Carolina? What would you say?
I mean, we already have contributing to the delinquency of a minor charges in place anyway. And it's, did you participate? Did you negligently allow them to do something that you knew or should have known would have led to some type of criminality? And so that's the standard. I think that standard is going to be consistent across the board. These curfew violations, when they're, as she alleged in the presser, that because they're violating curfew, it leads to these secondary type of offenses like, you know, violence to other individuals and thefts and things like that. If the parents knew about them, you know, multiple misses and they're not doing anything about it, and it's the allow portion. That's the language I think is the most probably hard to prove. How did I allow them? You know, if I'm at work and my 15-year-old is outside on the street, am I actually allowing them to do that, or are they just, you know, being a kid and breaking out of the house? That's going to be the harder part to prove in the court.
Well, that's kind of where I want to go. The allow part there, if you are defending somebody, how do you defend them saying, well, okay, well, my client was at work, they didn't have any knowledge of it. How do you even begin to go down that route?
I'm going right there to allow. Like, did I allow? Like, was I sitting on the couch and just watching them? Was I encouraging them? Was I saying, hey, go out there and break curfew? Like, that's the allow aspect that I would say that prosecutors would need to be able to push to.
Right.
And I think it's probably going to be a multifaceted connection because her office can't even prosecute these juveniles. The office that prosecutes the juveniles is an entirely different department. And so they're just trying to find ways to be I would say, a Band-Aid to which a really large issue, which is juvenile crime. Right. Juvenile rise of crime across the country is a real thing. But trying to find an appropriate response to it where you're not penalizing folks that are trying to just make it day to day is probably not going to be the solution.
So what would be a more appropriate response where you have to toe the line of, you know, maybe some of these kids are 12, 13, 14 years old, where, you know, you can't really slap them with a criminal charge, but you still have to deter the behavior.
Well, remember, the juvenile system is extremely different than the adult criminal justice system. The adult criminal justice system is solely rehabilitative, in deterrent. The juvenile system is 100% rehabilitative, unless, I won't say deterrent, but it's about, okay, this is a kid and we're trying to bring them back. And so when you implement laws that are more punitive and less rehabilitative, you're not connecting to what the true purpose of the juvenile criminal justice system is. And so I think that it's going back to what the roots are of what that system was created for. But if you are trying to attempt to make it in a more adult-like, yeah, this is a step in that direction. But again, you're not deterring the child, you're just deterring the parents. And if they're already in a situation when the kids aren't listening, charging them with a crime isn't going to make the kid listen. They're just going to now be adults with criminal charges.
All right, Khalif, thank you. We'll see what challenges this could face going forward. Appreciate that. More topics with Khalif coming up. In the meantime, let's get over to Ted to talk about how hot, maybe how muggy and humid this Tuesday is going to get.
Oh, yeah, hot enough to maybe pull out some criminal charges on Mother Nature for the oppression that's going to be happening later on. We're talking low 90s. Heading into the peak heating hours of the day, 68 degrees, west-southwest winds 3 miles per hour. Bit of a slowdown here on Independence Boulevard. We'll break down what that looks like with a check of traffic here coming up. But starting to warm up now, mid to upper 60s, near 70 degrees for Charlotte. I'm expecting highs to land in the low to mid 90s. For the peak heating hours of the day, above normal temperatures echo east through the northeast as we head into your Wednesday. Potentially even breaking records from Virginia up into New York and parts of Massachusetts. Low 90s come to near 80 degrees by Friday as we cool down second half of the work week. Our muggy meter still keeps us sticky all the way through your Thursday before rain and storm chances move in. So high pressure in control with west-southwest winds. I expect partly cloudy skies to roll in heading into Wednesday. That cold front turns into a stationary front, funneling all that moisture right into the Carolinas, giving us the spotty showers and thunderstorms that linger for the second half of the work week into the weekend. 3/4 of an inch possible to maybe an inch to an inch and a quarter towards our mountain counties. Overnight lows bottom out in the 60s. 7-day forecast pulls in those 80s for your Thursday and even through the weekend. We'll keep the active pattern lasting all the way through Memorial Day early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. Here's a look at what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Accused killer Alec Murdoch and his legal team now going on the offensive. They just filed a civil lawsuit against the woman who is blamed for tainting the jury during his murder trial in 2023. In our 8 o'clock hour, we're breaking down the new lawsuit and what it could mean with Chief Legal Analyst Colleen Rhodes. Plus, a political battle is unfolding between President Trump and a Republican congressman. Also in our 8 o'clock hour, we have a live report from Washington, D.C. talking about the upcoming primary vote that many say is a test of the president's hold on the Republican Party. And it seems like living the American dream, the freedom and convenience of an RV, but what is it really like having a home on wheels? Just in time for vacation season, Chief Transportation Correspondent McKay Beeler talks about the real pluses and minuses of an RV trip. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
Queen City News starts now.
We are seconds away from 8 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. Nothing ruins your Friday like realizing it's just Tuesday.
That's right.
I mean,
why'd you have to bring it up?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's one way to get people really in a great mood on a Tuesday.
Well, the temperatures are ramping up. Getting in the low 90s.
That's the good news too, right?
Okay.
Rain and storm chances come into play.
That's wow, you're just full of it this morning.
Yeah.
But that will help our drought situation.
Yes.
That's right.
Go. Okay.
We need that.
Water the lawns because you haven't been doing it because you're not supposed to.
Exactly.
The lakes are low.
The lakes are low.
Right,
this is going to help us out just in time for Memorial Day.
Pools are going to open this.
Pools,
You can't go to them because it's going to be raining and lightning, but
Hold on.
I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way.
Wait. Yeah, well, it's not going to be a washout. Intermittent, on and off again. Now's a great time to download that Pinpoint Weather app so you'll stay updated on any rain detected in your area. Looking around the crowd, plenty of sunshine to go around as we hold on to some of those warm conditions here early this morning. Temperatures in the 70s. We will be ramping up into the 90s later on today. Calm winds as of right now, dew point still in the low 60s, and we are going to be looking at a difference of maybe 2 to 4 degrees on the cooler side to compared to where we were this time yesterday. So 70 degrees Charlotte, 60s Monroe, Lancaster, upper 60s Rock Hill, upper 60s to low 70s, I-40 corridor, upper 50s Boone, mid 60s heading into Jefferson for your morning. Dew points are in the 60s this morning, so we still hold on to a little bit of that stickiness, some mugginess to combat as we climb into the 80s through lunchtime, low 90s peak heating hours of the day. Sunshine dominates and our mostly sunny skies, south-southwest winds will settle anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Partly cloudy skies rolling through. We're talking record territory, landing just 2 degrees shy of our record highs set back in 1962. So with that heat on the way, you'll want to stay cool any way that you can. Overnight lows settle into what will be the upper 60s overnight heading into your early morning hours. So quite the transition that we'll be looking at. But again, I'll be breaking down what to expect here with another look at your forecast, how warm we stay or how hot we stay with another check coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Julian?
All right, Ted, thank you. New overnight, Charlotte police are investigating after someone was shot resulting in serious injuries in South Charlotte. It happened around 12:30 at a check cashing business on the corner of South Tryon Street and West Boulevard. CMPD crime scene investigators could be seen going through the back of that gray Chevy SUV right there on scene. It's still unclear what led up to the shooting, who the victim is, and if there are any suspects in custody. We'll bring you the latest both on air and online at qcnews.com when we get that information. Annie?
The search for a missing York County swimmer is expected to pick back up today. Teams are looking around the Ebenezer Park boat landing on Lake Wylie near Tega Cay, close to the Catawba Dam. Deputies say a person jumped off of a boat, submerged, and didn't come back up. The search for that swimmer was called off around at 10:30 last night. Jason?
Annie, thank you very much. Here we go, 8:03. Let's step outside as the temps are heating up. So is traffic. The roadways are starting. Maybe this is just like a precursor to holiday travel for this coming weekend. Right now, man, we got a number of accidents sprinkled across the Queen City. We've got rush hour happening from 85, 45 enter on the east side of the city, coming up from South Carolina. Let's start with some drive times coming down from Lake Norman. You're at 36 minutes. But can I point this out? Rock Hill, 75 minutes. 75 minutes. When's the last time we saw that coming up 77? So we're going to take a look, kind of investigate and see what's going on if there's a bad accident on 77. But that is way too long to get from Rock Hill to 485. Let's take you to the west side of town. This is 485 at Walker's Ferry Road in West Charlotte. Looks like all 6 lanes across, looking good in both directions. Kind of a new vantage point here from NCDOT cameras. Down at the North South Carolina state line near Carowinds, looks like all 8 lanes across are looking good near the state line. Coming down from Lake Norman, still stop and go traffic on the right hand side here. Actually, the camera is completely stopped. Traffic's moving faster than that. There we go. Toll lane's looking good, and the right lane's moving at about 50 miles an hour. Out near us in the west part of the city, southbound 85 near Sam Wilson Road, that stretch also looking good. Let's go to the east side of town because we want to give you drive times coming down 85 from Concord. You're almost to an hour coming up 74 from Monroe. Last time we took a look at Independence Boulevard, yep, it's now backed up beyond Sharon Amity Road. I would definitely hop off on Central Avenue or Monroe Road as an alternate this morning. We're not hearing any reports of an accident further up Independence, just really slow for some reason. So leave a little early, have some patience, don't be distracted by that cell phone. We'll give you another update coming up at 8:30.
South Carolina lawmakers will resume their special session today after a day of debate over the Republican redistricting plan. Their new proposed map would break up the current 6th district, the state's only district currently held by a Democrat, Congressman Jim Clyburn. The push to redraw the map comes less than a month before the state's scheduled primary election. GOP leaders say the redistricting push is about securing Republican control of Congress.
Primaries in half a dozen states will test the power of President Donald Trump's endorsement.
Yeah, the president endorsed candidates in Georgia, Alabama, and Kentucky.
News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat joins us live with what we can expect. Vinay, good morning.
Jason, Annie, Julian, good morning to all of you. President Trump is targeting Congressman Thomas Massie, a Republican. The president is trying to unseat him. He is a self-described libertarian who has voted with Democrats on some key issues, and the president is trying to get him out of office. This primary has become the most expensive in U.S. House history.
How we doing? In a highly unusual move for the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth traveled to Kentucky, he says in his personal capacity, to campaign against Congressman Thomas Massie. The 7-term Republican clashed with President Trump, voting against him on the big beautiful bill, the war with Iran, and the release of the Epstein files.
Too much grandstanding, too few great votes. Years of acting like being difficult is the same thing as being courageous.
President Donald Trump endorsed Massie's opponent for the Republican nomination, retired Navy SEAL Ed Galrine. Massie says if he wins, other Republicans may vote against the president.
If they see me get reelected, I think they'll be emboldened to vote more in line with their own principles and to vote to cut some spending up here.
Over the weekend in Louisiana, President Trump's preferred candidate, Congresswoman Julia Letlow, knocked off Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who voted to convict the president after impeachment proceedings in 2021. And in Indiana earlier this month, 5 state senators lost their races after opposing President Trump's plan to redraw congressional districts.
Donald Trump does not forget, and Donald Trump does not forgive.
And President Trump has endorsed in races across the country. Republicans say the president still has a lot of influence within his own party, including with primary voters.
All right, that was Vinay Simlot reporting live for us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much. Getting back to that story we brought you just a couple minutes ago, here's a live look over Lake Wylie, where search efforts for a missing York County swimmer are picking back up this morning. You can see crews out there with that boat getting ready to launch that in the morning. Teams are looking around Ebenezer Park boat landing on Lake Wylie. That's near TKK, close to the Catawba Dam. Again, this is a live look as those search efforts start up again this morning. Deputies say that person jumped off a boat, submerged, and didn't come back up. The search for that swimmer was called off around 10:30 last night. Of course, we'll keep an eye on this story all day long and bring you updates here on air and online at qcnews.com. President Trump says he has called off a strike on Iran planned for today at the request of allies in the Middle East. That includes Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Trump made the announcement in a social media post after threatening over the weekend that the clock was ticking on Iran to strike a deal before he would end the ceasefire. Iranian state TV called the president's announcement a retreat based on fear. Iran's foreign minister has said that a lack of trust is the biggest barrier in negotiations. President Trump continues to say, though, Iran needs to agree to end its nuclear program.
Now, the uncertainty over U.S. action in Iran is raising concerns about security in the Strait of Hormuz. It's also setting oil prices swinging and driving up gas prices just as Americans get ready to travel for Memorial Day weekend. AAA expects a record 45 million people will travel 50 miles or more between Thursday and Memorial Day. Travelers are also bracing for a costly summer. Right now, the national average for a gallon of regular stands at $4.53. Before the war with Iran, the national average was just $2.98. That's a surge of more than 50% in less than 3 months.
A controversial ruling in the final moments of a state championship race is getting a whole lot of attention online. A Mallard Creek relay team was disqualified for a gesture at the end of the race, but it's now sparking a debate. Was it a case of taunting other runners or a celebration of a win? Queen City News anchor Will Lewis heard from the team's coach and the state's athletics leaders about that incident.
Why would you want to DQ Mallard Creek? What did we do? Why are the rules so stiff on us?
Mallard Creek boys track head coach Sam Willoughby still trying to find answers after his athlete was disqualified for holding up his hand during the 4x400 meter relay state finals on Saturday.
We needed to have that victory in order to to win the state championship again.
It was a win that would have kept a winning streak going.
He was putting up the number 5 to indicate 5 state championships that we've won over the past couple of years, 2 indoor, 2 outdoor.
State officials say Nyan Brown was warned for unsportsmanlike conduct after breaking a record in the 300-meter hurdles with this celebration. A warning neither Brown or Willoughby said they received personally. They appealed the disqualification.
She said because he put his hand up before he crossed the line, she has to abide by that rule.
We've had state championships from Wednesday through Saturday. I went back and looked at some of the videos and some of the other pictures, still pictures. So it's highly disappointing in comparison to what I saw.
In a statement from the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, Commissioner Q. Tucker said the decision was made in full knowledge of the rules and, quote, "We recognize there is deep disappointment experienced by the student athletes, coaches, and the school community involved." Brown also released a statement saying winning the hurdles was one of the proudest moments of his life on the track, and the relay mattered to him deeply. Quote, "We had seniors on this team who had never experienced winning a state championship."
We need to be more consistent on what is a celebration and what is taunting.
Mallard Creek administration has filed an appeal with Commissioner Tucker and the State Board of Directors. The appeal is currently under review. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Coming up on 8:12, still to come, lawyers for Alec Murdoch are taking action against a former court official as the infamous former attorney faces retrial for murder. We're speaking with our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, about the case and what we can expect from South Carolina. Ted?
And our mountain counties feeling that warmth and that heat as well. Rain and storm chances coming a little earlier Wednesday into your Thursday. We'll break down what those rain chances really look like for uptown as well coming up after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Time is almost 8:15. Accused killer Alec Murdoch is filing a federal complaint against the official who South Carolina Supreme Court judges say prejudiced the jury in his murder trial.
That filing comes less than a week after the justices overturned Murdoch's conviction in the shooting deaths of his wife and son, setting him up for a retrial.
Joining us now, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, I'm sure I know the answer to this question, but how serious do judges and the court system take outside interference, jury tampering, and is it enough to obviously overturn convictions? That's what we're hearing here.
Yes, this is the most serious, period. I mean, there's nothing more serious than this in the criminal justice system. Judges don't want their cases to be overturned, and one way to have it to be overturned is that the judge misapplied the rule of law, right? But the other way is if there's any type of interaction, inappropriate conversations, inappropriate interactions with the jurors. And so the Supreme Court of South Carolina decided this was extremely over the line, and that's why now Alec Murdoch's team is deciding to bring this civil lawsuit against Becky Hill, specifically because she was doing a number of things that violated his constitutional rights.
And so what is the civil, I guess, what are the damages here? Besides, obviously, your reputation, serving prison time. But when you talk about money, which is what we're asking for here, how do you put a dollar amount on that?
You can easily put a dollar amount on it. His legal representation, they know what that dollar amount is. They know that, hey, we charged him this amount, $600,000 is what they talked about. It cost for him to defend himself in that first trial. So that's what they're asking for. They're saying it cost this amount. That basically was wasted. While taxpayer dollars were wasted to do this trial, with the judge to be there, with the prosecutor's office to be there, well, Murdoch had to pay for his team to be there. That cost now to do a redo, that money's gone. That the legal services have already been rendered for a case that should have been done with, but for Becky Hill's actions in the background. And so if you're looking at these types of claims, USC 1983 claims are going to be based under color of law. Is a person in a position of authority already acting within that position of authority, and have they exceeded their position of authority to so much so that now they violated one of my constitutional rights? What's the constitutional right you're saying they violated here for him? It's the right to having a fair and impartial jury trial that's not tampered with someone that's attempting to get some celebrity status. That's the argument. It's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, well, with the state Supreme Court ruling there, I mean, it's hard to find a way that they won't be successful in this lawsuit. And Khalif, you kind of touched on it there. We know that the defense team, they say Alec Murdoch's out of money. There's no money for them. So would they be able to get the money for not just the past trial, but also because now, because of her actions, you're forcing us to go back to court. So past trial and the next one.
Yeah, his legal team touched on that as well, and I think this was the best answer you give in that scenario. They talked about there not being any more money, and he said, well, sometimes you do you quote a client for a fee. Basically a flat fee. Hey, I'll represent you for this trial for $100,000. And he said, but the job isn't done. And he said, meaning that we're not getting paid now, but we're still working. We're representing our client because he hired us to do something, and because of Becky Hill's actions, the job isn't done. Now, did he tip his hat to, all right, some of that money that will be recouped possibly from this could go to us? A little bit, but he also said none of this money is going to go to Alec Murdoch. That all of the funds, because he owes so many different people, would be dispersed in a number of other ways. But I'm suspecting that some of those ways would be to their legal funds to ensure that he has the representation going forward.
Khalif, quickly, we know a reach out probably expected here. How do you not have a tainted trial when you start over? Do you have all new players, all new judge, that kind of thing? I mean, how does what just happened not leak its way into a new trial?
100%. Great question. I think that you'll for sure have new players in terms of a jury. You're not going to get the same jury pool, right? You'll get a new judge. They already talked about that yesterday, that once it gets remanded back to the lower court, that a different judge, not the judge that was on the previous case, will be there. But it'll be the same DAs. It will be the same prosecutor. It will be the same defense attorneys, but you'll have different legal strategies. But that jury, can you get a jury that's fair and impartial? Not a jury that's unaware of the case. That's the key point. It's going to be impossible. We had to hide under a rock for the last year, maybe 2 years, to not know this case existed. But can you get someone that, even if they are aware of it, that's able to set those biases aside and still be fair and be impartial? That's what you're going to have to be able to get. So as they mentioned in the presser yesterday, you're going to get jury pools that are going to be significantly larger than normal, because you're probably going to go through a few hundred people before you can get to that right number of 12 to 14 that could be fair and impartial. You may need to get folks from other counties, but there is a way to get there. It may not happen overnight, maybe 2 weeks, but it'll get there at some point.
It'll take some time, and the plot thickens with this case.
Yeah.
Yet again. All right, Khalif, thank you so much.
Coming up on 8:20, starting to heat up. Oh, God, we're getting close to 70 already, Ted. How high are we going?
Yeah, we're going to be making a run for the low 90s later on today. Already in the low 70s. Winds are calm, and we have that slowdown on Independence Boulevard. We'll have to get to the bottom of that with the check of traffic here coming up in our next half hour. Low 70s, even into the mid to upper 60s around the Queen City. Low 60s now, Boone and Jefferson, with our highs aimed right towards the low to mid 90s. Heading into the peak heating hours of the day. We'll be in the mid-80s, mountain counties, looking at a hot afternoon with above normal temperatures locked in, sticking around through Wednesday as well. We'll be below normal for our highs through the Dakotas, Nebraska, into northern Texas, Colorado, potentially breaking records towards the northeast. I see the pink on your map from Richmond, Virginia, Washington, up through New York into Boston, looking at what will be the significantly above normal temperatures while we sit in the low 90s heading into Wednesday. Average highs this time of year settle in the low 80s. I'm looking at upper 80s and upper 70s Thursday into Friday. Leveling off back into the 80s through your holiday weekend. A muggy meter still bringing in the sticky conditions. Dew points in the low to mid 60s will keep us sticky at the very least until we head into the second half of the work week. Quick look at your Coca-Cola 600 forecast. Low 80s with pop-up showers and storms. Something to watch out for. Could be scattered in nature as high pressure sits off of the North Carolina coast today. Winds mainly out of the south, but calm, as I just showed you, playing into the mostly clear skies that we'll have for most of the afternoon. Clouds build heading into Wednesday with rain and storm chances possible through our mountain counties. Stationary front funnels all that moisture right into the Carolinas as we approach the second half of the work week Thursday into your Friday, which is going to give us the active pattern that lingers here all the way into your holiday weekend. So I expect us to hold on to what will be those upper 80s for Thursday. Heading into your weekend, we'll settle back into the 80s with those scattered showers and storms sticking around through Memorial Day. Jason?
Ted, thank you very much. 8:22 as we go to break. I want to give you a live look. Look at this gorgeous shot over New York City. Man, that city is just ginormous when we compare it to our Charlotte skyline. Things are looking good there. Not so good for futures. The Dow, S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. We will join Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. Most Americans are in, quote, summer mode well before the season begins. Are you? And the Trump administration is rolling back some water regulations. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Tuesday morning.
Hi, Jason. Happy Tuesday to you. And the futures are set up for a lower start today. We were mixed yesterday. You know, tech companies, which hit record high after record high there, like every day for a couple of weeks, are pulling back, and that's happening again here this morning. Well, the Trump administration announced that it will drop some limits on forever chemicals in drinking water. So it said it would rescind 4 of the 6 types of forever chemicals covered under a Biden-era rule. Now, under that regulation, water systems were required to filter out at least some of these toxic substances by 2029. Now the administration pushing that to 2031. And EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin said the former proposal was legally questionable. Well, even with the summer season approaching, Americans are not quite ready to go full summer mode, although they're getting there. The average respondent feeling only 67% prepared for the warmer months. The survey was done by Talker Research for Factor, and it found this may be because more than a third of Americans admit they struggle to keep up with the season, and some say they're already sick of the heat. It's going to be 95 here today, so I may be sick of the heat by the end of the day, Jason.
Jane, we're in the same hot, humid boat that you're in for the next couple of days, with rain through the entire Memorial weekend coming, is what they're saying anyway.
Right.
I'm the same way.
That's exactly
listen,
what we're going to get.
Unless I have a lake or a pool or a water slide or something where I can get some kind of relief, it just gets miserable pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. It's no fun. Hot and humid in the city. Subway. Don't even go on the subway.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about
disgusting.
that. Yeah, that can't be good. All right, listen, Jane, thank you. Stay cool. We'll join you a little over an hour when markets open at 9:30. Thanks, Jane.
Thanks.
All right, you're watching Queen City News on this Tuesday. Still having a lot of issues with traffic on inbound Independence. We will take a look at that and have your forecast coming up after this.
8:30 on the dot here. I had to wait for it. Pause for dramatic effect. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Ted says Mother Nature is guilty of criminal offenses and making it too hot for everyone when it's not even summertime yet.
I think that is an official charge.
That's the official charge.
The temperature is too high. Yeah.
For this early.
For
It's
this early.
understandable for July, maybe.
Yeah, we were throwing songs around earlier, Julian and I. Do you have any songs to represent the heat that we're experiencing?
We've done Hot in Here.
I was going to take that one.
Heat Waves.
Oh, Heat Wave, yeah.
Oh,
that's a
okay,
good
that's
one.
a good one.
I like that one.
Fire burning on the dance floor.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Where did he go?
Oh man, he's out there probably soaking up this sunshine somewhere, enjoying the afternoon temperatures. But we are looking at a big warm up here as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Starting off warm, 70 degrees right now, making a run for what will be the low 90s peak heating hours of the day. So right now we see the Queen City in the distance, throwing those temperatures on top, low 70s. Winds are calm, dew points in the low 60s, and I'm expecting us to hold on to a slightly cooler start to the day, even though we'll have a warmer finish. I'm expecting low 90s. Yesterday only touched 90 degrees. So we're in the low 70s for Charlotte, 60s Concord into Rock Hill, low 60s Boone and Jefferson with dew points in the 60s around the Queen City. That's playing into some of that stickiness and that muggy feel that you have heading out the door this morning. Day planner giving us that sunshine, helping us warm up into the 80s through lunchtime, low 90s peak heating hours of the day, back into the 70s heading into 9 p.m. So today's forecast, mostly sunny south-southwest winds, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Low 90s will land just about 2 degrees shy of our record high of 95 degrees set back in 1962. Average highs usually in the low 80s. Will be well above that even through lunchtime, dropping down into the 60s overnight heading into your Wednesday morning. So we'll have another warm afternoon, temperatures rebounding into the 90s. Pollen count stays medium to high here for the remainder of the work week. Rain chances hopefully helping to bring that down a little bit. But our mountain counties will start to have the wet weather a little earlier. I'm looking at Wednesday getting the impacts north of the I-40 corridor. Scattered showers and storms sticking around through Thursday and Friday. Looking at low 70s kicking off the weekend for our higher elevations. We'll have another check of your forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. New overnight, Charlotte police are investigating after someone was shot, resulting in serious injuries in South Charlotte. It happened around 12:30 at a check cashing business on the corner of South Tryon Street and West Boulevard. CMPD crime scene investigators could be seen going through the back of that gray Chevy SUV at the scene. It's still unclear what happened and who the victim is. We're still working to learn if there are any suspects in custody. Of course, we'll bring you the latest both on air and online at qcnews.com.
Taking a live look at Lake Wylie now, where the search for a missing York County swimmer is picking back up this morning. Teams are at the Ebenezer Park boat landing on Lake Wylie near Tega Cay. That's close to the Catawba Dam. Deputies say that a person jumped off a boat, submerged, and they didn't come back up. The search for the swimmer was called off last night around 10:30. Again, this is a live look on Lake Wylie as crews are getting ready to start their search on the water. Once again, we'll keep an eye on things all day for you on air and online at qcnews.com. Jason?
Annie, thank you very much. 8:33 right now. Let's check on the pinpoint traffic. Man, it's really starting to fill up this morning. All the interstates, we're seeing at least some type of slowdown or minor accident. So let's get to them. The first and newest one on the board is in the southeast part of the city, 485 Inter. Between John Street, backed up way beyond Independence Boulevard on the way to, man, you're getting closer over to Mint Hill area. That whole stretch with one lane blocked is going to really snag things up for you if you're trying to work your way around 485 Inter. Let's go and give you some drive times from different parts of the city. Coming up, 74 is the worst. You folks in Monroe trying to get through Indian Trail and Matthews, it is, you're getting close to an hour this morning. Let's show you the camera on Independence up near Sharon Amity Road. Stop and go traffic right there underneath the bridge. Not good all the way around the bend. So there are no accidents reported. Julian and I just checked. Central Avenue or Monroe Road's going to be your best bet. 85 south coming down from Concord Mills and Cabarrus County. Looking pretty good, all 5 lanes on southbound. Let's take you to the other side of town so we can give you drive times. It's really been slow coming up. Ooh, it's much better. So 30 minutes ago at 8 o'clock, we were showing you what it looked like coming up from Rock Hill. It was 75 minutes. Now it's down to 26. So whatever was going on just south of Rock Hill has improved. You're all around 30 minutes coming up from that stretch of town, different sides coming in from Gaston County. Here's 45 on the west side of the city. All 6-7 lanes across, looking good down near Carowinds at the state line. That stretch is also good. Same could be said coming down from Cornelius. A little stop and go traffic, but not too bad. We will wrap up your pinpoint traffic coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
North Carolina's top transportation official has a warning for Charlotte. He says the city is at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding if the I-77 widening project doesn't move forward. Last week, city council members voted narrowly to rescind their support for the proposal following weeks of pushback from neighborhood groups and public transit advocates. In this letter to Mayor Vi-Lyles, NCDOT Secretary Daniel Johnson laid out rather plainly if plans to widen the roadway don't move forward, the $600 million will be distributed to other projects around the state. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber has more.
It was last week when Charlotte City Council voted to rescind support for the proposed widening and toll lane addition for I-77 South, a traffic-plagued section of highway connecting uptown to South Carolina.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
That vote directs the city's representative on a regional transit board to also rescind their support. If enough of the remaining board members join with Charlotte, North Carolina's transportation secretary says they'll have to totally start over. In his May 15th letter to Charlotte Mayor Vi-Lyles, Secretary Daniel Johnson says it also means $600 million in funding would be redistributed among other projects across the state. It's something supporters were concerned about when the project faced initial pushback over its plan to cut through historic black neighborhoods in the city.
If the city doesn't want this project, Raleigh will take this 600 plus 100 million tomorrow. Greensboro will take it tomorrow. It's not being allocated to another project. It is leaving the city, and it won't be coming back.
Also on Monday, while NCDOT says it must stick with the plan of widening the road to 10 lanes, new designs were released the department says will better connect West Charlotte to Uptown, a part of the city that was cut off when the highway was originally built. Designs include adding parks as well as landscaped pedestrian and bike crossings.
Again, that was Andy Weber reporting. Now, we don't know how much those new plans to connect West Charlotte to Uptown would cost, but in that letter, the secretary said it would be paid for using private funding, which would also be at risk if that project is scrapped. That regional transportation board is set to meet this week, but a vote on the project is not expected to happen until June.
If you were planning on getting a new summer wardrobe, you better plan on shelling out some serious money.
That's right. Clothing prices just saw their biggest jump in 3 years as Americans continue to feel the impact of higher costs across the economy.
All right, so let's bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. So how significant is this?
You know, when I think a lot of times when we talk about rising prices, it's gas, it's groceries, it's housing, but really over the last couple of years, clothing has really been a category that we haven't seen dramatically high increases, right? But up until right now, really. So data shows that clothing prices have jumped 4% in April. That's a 3-year high, and also the 5th consecutive month of prices rising in a row. And this really follows a time when clothing companies have tried to keep prices stable in order to remain competitive with one another, right? There's a lot of options out there for clothing these days. But I think now that we're seeing this 4% jump year over year from April, I mean, people might actually start noticing this now out in the stores.
Well, we know the war in Iran is causing some prices and other things to go up. What's driving this?
So there's a lot of things really kind of impacting these prices. Of course, you have the rising labor costs, you have higher shipping costs tied to the war in Iran, and also the tariff and trade uncertainties. But one thing that I think a lot of people don't realize is that those higher oil prices don't just impact the shipping costs. They also make it more expensive to make clothing because a lot of fabrics are actually made out of polyester, nylon, and spandex, which are petroleum based. So there's a lot of ties there when it comes to oil prices. So when we do see a rise there, it directly impacts what it costs to make them, ship them, manufacturing them, and of course buying them.
Okay, Taylor, so with prices going up, has that had any impact on shopping trends?
It absolutely has. So we are seeing a rise in more Americans buying secondhand resale. There's a lot, again, there's more options out there online. The Real is one that I know is huge right now. People buying used clothing, and there's just more platforms like that out there. But according to a report by Capital One Shopping, the average American now spends hundreds of dollars a year on secondhand clothing. So I think consumers are just becoming more strategic when it comes to shopping, and this can just not be just because clothing prices are increasing, but we've seen prices across the board really increasing. So they're buying fewer items, waiting for sale, and just finding cheaper alternatives.
Okay, so what do you think this says about the state of the consumer as a whole right now?
Yeah, I think everyone is just more price conscious, again, with people buying the secondhand clothing. But I do think there was one interesting finding that I found researching this, is we're also seeing a large uptick in secondhand luxury clothing. So just because people are buying fewer or buying used, it doesn't mean that they're not still wanting to buy nice. Of course, it will be cheaper than buying a luxury item straight from the store shelves. But yeah, I think just going back to people just being a lot more conscious about where their money is going. And if we continue to see clothing prices increase, I'm sure that will continue happening.
All right, Taylor, just know that if you find some of my old used spandex
Don't wear
at a
it.
resale shop near you, it's lost all its stretch. I'm just saying.
Just throw it away.
There you go.
Taylor, thank you. I appreciate that.
Has a JH on the
841.
label. What's
Just
that
go
stand
to a
for?
different store. Go to a different store. All right, listen, big day for baseball fans here in the QC. This morning marks the very first pitch in about 19 minutes of this season's ACC baseball tournament. It is out at Truist Field this morning. NC State, they're taking on Duke this morning at 9 o'clock, not too long from now. And then at 1 o'clock, you got Stanford and California squaring off. 5 p.m., Notre Dame taking on Clemson Tigers. And then you got a game set for 9 tonight between Louisville and Pitt. The tournament will see games every single day this week until the championship this coming Sunday. May Kay, what's coming up?
Are you getting away from Memorial Day? Well, one type of road trip, it is seeing a surge as vacationers skip airports for flexible summer trips in an RV. Yeah, I'm May-Kay Bueller. Coming up, are you ready for an experience-driven vacay? What you need to know. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Are you getting away for Memorial Day? How about summer vacation? With the rising cost of jet fuel and gas at the pump, many would-be travelers are conflicted. Is it more affordable to fly or to drive to your holiday destinations?
And with another busy travel season upon us, new industry data shows travelers are prioritizing road trips, flexibility, and outdoor experiences over traditional air travel. And one type of road trip is seeing a surge as vacationers skip airports and opt for a more flexible summer trip in an RV.
That's right. Our chief transportation correspondent, pilot Maike Beeler, here to explain. Hey, Maike.
Okay, are you familiar with RV lingo? Terms like full hookup.
Yes.
Partial hookup.
Yes.
Oh.
How about Wally docking?
You know that one, Andy?
I don't know
What?
that one.
Okay, you got
This
it.
is RV and not like a dating app, right?
That's
I'm just checking.
We're gonna go there.
Both of them sound very, I'm just checking. All right.
This is a family show.
Okay. All right. All right.
Seasoned RVers know these terms refer to water and electrical hookups, and to maybe simply parking your RV in a Walmart parking lot. That's Wally docking. Apparently it's allowed. All right, so from the freedom to roam to the joy of unplugging and reconnecting, more and more people are choosing the RV way of life. Whether you are new to the RV world or a seasoned camper, renting an RV can be more affordable than an airline ticket plus hotels, depending on the size and type of RV you rent, and of course your destination. Now, according to data from the RV Industry Association, 37 million Americans plan to travel by RV this summer. You know, over half are going to bring their pets. All right, RVing has become wildly popular among millennials and Gen Zers, and that's fueled by their interest in flexible, experience-driven vacations. And according to an industry expert at RV Share, RV rentals, well, they're playing a major role in making those trips more accessible to everybody. So here's the deal. Comparing the cost of RV rental versus airfare prices. All right. If you booked your flight before February 28, before the start of the Iran war, you may have scored a big win with your ticket price, because since then, tickets have risen 20% thanks to rising jet fuel costs. And with Spirit Airlines no longer in the picture, remaining air carriers, well, some are bumping up their fares. So if you still need to buy tickets, prepare for sticker shock. But if you're curious about RVing, here's what you should know. According to reports, RV vacations can cost significantly less than comparable air hotel trips for families and groups. For those on long trips across multiple destinations, that's when RVing can offer a better value overall. And again, it depends on travel style, trip length, destination, and RV type. So how much does it cost to rent an RV? As little as $50 to up to $450 a night. Of course, varies according to size and RV. You know, you got those travel trailers you hitch to your car or truck. You have those cute rounded campers. You got the pop-up kind. You have cab-overs. You know, the cab sleeping quarters typically jutting out over the top of the driver's seat. They vary in price. There's the minibus camper, converted to have the basic necessities for camping. Or, love this, the mega motorhomes.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby. Perfect for big families, or if you just want to live out your rock star fantasies. All right, so typical economy airfares. We're not talking about the ultra low cost fares, but the typical economy round trip airfare can start at $600 and up, depending on your destination. So you can kind of figure out what you want to pay.
All right, I got my bags packed. You got me hooked now. I'm ready to do this. So other than the actual beginning of the RV rental price, that's just where it starts.
Right.
Are there other fees that you have to consider?
Yeah, so when you're done with it, you got cleaning fees.
It's like Airbnb.
You messy person, you.
Oh.
There are mileage limits. There's generator usage, linen packages, kitchen kits. You got to reserve your RV too at a campground. You got to pay for that, like a KOA campground.
But not if you Wally dock, right?
Not if you Wally dock.
That is
I don't
true.
want
But then
Walmart
you
to
don't
call
get
me.
the electricity and
That's
the water
right.
hookup, so that's the trade-off there.
Right.
What about, owning an RV versus renting one?
So you can imagine, cha-ching, cha-ching. It depends on your taste.
Right.
So an RV can be a six-figure asset or more. Depending, but you got to pay for maintenance, you got to pay for insurance, storage. This is the big deal. A lot of neighborhoods don't want you storing that beast in their neighborhood. You got HO, right? It's
Unsightly.
Unsightly.
It is.
Yeah,
That's right.
HOA and all that good stuff. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Insurance, regular upkeep. If you're new to RVing, renting first is suggested. So you know if you love it before you invest. And apparently this is a budget-friendly alternative to expensive summer air travel.
Quickly, I will say 2 things. One, rent it for a day or a night. Go to a state park and just try it out. See if you like it.
See if you like it.
My youngest daughter just came back with a family friend. They keep their RV docked like at Myrtle Beach in one of those camp areas the whole year. And they drive to their RV, so they're not having to pack up the RV. It stays there with hundreds of other RV owners from around the country. And that might be a style that you choose instead of a condo or something else.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah,
I think it would be fun just to give it a shot. And I know people love it.
I'm thinking road trip.
RVing!
There we go.
Let's do it.
All right.
Thank you. Ted, where can we road trip to some place that's not going to be so disrespectfully hot?
I mean, if you want to take the road trip all the way to Colorado, we can go that way. You know, it's pretty nice, too, when you go through the central United States. A lot to look at and see. Winds are calm. We have a beautiful country, 71 degrees. It's going to be hot this afternoon, though, as we get into the peak heating hours of the day. Still have that slowdown on Independence Boulevard. Low 70s, Charlotte into Monroe. We're looking at 60s into the 70s towards Jefferson. So a warm start leading to that hot finish. Low to mid 90s locked in, heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Mid 80s, Boone and Jefferson. Above normal temperatures echoing into the Northeast. And here's what we have to look for. Our destination right in the middle of that blue for those below normal temperatures heading into your midweek on Wednesday. We could even stop towards Nebraska if you want, or even into Iowa, heading into Wichita or Oklahoma City, Dallas. That's all going to be below normal. Well, we're talking potential record heat towards the Northeast. So if you were hoping to go north towards New York, you might be in for it as we still ramp up those temperatures here heading into your Wednesday. Low 90s heading into Wednesday, upper 80s near 90 degrees come Thursday. Average highs this time of year typically land in the low 80s. We'll be closer to that Friday and Saturday, rebounding into the mid 80s heading into early next week. Muggy meter will keep the sticky and humid conditions coming for your Wednesday into Thursday. Rain chances ramp up and that active pattern sticks around for your weekend. Charlotte Motor Speedway will hold on to some pop-up showers and storms for that Coca-Cola 600 kicking off here your Sunday evening. So high pressure in control, giving us mostly dry conditions with clear skies as that cold front approaches from the north and west. That's going to play into the rain chances that roll in second half of the work week. I expect us to hold on to those spotty storms and those isolated downpours heading into the weekend with those 80s locked in, lasting through Memorial Day of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
You could be the proud new owner of $1 million Nantucket home for free. But wait, there's more. The new owner must be prepared to move the home off the property in 180 days. Whoa, that's a catch.
Easy.
A local initiative is encouraging homeowners to relocate older homes so that they don't end up in a landfill. The 3-bedroom, 2-bath home sits on just over an acre of land and was sold for $3 million in late 2025. It hasn't been said why the home is being removed, but a real estate agent in the area says that the land can often be more valuable than the home itself.
I was going to say it's not $3 million because of the house. It's where it is.
No.
Location.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Come on now.
Sure.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to move a home?
So much.
I don't know.
More than,
Okay.
But more than the home itself?
It shouldn't cost $3 million to move it.
I was going to say, we should look
But
at
it's
the logistics.
also an older home, so it's probably going to require some work, right?
Then you got to get the land to put the home on.
I'd be worried about the foundation when it gets to where it's going.
To your point, the value is where it is, right? But if it's
Right.
still a good home, let's say 3,000 square feet home, that's a pretty good size.
But where are you moving it, right? 'Cause
If you
you're
buy
in
a plot of
Nantucket.
land,
So everything around there is expensive.
Everything around there is expensive.
The further you travel that home, the more it's going to cost. So where are you taking it to break
if
even?
you get the home for free, if you buy the land for $100,000,
We got it figured out with the help of our producer Amber.
Okay.
All right, we're going to buy it for $3 million. We're going to buy it for $3 million. We're going to move it. Someone can take it if they want to. It doesn't matter. Because like Maykay said, we're going to put an RV on this property. We're going to put an RV on this property. I don't know what Nantucket HOA. I'm thinking that's going to. I think they're going to rule that out. But we're going to try it. At least we're going to make one viral video before we get kicked out.
There we go.
Okay.
I'm glad. See, we have answers.
It.
Answers
the Nantucket neighbors.
Nantucket neighbors. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back.
Coming to
Queen City News starts now.
Hot and humid on this Tuesday morning. Welcome in, everyone, to our 9 o'clock and final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sidor.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, playing that heat playlist all morning long because, Mother Nature's going to be showing out with that sunshine coming out later on today.
We could plug that into Spotify. Just say
Oh,
heat
yeah.
playlist
You could.
and
Yeah.
see what happens.
Or cool. I'd rather listen to a cool playlist.
Get some smooth jazz in there.
Yeah, maybe.
Some Kenny G.
Okay.
As I'm out in the humidity, Kenny.
Nothing cools me
I just
off.
had a song pop into my head. You don't want me to hum it. What?
Nothing cools me off better than some sweet saxophone.
Kenny, take me away.
Go to the live shot.
Give me a jacket. I'm cold now. Kenny G.
Taking you live outside with the sweet renderings of Kenny G this morning. Charlotte Motor Speedway. Lots of sunshine kicking off your morning here out of Concord and into uptown surrounding areas. We are in the 70s already, making a run for what will be the 90s. They're setting things up for this weekend. Charlotte Motor Speedway will be a packed house as folks will be out there for the Coca-Cola 600 kicking off 6 p.m. on Sunday. Right now, don't treat I-85 like the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Stay within speed limit as we look at those mid-70s temperatures on the light range out of the west-southwest with those temperatures not too far off from where we were yesterday. Low 70s around Charlotte, mid-70s Concord into Albemarle, upper 60s, low 70s Boone and Jefferson. Dew points in the mid-60s, mid to upper 50s for our mountain counties. Day planner shows we ramp up effectively with low 90s on tap. Highs peaking in the low 90s, south-southwest winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. We'll talk rain chances here with another look at your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Julian?
All right, Ted, thank you. New overnight Charlotte police are investigating after someone was shot, resulting in serious injuries in South Charlotte. It happened around 12:30 at a check cashing business on the corner of South Tryon Street and West Boulevard. CMPD crime scene investigators could be seen going through the back of that gray Chevy SUV right there. It's still unclear what led up to this shooting, who the victim is, and if there are any suspects in custody. We're still working to bring that information to you. When we get it, we'll bring it to you both on air and online, qcnews.com.
The search for a missing York County swimmer is back on this morning. This is a live look from the Ebenezer Park boat landing on Lake Wylie near Tega Cay, close to the Catawba Dam. We have seen crews out there at the boat landing getting ready. They had a boat out there. We have fire crews as well. Deputies say a person had jumped off a boat, they submerged, and they didn't come back up. The search for that swimmer did have to be called off around 10:30 last night. It picked up again around 8 this morning, so about an hour into that search.
North Carolina's top transportation official has a warning for Charlotte. He says the city is at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding if the I-77 widening project doesn't move forward. Just last week, city council members voted narrowly to rescind their support for the proposal following weeks of pushback from neighborhood groups and public transit advocates.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
That vote directs the city's representative on a regional transit board to also rescind their support. If enough of the remaining board members join with Charlotte, North Carolina's transportation secretary says that they'll have to totally start over. In his May 15th letter to Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles, Secretary Daniel Johnson said that it also means $600 million in funding would be distributed among other projects across the state. It's something supporters were concerned about when the project faced pushback over its plan to cut through historic black neighborhoods in the city. The Regional Transportation Board is set to meet this week, but a vote on the I-77 project isn't expected to happen until June. The Trump administration has announced the creation of a nearly $2 billion fund to compensate allies of the president who believe they have been unjustly investigated and prosecuted. The Anti-Weaponization Fund is part of a settlement that resolves President Trump's lawsuit against the IRS over the leak of his tax returns.
All right, so we're going to bring in our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. When you hear this, what do you make of this?
Confused. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the best thing I can say. I mean, and the reason why I say that is I recognize that there have been settlements within the presidential executive branch over the years. There have been a number, but typically there's a causal connection to the settlement in the underlying case, and there seems to be zero connection when you look at this case. It started with President Trump on one side suing the IRS, who's under his administration, on the other side. And this is not coming from me. This is coming from the court. When they were in the hearing, the judge asked the same question that I said to Trump's attorneys. Do you find that this is a weird position to be in, where you are on both sides of the argument? And after some point when the judge kept asking the questions, you could see the attorneys didn't have an answer for it. And so then they walked back, and now we come to this settlement. The issue that I have with this is that this was about his tax returns being leaked by an independent contractor that worked for the IRS. It had nothing to do with the weaponization or the potential allegations of weaponization or lawfare, as Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says, within the department. And so the connection between the two, there's a large gap. Additionally, with those previous ones, there was extremely large oversight, judicial oversight. Not to mention congressional oversight, congressional authority, but there was judicial oversight. This one, they actually went as far to say that the courts should not and cannot review this settlement, which is typically not the case. Any type of time like parties come together and agree to settle, the court would approve any future settlements, and that's just not happening here.
So this fund, which is interestingly enough 1.776 billion, which is the year our country was founded, 1776. All right, so this fund meant to compensate people who say they were targeted by past administrations, right, Khalif? How does someone prove to even qualify to be compensated?
Right now, I think I hate to make that response, but it's an example of building the plane and attempting to fly it at the same time. And sometimes in government, you have to do that when you're like responding to a quick something that's occurring, and okay, we have to put a patchwork on it while we figure out the details in the mix. You know, the 9/11 type of funds, I think, is probably the best example. There was an emergency, you needed to get resources to folks, and then we'll figure out how do we fix this down the road, but right now we know there's a need. I think they're attempting to utilize that same approach. Todd Blanche mentioned that there will be a bipartisan, nonpartisan. He also added application process to anyone that feels like they have been, as he mentioned, a victim of lawfare, can seek compensation and apology. So I'm not sure how you go under the apology category or how you would go under the compensation category. None of that is flushed out, and typically that would come through congressional action by when they appropriate the funds. They'd say how these funds could be used and what the mechanism for getting application to these funds will look like.
Khalif, kind of a two-part here. Do you anticipate any legal challenges to that because of the way they're appropriating funds or trying to appropriate funds? And then also, if they do end up getting this fund started, would the public have any right to know who's on the receiving end of it?
I mean, that's why we're saying there's a lack of transparency surrounding the settlement. There's a lack of transparency surrounding the process. And I don't need a crystal ball. All I got to do is look at last week what happened. 100+ congressional members filed a lawsuit attempting to stop this settlement from happening. The court didn't listen to that argument and allowed this to go forward. So yes, I think there will be future litigation because those 100+ congressmen are saying, hey, we don't think this should even started, let alone take place. The Trump administration will point to President Obama's doing this in the past, and I can say there is a clear distinction between the two. Lawsuit brought by black farmers, Native American farmers. Remember, this is a lawsuit. Congress already appropriated funds. They settled based on that lawsuit, causal connection. Lawsuit for discrimination against black farmers, settlement directly connected to black farmers. Congress appropriates funds to those farmers. That's how that's supposed to work. This is not how it's supposed to work, where you have three different branches kind of not working together and one branch saying, we're telling you what we're going to do.
All right, interesting. Khalif, thank you so much.
9:09 right now. We're already in the low 70s. Going to keep climbing. Maybe, I don't know, another 20 degrees. Ted, how are we expected to go before rain maybe this week?
Yeah, we're looking at another 20 degrees, aiming for what will be the low 90s, but rain chances hold off at the very least until second half of the work week. Friday and Saturday look to be the diciest of the two. Lower end rain and storm chances heading into Sunday, but by the time we get to Memorial Day, we'll have more of the dicey weather. So radar not picking up on too much activity as of right now. Now, it is quiet with our rain chances non-existent. Any green that you're seeing, those are false returns here on your radar. We're still looking at drought conditions, level 4 out of 5 in that red shading. That's the extreme drought. The orange is the severe drought, level 3 out of 5. That's settled in around the Carolinas. Water vapor satellite imagery showing that the dry air is just to our east, some limited moisture to our west. That's where we had the partly cloudy skies over Kentucky into Tennessee, and that cold front sweeping into Texas and our central plains, sparking some of the showers and storms, impacting some of that warm air that has taken hold over the eastern United States. We could even potentially get record-breaking warmth to the northeast, the cooler temperatures out west towards the Dakotas, Nebraska, into Colorado. Your weekend forecast will hold on to some of the warmth and the intermittent showers and storms, which I'll detail more of for you here coming up in the next 10 minutes. For now, let's get one last check of traffic. Jason?
Let's do it, Ted. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Still quite a bit of volume, even though we're on the backside of rush hour on this Tuesday morning. None of these, the 4 or 5, I should say, icons are causing major delays. Probably the worst one that we're looking at is still in the southeast part of the city. Between Matthews and Mint Hill, this is 45 enter. Still have a lane blocked. It's gone from red to yellow. We will take that change in color because that means traffic starting to move. We do still have backups between John Street all the way past Independence Boulevard this morning, so just be aware of that. Here's some of those drive times. You're still looking at 50 minutes coming up 74 from Monroe to Uptown. Further up 74 turns into Independence Boulevard. Hey, this is the first time in the last 2 hours that we're seeing traffic moving freely inbound on Independence. So that is some great news. We like to see things recover in our 9 o'clock hour. All right, let's go back to the other side of town. If you're coming in from Gaston County, down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill, everything under 21 minutes. Wow, that is a huge improvement. We love that. Out west, the northwest part of the 485 loop. This is out near Walker's Ferry Road. Things are looking good, all 6 lanes across. Down at the state line near Carowinds, still stop and go, those right 2 lanes because of merging from the right-hand side. But overall, not too bad. If you're headed to the airport this morning, put the phone away. Don't be distracted. You can pick it back up when you get there. But here are those drive times, still a little slow coming up from South Carolina, but overall, not too bad. May Kay, what's coming up?
Okay, well, you know, you find them everywhere, from toy stores to war zones. They serve lots of purposes, including fast food delivery, but can they help deliver water to areas of dire need? On May KBR coming up, we're talking about drones, specifically the impact of drought drones. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
You find them everywhere, from toy stores to war zones.
They come in all shapes and sizes. They're used from everything for fun, recreational use, medical, grocery, and fast food delivery, but also deadly weaponry. But can they actually bring water to areas in dire need?
That's the question we're talking about. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Mackay Baylor dives into the controversial emerging world of drought drones.
Yeah, who knew?
What are those?
We need those right now.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah, because as you know, it's been a record dry start of the year. Nearly 60% of North Carolina has been classified under exceptional and severe drought, prompting water restrictions and spiking fire danger. And it's not just a problem in the southeast, because you know most of the west coast is plagued by drought conditions. And according excuse me, to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, conditions have worsened sharply in the past 3 months for more than a third of the country. So could drones offer relief? Drone cloud seeding, well, it's gaining attention as a weather modification technique that uses unmanned aerial vehicles to inject seeding agents like silver iodide into clouds to make rain. You know, it's a safer, more affordable, and precise alternative to manned aircraft. This allows operators to fly to remote areas directly into severe or icy storms without risking pilot safety.
All right, cloud seeding using drones. How does this whole process work?
Okay, let's go back to science class.
Okay. Oh, no.
Science
Oh,
101.
no.
Here we go. I'll try. Drones fly directly into super cooled clouds. We know clouds are moisture, right? Water. And they dispense powdered silver iodide or salt. Now the particles are going to provide a nucleus for the water droplets to latch onto. They're going to freeze and they get heavy enough to fall as rain or snow. So the idea of cloud seeding with silver iodide powder, we know it's been around for decades, making an impact, of course, with airplanes. And according to a report by News Nation, a startup company called Rainmaker changing the game by using drones. The company has already added to overall precipitation levels in California, Oregon, Idaho, and Utah. Cloud seeding with drones also helps farmers by increasing ground moisture overall. Additionally, it helps with wildfire prevention and enhancing reservoir levels to fight those fires. All right, now regarding the cloud seeding in general, there has been resistance in the United States since cloud seeding was first developed way back in the 40s. China and the UAE also use cloud seeding. It's been so effective, oversight is needed to prevent accidental flooding and avalanches. It works.
Yeah, you have to take into consideration all of those different factors. So what's the controversy surrounding this cloud seeding?
So it has been banned in several states. So Florida, Tennessee, and Louisiana, they argue that putting chemicals in clouds isn't natural. And the CEO of Rainmaker, of the company, says humans, well, they've intervened in water resources throughout history, pushing back on critics who claim his company is playing God.
Okay, so is that something that's happening here? Are drones being used for cloud seeding in North Carolina, Mackay?
As far as I know, not yet.
Okay.
I did research it. Drones are actively used in North Carolina to manage agricultural impacts of drought rather than cloud seeding vehicles.
Interesting.
So it's very interesting. And you know, like contrails, there are people who feel the contrails, condensation trails, the hot jet exhaust and the cold air. They feel that, some people feel that that's not safe, that that's chemicals too.
That are just left in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so it's interesting. If it works and it doesn't hurt the environment and it blesses the planet with well-needed water, then I think we'll see it in North Carolina at some point.
All right, Mackay.
Interesting stuff. Thank you.
Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Payton, who has talked about, cloud seeding in the past, whether it's done or not. We need rain in a bad way.
Yeah, we do need rain in a bad way. It's going to be hot this afternoon. We're already in the mid-70s. West-southwest winds, 6 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid-60s, so a 10-degree difference. Not giving us much of that fog this morning. We'll hold on to the warm start. Upper 60s, Boone and Jefferson. Hot finish, though. Low 90s, Charlotte, Monroe. Mid-80s, Boone and Jefferson. And again, you're looking at what will be more in the way of the above normal temperatures heading into your Wednesday. Below normal over toward parts of our central plains. I'm looking at potential record-breaking heat for Michigan up into New York, parts of New Jersey, into Massachusetts and Connecticut. Low 90s here close to home, but near 80 degrees to finish off the work week on Friday, which is just off of our normal high of 81 that we typically see this time of year. By Sunday and Monday, back into the mid-80s with more of that unsettled pattern coming in, likely giving us some relief from the sticky, humid conditions that we're combating here through midweek. Coca-Cola 600 kicking off with what will be those upper 80s in the peak heating hours of the day on Sunday. We'll have some pop-up showers and storms through the weekend if you're going to be at Charlotte Motor Speedway heading into your Memorial Day holiday. Clouds and radar are looking mostly clear as we hold on to high pressure off of the North Carolina coast. Clouds will build as we get into Wednesday and Thursday, ushering in the moisture, playing into the rain and storm chances that will be intermittent for the end of the work week into the weekend. Download the Pinpoint Weather app. That's the best tool to use to stay updated on the latest. Anywhere from 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch Monroe into Charlotte. I'm looking at lows tonight bottoming out in the mid to upper 60s. Overall, 7-day forecast holding on to those upper 80s to upper 70s to finish off the week. Unsettled pattern lingers into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now. The most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The cruise ship hit by a deadly hantavirus outbreak is now docked in the Netherlands. The MV Hondius was carrying 25 crew members and 2 medical personnel as it reached the port of Rotterdam Monday morning. About 150 passengers and crew from 23 countries were on board when a severe respiratory illness broke out. 3 people, a Dutch couple and a German national, have died since the start of that outbreak. The vessel is set to undergo disinfection and crew members will be quarantined. A small town in Argentina is under scrutiny after that outbreak. Last week, speculation beginning as to whether or not the region was ground zero for that outbreak. Argentina Health Ministry officials say that it was investigating if the first victims of the outbreak contracted the rat-borne virus there. Tourists are now taking all of this in stride.
But I do think it's just like paranoia, like it's a new virus and people are still very scared from COVID because it's very recent history. But I do think it will die down eventually.
The World Health Organization has confirmed 9 cases of the hantavirus so far.
Members of the Lumbee tribe are celebrating their federal recognition. They held a day-long celebration at UNC Pembroke for the milestone that they got after years of fighting. In December, the federal government gave official designation to the tribe after almost 100 years after getting state-level recognition in North Carolina. Leaders say the federal recognition opens doors for the tribe to get help needed to fix pressing issues.
It's going to give us an opportunity to address some of the disparities that we already have in education and healthcare, and so those are some of the biggest resources.
Tribal leaders say the recognition also opens for the doors for new jobs for their members.
It is a big day for baseball fans here in the Queen City. This morning marks the first pitch of this season's ACC baseball tournament out at Truist Field. NC State threw their first pitch against Duke. They started at 9 o'clock this morning, early. And then one this afternoon, you got Stanford taking on California. 5 p.m. Notre Dame taking on Clemson. And then you've got a game set for 9 tonight between Louisville and Pitt. The tournament will see games every single day in Uptown this week until the championship on Sunday. Good luck to all of those college athletes and their families here in town. Here's a cool looking shot, beautiful shot of New York City this morning with the harbor. We are going to check in with our Jane King coming up here in just a bit. All the futures are in the red, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Opening bells in about 3 minutes. We'll join her at the stock exchange coming up in just a bit.
up on 9:30 here. Happy Tuesday, and thanks for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper, meteorologist Ted Payton here. We were just mentioning the ACC Baseball Championships. The tournament starts today here in Charlotte. Duke, NC State playing each other right now. It's 0-0 in the first inning. But I just started thinking, there's games all day long. I'd much rather have a 9 a.m. game in this heat than like noon or 3 p.m. Those games are going to be hot.
Yeah, those games are going to be hot. They're going to be out there baking. So, yeah, definitely hydrate, drink lots of water. And if you're in the stands, make sure you're doing that as well. Find the shade wherever you can.
Dugout.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Concourse level, maybe, you can hide in there.
You're right. Yeah.
That's perfect. But we were going to be ramping up into the low 90s, just 2 degrees off of record highs for the peak heating hours of the day. Mostly sunny skies dominating at the very least until we head into Wednesday, where some of those partly cloudy skies will start to build. Here's proof in the pudding as we look at your Arlington camera showing uptown nice and bright Carolina blue skies, and that sunshine dominates as we are warming up now. Low 70s ramping up into what will be those low 90s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. So let's take a look at temperatures here over our tower camera, showing you I-85 here this morning. West-southwest winds, 74 degrees, dew point still in the mid-60s, and these temperatures not too far from where we were yesterday, just lagging behind by 2 degrees, but I expect us to outpace yesterday's temperatures as we head into the afternoon. So low 70s for your morning. You're looking at upper 60s, low 70s in our mountain counties. Our dew points in the 60s, that's where we start to feel sticky out there. Starting to get a little bit of the mugginess associated with the heat and that warmth, especially as we cross 80 degrees by lunchtime. Peak heating hours of the day lands in the low 90s. That's just going to be 2 degrees shy of our record highs set back in 1962 as we hold on to well above normal temperatures, 93 degrees, close to that 95 degree mark, but I don't think we break a record today. Overnight lows settle into the upper 60s. We'll hold on to partly cloudy skies with your pollen count staying relatively medium to high as we approach the second half of the work week, likely getting some relief from the pop-up showers and storms. I'll break down more of what we could expect with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. Home Depot reports earnings today with lows on deck.
And stocks are struggling for traction this morning.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories. Jane, it's been a rocky start to the week. How are stocks doing today, about 2 minutes into the day?
Well, we're lower today, so Dow down 400 points here right off the bat, and really the tech stocks are even getting harder. So the Nasdaq's in worse shape than the Dow is. They were hitting record high after record high a few weeks ago. There's some profit taking, pullback. Interest rates are creeping higher. That's also spooking the markets this morning.
All right, Jane, makes sense. But Home Depot says the American consumer is resilient.
Sure did. So the company had better than expected earnings. Now, the housing market has been somewhat stagnant, but Home Depot says they're still seeing people renovate their homes. Also, Home Depot says high gas prices aren't impacting sales yet. We will hear earnings from Lowe's tomorrow.
All right, Jane, I heard about this morning. Amazon's Alexa will now be offering AI-generated podcasts.
Yeah, so this will be generated by user requests, and the feature will create a tailored audio content on demand. It's available for free for Amazon Prime users or $19.99 a month for non-subscribers. Now, Amazon says its partnerships with news outlets like the AP and Reuters will help ensure the accuracy of its AI-generated podcasts. I don't know. We'll see how that goes.
Okay. All right, Jane, thank you. We'll catch up with you dark and early tomorrow morning.
Thanks.
New overnight, Charlotte police are investigating after someone was shot, resulting in serious injuries in South Charlotte. This happened around 12:30 this morning at a check cashing business right at the corner of South Tryon Street and West Boulevard. CMPD crime scene investigators, as you can see here, going through the back of a gray Chevy SUV on scene there. It's still unclear what happened and who the victim is. We are working to learn if there are any suspects right now, and we'll bring you the latest on air and online throughout the day on QCnews.com.
The search for a missing York County swimmer is back on this morning. Teams currently out on the water around the Ebenezer Park boat landing on Lake Wylie right now near Tega Cay, close to the Catawba Dam. Deputies say a person jumped off a boat, they submerged, and they didn't come back up. The search for that swimmer was called off around 10:30 last night Several agencies are on scene right now, and dive teams started working just a couple minutes ago at 9:30.
South Carolina lawmakers will resume their special session today after another day of debate over the Republican redistricting plan. Their new proposed map would break up the current 6th district, the state's only district currently held by Democrat Congressman Jim Clyburn. The push to redraw the map comes less than a month before the state's scheduled primary election. GOP leaders say the redistricting push is about securing Republican control of Congress. Now, primaries in half a dozen states will test the power of President Donald Trump's endorsement. The president endorsed candidates in Georgia, Alabama, and Kentucky. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot explains what we should expect.
President Donald Trump has gotten involved in a race in Kentucky trying to unseat the Republican Congressman Thomas Massie. Now, Massie describes himself as a libertarian who has at times voted with Democrats against President Trump. Because of that, he has a primary challenger, and it's turned into the most expensive primary in U.S. House history.
How we doing?
In a highly unusual move for the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth traveled to Kentucky, he says in his personal capacity, to campaign against Congressman Thomas Massie. The 7-term Republican clashed with President Trump, voting against him on the big beautiful bill, the war with Iran, and the release of the Epstein files.
Too much grandstanding, too few great votes. Years of acting like being difficult is the same thing as being courageous.
President Donald Trump endorsed Massie's opponent for the Republican nomination, retired Navy SEAL Ed Galrine. Massie says if he wins, other Republicans may vote against the president.
If they see me get reelected, I think they'll be emboldened to vote more in line with their own principles and to vote to cut some spending up here.
Over the weekend in Louisiana, President Trump's preferred candidate, Congresswoman Julia Letlow, knocked off Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who voted to convict the president after impeachment proceedings in 2021. And in Indiana earlier this month, 5 state senators lost their races after opposing President Trump's plan to redraw congressional districts.
Donald Trump does not forget, and Donald Trump does not forgive.
The president has gotten involved in races across the country, and House Republicans say they still believe that the president has a lot of influence within his own party, especially with the primary voters. Vinay Simlot, News Nation, Washington.
President Trump says that he has called off a strike on Iran that was planned for today at the request of allies in the Middle East. That includes Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Trump made the announcement in a social media post after threatening over the weekend that, quote, the clock was ticking on Iran to strike a deal before he would end the ceasefire. Iranian state TV called Trump's announcement a retreat based on fear. Iran's foreign minister has said a lack of trust is the biggest barrier to negotiations. President Trump continues to say Iran needs to agree to end its nuclear program.
The uncertainty over U.S. action in Iran is raising concerns about security in the Strait of Hormuz. It's sending oil prices swinging and driving up gas prices just as Americans get ready to travel for Memorial Day weekend. AAA expects a record 45 million people to travel 50 miles or more between Thursday and Memorial Day. Travelers also bracing for a costly summer. Right now, the national average for a gallon of regular gas is sitting at $4.53. Before the war with Iran, the national average was $2.98. That's a surge of more than 50% in less than 3 months.
A controversial ruling in the final moments of a state championship race is getting a lot of attention online. A Mallard Creek relay team was disqualified for a gesture at the very end of the race. It's now sparking a debate. Was it a case of taunting other runners, or was it simply just a celebration of a win? Queen City News anchor Will Lewis heard from the team's coach and the state athletics leaders about the incident.
Why would you want to DQ Mallard Creek? What did we do? Why are the rules so stiff on us?
Mallard Creek boys track head coach Sam Willoughby still trying to find answers after his athlete was disqualified for holding up his hand during the 4x400 meter relay state finals on Saturday.
We needed to have that victory in order to win the state championship again.
It was a win that would have kept a winning streak going.
He was putting up the number 5 to indicate 5 state championships that we've won over the past couple of years, 2 indoor, 2 outdoor.
State officials say Nyan Brown was warned for unsportsmanlike conduct after breaking a record in the 300-meter hurdles with this celebration. A warning neither Brown or Willoughby said they received personally. They appealed the disqualification.
She said because he put his hand up before he crossed the line, she has to abide by that rule.
We've had state championships from Wednesday through Saturday. I went back and looked at some of the videos and some of the other pictures, still pictures. So it's highly disappointing in comparison to what I saw.
In a statement from the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, Commissioner Q. Tucker said the decision was made in full knowledge of the rules and, quote, "We recognize there is deep disappointment experienced by the student athletes, coaches, and the school community involved." Brown also released a statement saying winning the hurdles was one of the proudest moments of his life on the track, and the relay mattered to him deeply. Quote, "We had seniors on this team who had never experienced winning a state championship."
We need to be more consistent on what is a celebration and what is taunting.
Mallard Creek administration has filed an appeal with Commissioner Tucker and the State Board of Directors. The appeal is currently under review. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
And I love this feel-good story of the day. 2 Union County students being hailed heroes this morning after rescuing a woman from her burning car. Sheriff's deputies say that the young ladies, Mandy Tarr, a sophomore, and Joella Meadows, a senior, both at Porter Ridge High School, alerted a woman driving on Unionville Indian Trail Road. She was unaware that her car was on fire, and she was encouraged to pull over. She did moments later. Yeah, you're looking at what happened, the entire car turning into a massive fire. Union County Sheriff Eddie Cathy says these young ladies represent the very best of our community.
I'm trying to give all of my energy into the players that are coming up to the plate.
A booming voice makes local minor league baseball sound like a major event. We're introducing you to the voice of the Gastonia Ghost Peppers, who explains how Bojangles actually gave him the inspiration to bring life to the field. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored of the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after the break. 73 degrees here on your Tuesday morning.
Certain sounds make baseball special.
At Gastonia Ghost Peppers games, a golden voice is part of the soundtrack at every homestand.
John Lee tells us about the man behind the mic in Faces of the Carolinas.
At Caramont Health Park, home of the Gastonia Ghost Peppers, the crew works to give fans a memorable experience, no matter where they sit.
Definitely being surrounded by the game day atmosphere.
Somewhere near the revolving pretzels, Isaac Wilson huddles up with the production team.
We're gonna do work first, fun second. 1, 2, 3, peppers!
Up in the booth, Isaac adds his own spice.
3, 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome, boys and girls and fans of all things fiery and fun. The booming voice just kind of comes from a little bit of my energy and my passion for athletics. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your Gastonia Ghost Peppers.
As the PA announcer,
Chase Reinhardt, Taylor Durden.
He makes every player's name
Brody Farr, Chris Proctor.
Sound like a household name.
Yes, yes. Biandel Pena. The bases are loaded with spice for the third baseman, number 27, Eddie Leone. I'm trying to give all of my energy into the players that are coming up to the plate. Nate Scantlin! Hit it over the freaking fence, Nate. Do it.
With his impressive pipes,
make it loud, make it legendary, and make it spicy.
Isaac grabs your attention no matter who's on deck.
Leading off from the Queen City News, number 46, the reporter, John Lee.
Now, before the national pastime, it's actually bow time when he began truly developing that impactful voice working the drive-thru.
His first job was at Bojangles, with a voice as golden as the chicken.
Good evening and welcome to Bojangles. It's bow time. What can I get started for you tonight?
At Virginia Tech, he announced all kinds of sporting events, including softball.
Game number 2 of the 2022 NCAA Division I Softball Super Regional.
Isaac also works remotely for the Wisconsin Department of Health. We assume on that job, he doesn't say stuff like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time.
Behind the mic, the ballpark is his stage.
I just love putting on a performance from the depths of the Pepper Patch where the heat never sleeps and the spirit never cools. If I'm a little bit more energetic, the crowd kind of feeds off that. Hopefully the players feed off that and keep hitting bombs, and it just kind of keeps repeating itself.
And maybe that cycle of positivity is the name of the game.
Grant Levine, Bryson Brigman.
In Gastonia,
for your Gastonia Ghost Peppers.
John Lee, Queen City News.
Absolutely love that story by John there. Isaac says that his dream is to work as a public address announcer in the National Hockey League. Who knows, guys, could hear him calling some games for the Canes one day.
I'd love to hear him announce us on this show every morning.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Me too. Next
Come
on
now,
Queen
Jason.
City News. All right. Today, NFL owners are expected to vote on whether to bring the Super Bowl to Nashville. If approved, the city would be the home of Super Bowl 64, which would be in 2030. The Tennessee Titans are scheduled to open their new $2.1 billion stadium on the east bank of the Cumberland River in 2027, which is next year. The Civic Design Center expects beautification efforts to intensify if Nashville is awarded the big game. Wow.
We shall see. Well, the Coca-Cola 600 is just a couple days away, but NASCAR's community platform is getting hundreds of kids ready for the race well before the green flag drops. The largest ever pit stop is happening this afternoon at the Boys and Girls Club of Cabarrus County. That's in Concord. The event features several STEM-based activities, from racing simulations, building your own track engineering, and also broadcast and production. About 400 kids from elementary to high school are expected to take part. The fun runs from 2:30 to 6, 2 nights.
You know what the best part of virtual racing is you don't have to be outside in a hot car.
There we go.
Some of the racing gets
That'll
hot
hit.
this time of year.
Oh,
so
yeah.
inside AC, maybe virtual goggles or something. I could handle that.
That would be ideal, especially compared to what we're going to get this Sunday. We're talking upper 80s, and you know we're going to hold on to that warmth. Even though the race to the checker flag starts at 6 p.m., it still will be a little toasty with a few pop-up showers and storms possible for the Coca-Cola 600 Charlotte Motor Speedway here heading into your Sunday. Charlotte live camera here looking at Independence Boulevard, moving at a speed limit pace, mid-70s, west-southwest winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. I'm looking at those mid to upper 70s, Monroe, Lancaster, low 70s, Boone and Jefferson, with your highs aimed towards what will be the low to mid-90s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Mid-80s, Boone and Jefferson for the higher elevations. We'll see above normal temperatures extending into your Wednesday. Much cooler for the Pacific Northwest, Dakotas into Colorado. Looking at that blue indicating below normal temperatures, while we could get record heat here heading into your Wednesday afternoon, up through Virginia into parts of New Jersey and Kentucky, into Massachusetts. Near 90 degrees Thursday, near 80 degrees heading into Friday. Average highs land in the low 80s this time of year. We'll be closer to that end of the work week. Muggy meter still brings in some of the stickiness, sticky and humid conditions heading into your midweek. So high pressure in control, mostly clear skies, sunshine dominates before clouds build heading into your Wednesday. Cold front dips south, becomes a stationary front, but still brings the showers and storm chances into the Carolinas. For Thursday afternoon and evening, could see a pop-up shower or storm overnight into Friday morning. And then again, the intermittent rain lingers into the weekend. Next 5 days could give us anywhere from 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch further north towards that I-40 corridor. Lows tonight bottom out in the mid to upper 60s. 7-day forecast shows the upper 80s for Thursday, near 80 degrees on Friday. We'll be back into the 80s through the holiday weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now.
Not yet, Ted. Hold on. We got to talk about Local Roots. Come on, man. You know this. Only on Queen City News Plus, our original show, Local Roots is digging into the history of Fort Mill, including the Fort Mill Museum and how it's helping people learn about the town's history ahead of America's 250th birthday.
I think when people first walk in and they put on the audio tour, the first thing that really kind of brings you around to not hearing the noise, not hearing the hustle and bustle, but actually feeling the feeling that it gives you to hear the stories, to see the video, to see what Main Street looked like, 75 years ago.
You can watch the full episode of Local Roots right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. All right, now we can head to break. You're watching Queen City News. We'll be right back, wrapping up the show on the other side of this.
Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast. We're going to be baking later on today, getting in the low 90s. Mother Nature turning up the heat. 90s continue heading into Wednesday. We'll cool down, relatively speaking, with near 90 degrees on Thursday. That introduces the rain and storm chances. Back half of the work week, that's going to linger into your holiday weekend as well, as we hold on to more of those mid-80s Sunday into your Monday. So just watch out for that as we have that active pattern. Download the Pinpoint Weather app here, heading into your weekend.
All right, Teddy, listen, before we say goodbye, here's an interesting story. It's worth more than just 1 cent. An ultra-rare double-ear penny sold for $64,000 during a recent coin auction. What? This special penny is one of 3 ever discovered with the defect, which if you look in the zoomed-in photo, you can barely make it out here. It's a unique misprint, not easily 2 ears? Unless you're a collector. Maybe you won't even notice it. Next time you get a penny back, which they don't really even circulate anymore.
Yeah, right.
It might be worth a second look.
Let me see.
There you go.
One second.
I'm looking.
You got
2
it?
ears, double ears?
Double ear?
Double ear?
I only see 1 ear.
I only see 1 ear.
Double ear. I don't know.
I don't get it.
I don't know. But it's
What
worth
am I
a lot of money.
missing?
I'm going to draw an ear on my penny, see what I can get.
There you
On
go.
the other side, that's why
Oh, it's on the other side. That's why the ear goes through the other side.
Yeah,
I
you know
got
what
you.
they say.
Look the other way, Lincoln.
Oh, you see the little ear on top?
What?
Maybe.
No.
The little
That
ear.
looks like hair.
Oh, okay.
Listen, oh dear Lord, help us all. All right, this is why we're out of time. We got no
Okay,
more
yeah,
words.
yeah.
No more
Alicia
words.
Quarles is here, coming up Positively Charlotte. Alicia, I hear basketball and Juicy Lucy's coming up.
That's right. Okay, y'all, you know we got food. That's right, we got burgers. You're definitely going to smell this through smell-o-vision. And the Charlotte Crown, they kick off on Thursday. We got to represent for the women. So Liza's over there at their practice giving us a sneak peek.
All right, so you got some burgers for us, though, right?
What happened was,
just
what happened was, of course I got burgers for you, Juicy Lucy.
I can see them.
I got you.
You better stick around and watch. Try to stay cool on this Tuesday, you guys. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 4 a.m.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up today on Positively Charlotte. We're playing basketball. That's right. We're talking about the Charlotte Crown. So we are bringing the women to you here in the Queen City. Stick around to hear more about their inaugural playoff season.
And we're getting to know your Knights all season long. Stay tuned to meet the pitcher, Garrett. And a Midwest burger trend is taking the Queen City by storm. Find out where you can get your Juicy Lucy today. Good morning. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. Thank you for starting your Tuesday with us. I'm Alicia Quarles. The sun is shining. It's going to be a wonderful week, and we've got a very special debut happening. The Charlotte sports scene is one step closer to being complete. The Charlotte Crown has officially begun their inaugural season as the Queen City's professional women's basketball team. Their season home opener is coming up on Thursday, and Liza's over there at practice to give us the inside scoop. Hey there, Liza.
Alicia, I've got the face behind all this. I've got Coach Tricia Stafford-Odom here with me. And, you know, we've got new queens on the court because we got the crown. I'm so excited about this. You guys won your first game this past week. Talk to me a little bit about what the team is looking like.
The team is looking phenomenal. However, we have a long ways to go defensively and just chemistry-wise, but I think we're on our way.
Well, we're so excited to have you here in the Queen City. Of course, women's sports in general, women's basketball particularly, you know, getting a major spotlight this year. Why do you think it's so important to have sports like this here in Charlotte?
I think it's important because of representation. Sometimes things happen in the world and we don't know that we can actually be a part of it until we see it. And the youth can envision it and dream it. Yeah. And I think it's very important historically to know where we've come from, the city of Charlotte and the sports for women, and where we're going with the Charlotte Crown.
Yeah. For you, I know you're from a little tiny town, Los Angeles, California. How does it feel to be here in Charlotte? I know you've got some ties to the Carolinas.
It feels amazing because I feel like I can take my West Coast flavor and bring it here, and everyone has welcomed me with open arms. Yes, I've spent plenty of years here in the Carolinas. My sons have grown up, not the Carolinas, but North Carolina, with different roles and capacities. But right now I feel like it's a home away from home, and West Coast is always awaiting me.
That's the truth. Okay, now community response. I know that so many people, I for one am so excited about us having this. What have you heard from people in terms of excitement about the team?
That they are welcoming us with open arms. I mean, like, there are no limits to what we can accomplish and how long we can be here. People are expecting the highest of expectations with no pressure, that we're here forever, no pressure whatsoever, but that we're here for a long time and we make the city proud. Yeah. So that's what our intentions are.
Now, I know with it being an inaugural year, I feel like that there's a little bit of a different approach that you kind of have to take with this. What is your plan and you know, game plan for moving ahead in this season?
Well, it's to secure the finest and most established and veteran roster that we can have to give us an absolute solid foundation for where we're moving towards the future. We have not had a draft this year, but moving forward, Upshot League intends on having drafts. So we have to set the base and the foundation so that it's stable and we can continue to add pieces, add roster spots that will make us grow and develop.
Yeah. For a lot of people, they don't know the name Upshot League yet, but can you give them a little bit of a rundown and kind of Charlotte Crown's place in it?
Owned by Annie Kaufman, who is actually the owner of the Charlotte Checkers. People may be familiar, and other teams around here. Commissioned by Donna Orender, who used to be the president of the WNBA. And there are 4 teams inaugurally this season: Savannah, Georgia, Greensboro, North Carolina. Jacksonville is the headquarters, and then our very own Charlotte. 4 teams already expanding to 6 next year: Baltimore and Nashville, Tennessee. And I mean, awaiting other opportunities to develop. And it is actually an additional option to professional women's basketball. And people ask, is it affiliated with anything else? No, but people are very aware, and it's going to give opportunity for all these young ladies as players, as reporters looking up to you, statisticians and coaches as well, to move on to do different things and to see what their strengths are. So it's just a league of opportunity.
Yeah. Why do you think Charlotte is such a good city for, women's basketball to be coming into?
The Queen City, no other people right now. We look at places to move and best places growing for opportunity in the workforce. It's Charlotte. The food, I don't want to sound like too greedy and fat, but there are plenty of food options here. And
where's your favorite spot so far?
Oh my God, I've found places in Uptown, can't say downtown, and I know several names. So
I'm putting you on the spot. I won't make you.
I'm always loving a good acai bowl. That's true.
That's the truth. That's the truth. Well, we're going to be talking with some of the players later on. Coach, thank you so much for your time. We so appreciate it.
I'm happy to be here. Be down with the crown.
That's right. I love it. We'll send it back to you, Alicia.
Down with the crown. I like that. All right, guys, we're going to keep on the sports tip because every Tuesday we go behind the scenes with the Charlotte Knights as we get to know them better. Today it's all about their pitcher, Garrett. Take a look. Let's get to know our Knights. Okay, so when you're not playing, who's your favorite sports team to root on?
Probably the Cincinnati Bengals. Big NFL guy.
Okay, I'm mad at that. Okay, what does a night off of work look like for you? You've been in Charlotte on and off for about 3 years.
Honestly, a lot of relaxation. Going back, some people might call me crazy, but I play a lot of video games, and my go-to video game is MLB The Show. So I try to relax with baseball after baseball.
He's a baseball guy. Okay, when you're not playing baseball, watching baseball, what is your favorite show to binge?
Oh, favorite show to binge? For a long time, it was Grey's Anatomy.
Oh, he's the sentimental king.
Yeah, a little bit there. Me and my wife watched that one for a while. But recently, I think I've watched Chad Powers a couple times over.
Good taste, good taste.
So
All right.
that was a funny, good one to watch there.
I love it. Who is your celebrity crush, your hall pass?
My wife might yell at me for this one, but you know what? I don't even have that one queued up right now.
Smart man. He said, I want to stay married. I'm not answering that. Okay. What does it mean for you to be a Knight?
It's great. This community is fantastic. The fans always show up and show out for us. We really appreciate that. Environments like that in minor league baseball are hard to come by. So when the seats are packed and you're playing for the city you're in, it's just a great feeling.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere. Are you hungry? Because I certainly am. We've got Juicy Lucy in the house, and you know we're excited. And we dig into the Queen City's top 10 gems for you to fill up on. We're talking more food, of course. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back. Well, May is National Burger Month, and Juicy Lucy is bringing its signature cheese stuffed burgers to Charlotte. They're available in the frozen aisles at Harris Teeter stores. And here to give us a taste for the magic is celebrity chef Aldo Lanzalotta. Welcome, chef. Did I say it correctly?
Pronunciation. That was great.
I was worried. Okay, so for people who don't know, what is a Juicy Lucy
So
burger?
a Juicy Lucy was invented in the 1950s in Minneapolis.
Okay.
And it's basically a cheese stuffed burger patty. And nobody has ever thought to put these on, like put them in the grocery store or in the freezer aisle. So we decided, I've been making them for years.
Yes.
You know, as a chef.
Yes.
Different restaurants all over the world. And for some reason, we thought, you know what, we got to do this. We got to put this on the shelf so people can just very easily cook them at home.
This looks so good, though. I would never think this was a frozen burger.
I know, right? Like
Yeah.
so we're using Angus beef.
Okay.
There's literally 2 slices of cheese inside every patty. So all you got to do is just cook them either on a skillet, on a grill, and an air fryer, and we're just perfecting actually cooking them in an oven. So if you're a busy mom,
You know I am. Thank you, chef. Yep.
you could basically grab them, put them in a sheet pan, put them in the oven for like 10, 20 minutes, and you're done.
You've brought these to the Carolinas. You're from LA, but the burgers have a Hollywood connection as well, right?
Yeah, so we've one of the restaurants that I work for, that my partner is actually own, is called Barney's Beanery. It's on Route 66. You know, it's one of the classics.
Very
it's over
famous.
100 years old, very famous. A lot of celebrities have showed up. You know, like recently we had Bieber there and Chappelle.
Just light work. Bieber, Chappelle, no big deal.
Oh, I have to mention
Yeah, you
Taylor
do.
Swift too.
Oh,
But
oh my
anyways,
God.
yeah, it's been a thing in our restaurants in LA.
Yeah.
There's like 6 locations, and so from there we expanded and thought, you know what, we got to make this easy for people to make at home.
I love it. So what makes these frozen patties so special? Take us through it.
Yeah, so basically so I told you about the 2 slices
Yep.
of cheese. We're using great, like fantastic Angus beef, you know, we're not cutting any corners here. And what we did, I'll show you how to make one.
Yes.
This is the classic way of making it, and this is how they do the original Minneapolis, this is how they do
Okay.
it. They do a spread.
Is
and then
that
you
like
do-
a little bit of what's this spread?
This one's basically like a Thousand Island. And you know, the Thousand Island is one of those tricks you can do yourself. Like
Yes.
just add a little bit of sriracha to it or
Okay.
so if you want some spice.
Okay.
So this one's just plain Thousand Island. And what I did is I did some caramelized onions.
Beautiful.
So like once the burgers are almost done, if you're cooking in a pan,
Yeah.
put the onions in there.
Oh,
and
like
let them
grill
cook
your onions a little
together.
bit. Ah.
Oh my God, it's the best thing ever. Like that's one of those tricks that people don't really talk
I
about
love that
very much.
you're teaching me this.
Yeah, there you go. So this is like the classic way.
Okay.
You do this, the caramelized onions, you do some dill pickle.
Gotta have the pickle on there.
Are you a pickle fan?
I'm a pickle
Okay,
fan. I
good,
need
good,
pickles on my
good.
burger.
And then this is the burger. Like, see, it's got like the little bit of a
The cheese coming out of
cheese
the
coming
two
out, which is a
slices.
good thing. There's the 2 slices of cheese.
Okay.
And that's basically what they would do in Minneapolis. But then you can dress it up whichever way you want. So with this one, I've got here, I did a caramelized onion, but then
Okay.
you know what I used? Is I used a local.
You represented. Okay, I like
Yes,
this. Okay.
I love this stuff.
Yes,
I've never
yes,
had
yes.
it before.
Welcome
so
to the South.
I was cooking with it, and I'm like, wait, this would be delicious as the caramelized onions.
Yes.
So that's something else you could do to jazz up your burger. I also got a chow chow.
Ooh, okay.
Which is
You know
really
what's
great.
up, yeah.
Oh my God, yes, I love this stuff. So this is, so I'm taking the classic way of making
Yes.
it, and now I'm gonna basically just dress it up, a way I like to eat it.
I'd be remiss though if I didn't ask about the jalapenos for those who like heat.
Yes, for those who like heat, definitely I would char some jalapeno or use some pickled jalapeno.
Okay.
Or there's jalapeno in the chow chow.
Okay, so you're gonna get your fix.
100%. Are you a heat person?
It depends on the day of the week. I'm a little whip sometimes, but I'm a burger person. I'm on.
Good for you.
Every Saturday I take my kids to get burgers. I'm on the quest to find the best burger in Charlotte. So I think
you
I might
gotta
have
try
found
this
it.
at home.
I gotta try this.
Seriously,
Absolutely.
and it's so easy to cook. It's fantastic.
You say this is the first Juicy Lucy that's ever been frozen, right?
Correct. You can find it in, yeah, exactly. Harris Teeter has them now in the Carolinas. We're expanding. We're trying to go nationwide.
Perfect.
And they're available in the frozen aisle.
Okay, so we appreciate it. And finally, what makes this burger so special?
The fact that, let's think about it. Like, burgers, if I were a burger, if I were a burger, I was growing up, I want it to be a burger with cheese inside.
Heck yeah, cheese,
right?
little
Like, think about
bacon.
it.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
cheese. It's the cheese gooiness.
cheese.
Yeah.
Chef Aldo, thank you so much. I
Thanks for having
appreciate
us,
you.
Alicia.
All right, guys, well, let's stay on the food trend because Charlotte foodies, listen up and take notes. Open Table just dropped the top 10 neighborhood gins in the Queen City, aka the local places that we keep coming back to. I'm talking from El Puro's Cuban Classics on South Boulevard to South End favorites such as Matador and Mariah. Plus uptown spots like Dos Caminos, been there a few times, and Astra. You'll also find soul food at Lulabelle's, West African food at Taringa City, and nightlife leaning dining at Marquee and 160 Cocktails. Now these are the restaurants people actually love. They're not just trendy, and if you're looking for your next dinner plan, the list is pretty solid. It's a great place to start. So of course everybody talks about Ling Van. I still have not gone there. I've got to, but I definitely love Azucar, the Cuban place in Ballantyne. That's delicious. I think that we've got so many local favorites, and you guys know me. I'm eating my way through this city, you guys. Yeah, Azucar is Cuban. I also just tried Italia. It just opened up in Uptown last week. That was super delicious. So there's always somewhere to eat really well in Charlotte. There's also Uchi Sushi. So just get your eat on, you guys.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up. More on Positively Charlotte. We're talking Charlotte Crown, and we're going to get to talk with some of the players after the short break.
And here's a live look at Uptown on this beautiful Tuesday. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Well, as we've been showing you all show long, the Charlotte Crown has brought professional women's basketball to our Queen City. Liza is over there talking to some key players. Liza, how's it looking? Have they recruited you yet?
Girl, they have not recruited me yet. No, they will not be doing that anytime soon. But actually, I'm going to grab one of our players. So we're going to be talking with Ebony Walker here coming up in just a few minutes. And so, you know, we're talking a little bit about the different kind of games that are going on this season. And their inaugural game, the season home opener, is happening this Thursday, the 21st. And so that is going to be happening at Bojangles Coliseum. As we've been telling you, you know, this is with the Upshot League. There are four teams within this league. And so they're going to be playing each other throughout the summer. Their season goes through August. So we're going to be talking a little bit about all the different games that they have throughout the season as well. But it's pretty exciting. They won their first game, and, you know, lots of excitement at this moment in time. But actually, we are having Ebony walking up right now. Ebony, thank you so much for joining us. It's so great to have you. So talk to us a little bit about, you know, first game you guys won. How are you feeling going into the season?
Excited. I think it was a lot of nerves that we played over and played through, but I think we showcased our team a little bit. We have a lot of hard hitters, a lot of heavy hitters, so we're excited for the season. We're excited to see them again in the next 2 days.
Yes. How are you feeling about the season home opener? I know that Thursday it's coming up. It's a big day.
Yeah, no, I think I'm just really excited to see our fans. I'm a big person. I know that it takes a village to, you know, help a team win, and I'm excited to see how we show out. I was excited to see how they showed out in Jacksonville as well. I think it just shows how much people love women's sports, so I'm excited.
Yeah. And I think that now is a time where people are really, really loving women's sports, women's basketball in particular. How does it feel to be playing during this period of time where that is happening?
I mean, it's special. I mean, I wake up every day thinking about how blessed I am to be here, especially to do it with my teammates that I have today. So it's been exciting. It really is a blessing, and it's a great opportunity to be able to be one of the first ones too. So.
And well, speaking of that, you know, being the first person, one of the first players on this team, what does that mean to you to be one of the OGs?
No, it feels good. I mean, I was in college for 6 years, so I got called the aunt, the auntie, the OG. But no, it's special. It's special, and I think I know a lot of my teammates. We started from the original tryout camp day, so being able to see it through, make it past the cuts and everything like that to our first game has been exciting. And now we're going to our first home game, so there's been a lot of excitement going into a lot of firsts that we've had.
Yeah. What do you think is the biggest strength for this team?
Honestly, like I said, we have a lot of heavy hitters. So we know that Kelly went off. We had a lot of good players as well. AD, our OG here, did a great job, but I think anybody, any given night could give you that. And I think that's one thing about our team. You can take one person away, but we still have, 10 other people that can do the same thing. So.
Why do you think Charlotte is such a great city for women's basketball?
I mean, this is my first time really down to Charlotte.
Well, we're so excited to have you.
Yeah, no, I love it. I mean, I've been able to go out, and I know, even in the Uber or Lyft, I'm like, hey, they always ask, do you play basketball? But I'm like, yeah. But once I tell them, yeah, there's a new team out here, they get really excited. I've set my schedule, so I don't know how many strangers already. So it just shows the love that they have for us as women athletes, as women basketball players, things like that. They love their athletes here, so it's been exciting.
And also, the Upshot League in general, kind of creating more opportunities for women to play here in the States. Why do you think that's important?
It's really important. I think we've all seen a little bit how the news kind of, we've been trying to be open about how it is overseas. Not saying it's bad or good, but we would prefer to be here with our families, be home and things like that. So now that we have the opportunity like the men do, outside of just the WNBA, that's really special. And I do appreciate how they put the time in to find this league and create it for us.
Do you have any things that you do just to kind of get your mindset ready for Thursday for the opening game?
I mean, I rely on my teammates. I think we have great energy. I know I'm full of excitement. It's a lot of firsts. It's hard to be, scared or nervous or, whatever negative emotion going into the games like that. So I'm excited. That's the best word I can have right now. And I just love being able to either play with or watch my teammates work. Yeah. That's exciting too. So.
Well, thank you for letting us pull you away for 2 seconds. We so appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we'll be talking with some of the other players later on in the show as well. But for now, we'll send it back to you, Alicia.
Thanks, Liza. Well, as we know, AI tools are changing the way people find and book everyday services, from restaurants and doctors to haircuts and auto repairs. So instead of scrolling through endless listings, people can now ask specific questions and get personalized recommendations on real reviews. Here to talk about the growing trend is Tara Lewis, who is the Vice President of Community Expansion and Trends at Yelp. Hi, Tara.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So as I was saying, AI is starting to play an even bigger role in everyday decisions. What's driving that shift?
Yeah, well, people want access to reliable information that allows them to take action quickly and easily. I think we've all been in a situation where we had to make a last-minute dinner reservation or find a mechanic that was available on a Sunday afternoon. You're scrolling through tons of different business listings, you're comparing different tabs. It can be really overwhelming, and people are looking for ways to cut through that noise. And that's why we've announced Yelp Assistant. It's a conversational AI companion that makes finding and booking with local businesses an ease.
Okay, Tara, take us through the specifics of how Yelp Assistant works.
Well, it's super simple to use. All you have to do is open up the Yelp app, and then you'll see a tab that says Assistant. You then click on that, and you'll be entering a chat experience, almost like if you were texting with a friend. So let's say you're looking for a dog-friendly brunch spot that's good for large groups. You can go ahead and ask Yelp Assistant for recommendations there. Or perhaps you're looking for a hairstylist that takes walk-ins on the weekend. You can type that inquiry there. And Yelp Assistant is powered by millions of trustworthy Yelp reviews and verified information about local businesses. And you're able to then book, reserve, or even request different quotes for businesses all within the app. It's almost like having a little Yelp concierge in your back pocket.
Okay, so summer travel season is basically here. I'm trying to be booked and busy. So how's this changing the way that people find places to eat and explore?
Yeah, well, whether you are exploring a new city or rediscovering your own city, we know that consumers are looking for personalized experiences this summer. So if you are heading on a road trip, and let's say you're out of town and your routine is a little bit different, perhaps you want to ask Yelp Assistant to find a strength training workout class nearby your hotel. You're able to look that up and have that conversation with Yelp Assistant right there. I was able to have my own moment with Yelp Assistant recently where I was rediscovering my own city and neighborhood as I was out on a walk on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. I asked Yelp Assistant, what cafes exist in these different museums, and I was able to pull up a list of all the different cafes hidden in each museum. And instead of getting coffee from my local coffee shop that day, I was able to enjoy a latte while I was out on a walk. So regardless, the goal is to find the best local businesses near you and to really enhance your experiences and personalize them.
And it's not just about food and drink. These tools are also being used for beauty, for wellness, for health appointments. What does that look like?
Yes, well, with new integrations with the Vagaro and ZocDoc, you can book everything from a massage and a haircut to finding a trustworthy doctor or dentist. So whether you're looking, I know you're trying to be booked and busy, so if you're looking for even a pre-vacation glow-up, for example, you're able to book those beauty services all within the app. So whatever the case is, whether you are traveling or not, or you're just checking the checklist off of your annual appointments, you can find all these businesses and feel really confident about your decisions using Yelp Assistant.
And finally, what about auto repair and home services, and where can we go for more information?
Yes, this is one of the areas that stress people out the most. Sometimes you don't even know what kind of service you need or what kind of professional can help you. And with Yelp Assistant, you can actually just ask those questions and describe the situation. For example, if you're going on a road trip, you could ask for a Repair Pal certified mechanic near you, and you can go into that road trip feeling very confident. So the goal is to spend less time searching and finding and actually connecting with these businesses with ease so you can focus on the things most important to you. All you have to do is go to Yelp.com or download the Yelp app, click Yelp Assistant, and then start chatting away.
Perfect, Tara. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Okay, think back in time. All you Boy Meets World fans, cover your precious ears. The actor who played Mr. Feeney tells us all about his unique love and marriage. Oh, wait till you hear it. It's after the break. You're looking live over Independence Boulevard. We'll be right back. All right, guys, so we all know that late night snacking can be bad for your gut health, and new research says timing is the big reason why. So doctors at New York Medical College found people who suffered from chronic stress and snacked late at night were routinely twice as likely as the average person to suffer from bowel issues. But usually if you're stressed, you'll eat, at least I do. So researchers believe that's because eating a significant amount of food after 9 p.m. can disrupt the digestive process as well as the body's internal clock. But here's the interesting part. The study says it doesn't matter whether the snacks were healthy or not. It's the timing that made a difference. So go ahead and eat those Doritos. You don't have to eat the carrots. Just don't eat them past 9 p.m. I kid. All right, so Brenda's song is calling out an airline, and this one got personal. The actress slammed Alaska Airlines after a major seating mix-up left her family split up mid-trip. She says they booked first-class tickets months in advance, but were told the day of their flight those seats were gone with zero warning. Oh, it gets worse. The change separated Brenda and fiance Macaulay Culkin from their 2 young kids during the flight. Now, Brenda did not hold back, saying they'll never fly the airline again, and even telling fans to think twice as well. And Culkin backed her up online. That's right, happy wife, happy life, saying hell hath no fury like a Brenda scorned. The airline has since apologized, calling the situation unacceptable and saying they're trying to make it right. But still, first-class price, less than economy experience, that's a hard pass. But here's the question. You know, Jessica Simpson, her ex Nick Lachey, recently said he saw her on a flight and she was sitting in first class and put her kids in coach. Would you do that? I certainly would. I'd just go back there, say hi, and go sit in first class. Okay, our Florida director, Emily's laughing. I don't think that's shady. Those kids got to earn the right to sit in first class. I work hard. All right, guys, be quiet, Emily. This one might surprise you. Boy Meets World alum, legend William Daniels, yes, Mr. Feeney himself, and his wife of more than 70 years, well, they're getting real about their marriage. The two are now 99 and 96, and they reveal they actually had an open marriage early on, but say it did not go so smoothly. So Bonnie Bartlett says the arrangement was very painful for both of them, with both sides having affairs during that time. And while it may have been a very different era, she says the lack of commitment eventually caught up with them. What was the turning point? After one particular affair left her devastated, Bartlett said she was done with the whole open marriage idea for good. But here's the twist. They credit those rocky years with helping them grow and stick together. So fast forward to now, the couple is about to celebrate their 75th wedding anniversary, proving the messiest chapters can have a very happy ending. She says at the time they were living in New York and that she said it was like a swinger lifestyle at that time. She said everybody had an open marriage, but he had one that lasted for years that left her devastated because it was also an emotional affair. So she said enough is enough. All right, guys, we've got MJ and a couple of Canada's most famous in today's entertainment report. Here's Melvin Robert with more.
We are headed to the box office where the king of pop is back on top.
Do you know what I'm after? You want to be the biggest star in the world.
The Michael Jackson biopic Michael moonwalked its way back to the #1 spot in its 4th week in theaters. Despite critics' negative reviews, the biopic earned $26 million domestically and more than $83 million globally. These numbers now bring the overall total to $703 million worldwide, making Michael the second highest earning film at the 2026 box office. Michael beat out The Devil Wears Prada 2 and the new horror movie Obsession. But the film could face some serious competition when Star Wars: The Mandalorian and Grogu hit theaters this coming weekend. And Drake is breaking records on Spotify after releasing not 1, but 3 albums on Friday.
Now too hard for the radio.
That's right, Drake is at the top of the Spotify charts with his album Iceman, becoming the most streamed album of 2026 in a single day. The rapper also set the record for most streamed artist in a single day. Before Iceman, BTS's Arirang was Spotify's most streamed album in a single day. Wow, amazing. All right, so now 40 years after she made her pop debut, this pop icon is going on an anniversary tour. That's right, Kylie Minogue let the news slip that she'd be celebrating her 40-year career with a new tour next year. She dropped the news in an interview with the Sunday Times. Now, this comes just a few days before her Netflix docuseries drops. It's called Kylie.
I love the moments around the shop.
It's all I want to do, so won't you dance?
That feeling of freedom. I hate being boxed in.
The series features insights from her sister and more, drawing on personal archives, home movies, and new interviews with Kylie herself. She also talked about her 2005 breast cancer diagnosis and the personal loss and public scrutiny that she's faced across her decades-long career. Kylie is streaming this Wednesday on Netflix. Looking forward to that one. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Well, from one icon to another, Shakira isn't just celebrating a legal win. Oh, homegirl's getting paid. The global superstar has been acquitted in her years-long tax fraud case in Spain, and now she's in line for a massive 8-figure payout. We are talking more than $60 million. That's after a court ruled the government wrongfully collected taxes from her. Now, the case dates back to over 8 years, with authorities claiming Shakira owed taxes from 2011, but the court said they couldn't prove she even lived in Spain long enough to owe them in the first place. Shakira called the ordeal brutal, saying it took a toll on her health, her family, and her reputation. And now she says the record has finally been set straight. But of course, there's a catch. Spain's tax agency is expected to appeal, so she might have to wait a little bit longer before that check clears. But still, from courtroom drama to a multi-million-dollar payday, Shakira is definitely not lying. Those hips and her lawyers, they sure don't miss. And you know what? I'm happy for her. She had a rough couple of years. She was famously married to Piqué, the soccer star. He cheated on her. Who cheats on Shakira? Then she had this, legal thing saying that she didn't pay her taxes. I was like, homegirl's going through it, but I'm glad she's on the other side. All right, so Ariel Winter and Nolan Gold are taking Modern Family off screen. The former TV siblings who played Alex and Luke are now real-life roommates in Los Angeles. And Ariel says she's been spending more time in California lately and decided to rent a house with Nolan. So yes, they basically created their own mini Modern Family reboot. She even jokes they see each other every day, and their dynamic is so funny it could probably be a show. So the question is, what are they doing as roommates? All right, so think normal life set. They're binge watching reality TV together, and they're just hanging out. And the two have been close since they were kids on set, so clearly that on-screen bond never went anywhere. And honestly, from playing siblings to living together IRL, this is the reboot fans didn't see coming. I grew up watching Modern Family. I absolutely love them. They're like my friends in my head, so it's cool when, child stars grow up to be seemingly good people. All right, so Kendall Jenner and Jacob Elordi, that's the question. Well, it might not be a fling anymore. The two were spotted getting close in Hawaii on a getaway, and now insiders say things have leveled up in a big way. So according to reports from Page 6, that trip changed everything, with the pair growing closer than ever, and their relationship is getting a lot more serious. They've been fueling rumors for months, from Coachella PDA to the beach dates and low-key hangouts, but this vacation seems to have sealed the deal. So photos show them keeping it chill. Think beach days, coffee runs, just hanging out like a regular couple, with of course a little celebrity spin. And while neither one has confirmed anything publicly, let's just say this isn't very casual anymore. This is one tall couple. I think he's 6'7", she's 6 foot. So hey, I think the tallies got to stick together. All right, guys, on the other side of the break, a powerhouse fashion trend may be on its last legs. I'm actually so grateful for this. We give you the details after the break. And we're live from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. We are back and we are doing some rapid fire questions with our Charlotte Crown players, Reagan Richardson and Diamond McDowell. So the first question is, I know you guys are both from North Carolina, so what is your go-to cookout order?
Chicken nugget tray, cheddar bites, Cajun fries, sweet tea.
I like it.
Chicken quesadillas tray, cheese bites, Cajun fries, Sprite.
I love that you guys have that on top. You got it on lock. That's great. Now, do you think cheer wine or sweet tea?
Sweet tea.
Sweet tea, okay.
Cheer wine.
I don't like tea. Yeah, you don't like tea? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's all right. Okay. Who is on the team? Who's most likely to be late?
Lily, for sure.
Lily or DK?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, who's most likely to go out to the bars after the game?
I mean, shoot, if it's a whole group of us, we would do it. Like,
Exactly. That's real. That's real.
Everybody.
She said everyone. Everyone. And where are we going after the games? Like, do you have a go-to spot, go-to restaurant, go-to bar?
No, we don't really have a go-to. It's just like whatever's popular at the time.
Whatever the vibe is. Now, do you guys have any pregame rituals?
I just take a nap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nap, rest up.
I eat nerd clusters.
Okay, getting the energy.
I had some the last game.
Okay.
It gave me a little bit of energy, so I might have to take that one.
I like it. Now, I know that you are from Charlotte, so how does it feel to be back here in the Queen City to be playing here?
Oh, it feels great. You know, my family's here, so I know they're super excited to watch me play. And yeah, we're gonna pack out the stadium with that.
I love it. Now, you're from Asheboro. What is it like to be back in the Carolinas in North Carolina playing here?
It feels good. Have a bunch of support here, so just being able to celebrate that support with my family, friends, old teammates, and then building something new with my new teammates. So it feels good.
Really exciting. Now, for the home season opener, what do you need people to come to do when they're coming and packing the stadium on Thursday?
Just make a lot of noise, bring the energy. Like, we're gonna bring the energy for y'all. We feed off of y'all energy as well.
I like it.
Yes, be loud, a bunch of enthusiasm. We go off of them, so the more the merrier.
Exactly.
I like it. Do you guys have, when you were younger, who was your idol who you really looked up to in the basketball world that you want to emulate on the court?
Really, it was just my mom. She played basketball in college, so she gives me a little tidbits here and there. So I just try to listen to her and without getting frustrated. She's my biggest supporter, but also my biggest critic. But.
I love it. You know what? Every mom is that. Every mom is.
Probably Dennis Rodman, just being like a role player, because every game, you can't be the one that's scoring all the buckets. So playing good D, getting rebounds, whoever it takes to get the win. So learning from him.
That's awesome. And especially with, basketball and women's sports especially being so big right now, what is it like to be playing in this league, in this period of time where so many people are wanting to come out and support you guys?
Yeah, it's awesome. It was a lot of excitement coming into this league, and just being able to play with the high level of, competitiveness and with a lot of great players is awesome.
Yeah, just playing with high-level people like her herself, learning from them. I ain't never been nowhere like this before, so just being thankful and blessed for the opportunity.
Yeah, well, guys, we're so excited to see how everything turns out on Thursday. We're going to have to pack Bojangles Coliseum. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
And we'll send it back to you in the studio, Alicia.
Well, the owner of Facebook, Instagram, and some other social media platforms will start cutting some 8,000 jobs. That's starting tomorrow. So that's about 10% of its workforce. So Meta also scrapped plans to fill some 6,000 open jobs as the company works to tighten its belt when investing billions of dollars in artificial intelligence. And the CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, says he overhired during the pandemic and plans to eventually let go of 21,000 employees. So this is just, this is unfortunately the start of what we're going to see. AI is taking over everything, and obviously it's hitting Meta and Facebook extremely hard. So, your thoughts go out to all those people who are going to be looking for jobs. On different gear, come with us at Chad Tucker, his corner of the Carolinas, as we discover a musical man with gifted hands. Take a look.
David Chandler has been bringing the violin to life since he was a boy. Creating notes, and in the past 20 years, building the instrument itself entirely by hand.
My goal is to be able to hold this up to the light and not see daylight coming through at all. And these blocks will actually stay inside the instrument. Made my first violin without any help from anybody, and it ended up in the fireplace eventually.
He takes his time.
I'd like to call it birthing an instrument.
He's now working on his 40th.
Do a lot of it by hand.
Yeah.
With no rush
A
here.
lot of common hand tools.
Crafting the wood, some from right here in North Carolina.
I'm working at a tenth of a millimeter thickness.
It takes him about 3 months.
You see this?
Carving out the perfect pieces to create this unique sound.
And that's what I really enjoy, is just that process, and it has taught me patience, if nothing else. You can see that's made out of a saw blade.
This woodworking shop lured him to move here to Salem Town, where he finds joy in building violins.
Get some girls
that he gives away.
What I've been doing is donating a lot of them to, like the Winston-Salem Symphony has
to groups that help plant seeds of a love for music in children.
These are mostly for those youngsters that are ready to progress beyond the student instrument.
Building futures and creating a legacy.
It's all made from scratch. It's all made from blocks of wood.
One note at a time. And that's why we appreciate you, David Chandler, the music maker.
It's the process. It's the process I enjoy more than anything else.
In Winston-Salem.
Exactly. I mean, everybody wants to have some legacy.
I'm Chad Tucker.
Something that says they were here.
All right, guys, well, quiet luxury, it might be time to say a quiet goodbye. Designers are officially declaring the trend out for 2026. Okay, so you know the look, beige on beige, minimal everything, no logos, no color, no risk. And experts say it peaked last year and now it just feels boring. The problem though, it's everywhere, from interiors and fashion. It started feeling like a copy and paste with zero personality. So social media didn't help either. Algorithm-friendly aesthetics turned into timeless into totally predictable. And in fashion, that safe logo-free vibe, designers are calling it too cautious and completely uninspired. Okay, so the question is, what's taking its place? Think more color, more texture, more mixing eras and styles. So we're talking vintage finds, meaningful art and homes, and outfits that actually tell a story. The new vibe is maximalism with purpose. Less play it safe and more, this is who I am. Thank God. I was so tired of this quiet luxury. It's everywhere. And even the color of the year is like a very beige color. So clearly, I'm all about expressing yourself in fashion. This is my kind of trend ending. All right, so here's a question. Does deleting social media make you happier or lonelier? So researchers say the answer is actually trickier than you might think. A group from an Australian university asked 100 U.S. college students to stay away from any social media networks for at least 1 week in exchange for 1 point course credit. So 74% reported feeling more positive and good states while abstaining. However, there was a subset who wanted to abstain from socials, but when they did, they actually felt worse. So research shows some people who abstain from or quit social media feel they are not as connected as they used to be because they're losing access to certain individuals or communities that they can't access otherwise. And if they can't find or don't have other means to connect, they feel lonely offline. So people who quit social apps may also communicate less overall since they're prompted to communicate less, of course. I think it just depends like how your life is. Do you have a lot of people in your life? Are you okay being by yourself? I could log off social media and be totally fine. Like I could talk to nobody for a week and be fine, but everybody's not like that. And I know a lot of people use social media in a healthy way for their outlets. So I just think it depends on who you are and what you have going on in your life. All right, guys, go anywhere because we've got plenty more positivity headed your way. And here's a live look at Gastonia. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back. Well, 7-time Super Bowl champion quarterback Tom Brady, he's really trying to branch out in his post-football playing life. Okay, so that's him right there, y'all. He hit the catwalk this weekend at the Gucci Resort 2027 Collection Fashion Show in Times Square. He definitely had the model stare down. I'm talking Zoolander as he walked down the aisle. So between this and the Kevin Hart roast, Tom has really been putting his hat in the ring. Tom, here's the thing, you guys. I'm all for like your second, your third, your fifth career. What I don't understand is there's also video with him dancing with Alex Earl. If I'm a multimillionaire, who was married to Giselle. I'm gonna sit on my millions, my multi-millions. I'm not gonna go try to be a comedian. I'm not gonna try to be a runway model. I'm just gonna chill out and enjoy my big stack of money. But you know what, Tom? You do you, and that's why you're the GOAT. And speaking of GOAT, as always, before we go, I wanna share our closing thoughts with you, and mine comes from another GOAT. Success is not just about winning, it's about growing and learning. And that is from Don Staley in the spirit of the Charlotte Crown. I thought, we should get, of course, the OG GOAT in there. So yeah, it's not just about winning, it's about what you learn along the way. So tomorrow, you guys, let's look ahead. We're gonna have a really big show. We've got comedian Alana Glazer. We've got Chance the Rapper, an interview with him. Of course, he's coming to Charlotte this Friday, so always some good stuff. And locally, we've got Kendall Smith with the Knights. She'll be in the house. So thank you so much for tuning in, y'all. Go out there, enjoy this beautiful day. Liza and I will see you back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow on Positively Charlotte.
Are you 6 foot sexy? Truly, like, I would come up with one-liners and they don't know what to do with themselves.
It takes confidence to say to a guy, are you 6 foot sexy?
Oh, and I've done it many a time.
everybody, and welcome into Unhinged, the show where we talk about all things dating around the Queen City, the good, the bad, the in-between. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Rudisell.
I'm Alicia Quarles.
I'm Liza Mahacek.
That's right. We've got she's going to introduce herself, but we have a very special guest today. My friend and author of You've Been Validated, a playbook to confidence. Valerie Greenberg is in the house. Hi, Valerie.
Hi. I'm here, yes, and I almost introduced myself. That's how much conviction I have when I say how confident I am. I belong here.
So first of all, before we get into confidence, tell us about your book.
Yes, so my book really does equip you with the tools to become the most confident version of yourself, to connect with anyone and create these meaningful relationships, to nurture them, to hone in on your superpowers, and to recognize the importance of creating a confidence community, people that lift you up. And now you're all part of it. So I'm so grateful.
All right, let's talk about confidence in dating. All of us have strong personalities, ladies.
That's true.
That's gentle.
It's gentle. Val, as the confidence coach, do you lean into your full Valism when you go into a date, or at what point do you show this big personality is who I am?
So it's very interesting because when I was a little bit younger, I would find myself just being like very fact of matter. And I don't want to use the word intense because I feel like that has like a negative connotation, but I was kind of putting it all out there. You can still be confident and be who you are, but also leave a little bit of mystery to that.
True.
Don't give everything away. Savannah, this is something that I have to practice on a regular basis. Alicia, you know I put it out there quite often. But like this past guy that I was dating most recently, I was a lot slower to sort of let him know everything. And for him, he probably thought, wow, this girl's really giving it all to me. But he didn't even know. He didn't even know. And you know what? He's lost because he didn't stick around long enough to find out what he's missing.
Fair. Okay, so I also would love to know when it comes to this social media day and age, I think we see so many people compare ourselves to so many people. And particularly when we're on the dating apps, it kind of makes you feel like you're almost just a number. So how do you make yourself feel confident when you're on those dating apps, when you're going on dates and maybe they aren't working out?
Good question. Well, for me personally, I think that you don't have to ever look at yourself and say, I'm doing something wrong. Once you stop taking all of the lack of responses or missed opportunities as something that you're doing wrong, you're going to feel so much lighter. And I think that it's also important to note, you've got to feel good with yourself before you're ready to put yourself out there and date. So do the work before you present yourself. I mean, don't overthink things. Like if you're good with yourself and you know who you are, get on that dating app. Absolutely. But at the same time, don't question or worry about what these men are thinking. Own your awesomeness and do that. Maybe show a friend that you really respect your profile picture so they can help you vet the photos.
That's right. That's right. We're about to be doing that with Alicia.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
What about that confidence when you've been on a lot of bad dates online? The confidence to get back out there and be like, okay, I'm going to keep trying. Because I think we've all been there where you're just like, I'm good right now.
The thing is, for me, I am there. Literally, like I've had so many opportunities where I'm like, oh, these really are not great. What I will say is I'm glad they're there and I still remain positive because I'm good with me. And I think that when you have that energy that's positive, literally like everything amazing will happen at the right time. And I don't know, I just feel like free right now. I just feel like I'm not concerned about men not necessarily biting at the chance to go out with me because I am glowing. And literally that's what it comes down to. Taking care of yourself, respecting yourself, valuing yourself, and then the guys will flock. And honestly, I do have a lot of options right now. It's just that I have to decide whether or not these are men that are going to align with where my life is at the moment.
Yes, and Val. Yes. This is where they're trying to get to. This is where so many people want to be.
You're auditioning them.
But
Keep
Savannah,
that in mind.
I feel like, Savannah, you are confident because you will go up to men. Like, talk to us about your confidence. I have an issue. I don't go up to anybody. That's
Alicia, one time we were talking about this. Alicia was like, well, I thought he was really cute, but like I didn't know what to say. And our morning team is like, well, you would just go up and you'd say, I'm Alicia. Do you want to buy me a drink? And she was like, I can't do that.
Like physically, my voice starts restricting. I just don't have it in me.
Funny, someone as confident and as accomplished as Alicia can even feel that sometimes, but it happens.
Yeah.
That's why you need a Savannah or a Val in Florida because our lives are
or pushing, or even better yet, going up and dragging them with you. I mean, I started, I feel like, to gain confidence by treating it as a game, especially when it comes to dating too, where it's like, all right, I'm gonna think of the
strangest thing I can say to this person and see if they'll walk away. A lot of times they walk away. It's true. But
what kind of strange stuff were you saying?
Okay, nothing's too out of pocket necessarily, but like kind of just like kind of going up and hitting them with something like, how many pennies do you think are in that cash register? Or like something like
You sort of the pressure off, and that's such a great icebreaker, Susanna. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Or lately, like in like one of the more successful times that I had is in a coffee shop, right? Like during like Panthers playoff rounds. I see a cute guy wearing a Panthers jersey, and I'm wearing my Panthers jersey. So I walk up to him, tap on the table, and go, "Hi, we're matching." And I think that's really cute.
Oh my God, you're adorable. And when you find things in common, that really can also break the ice.
So yeah, it's a little bit of like a game, and a little bit, for at least for me, was like a fake it till you make it. I mean, Val, I'm sure you've heard that a million times. That phrase. Do you subscribe to it?
Well,
do you not?
I mean, it's funny because I really believe that every single one of us in this room has made it because we lead with character. And that, first and foremost, if we can literally lean into it, then we can take that out with us into the everyday world. But there were times where I would say silly things like you, like, are you 6 foot sexy? And these guys,
oh my God,
these guys, oh yeah, listen to me. But truly, like, I would come up with one-liners and they don't know what to do with themselves. So when you like flip the script and put the pressure on them to respond, that's like a good way if you are in that like fake it till you make it kind of stage. But yeah, you have to say
it takes confidence to say to a guy, are you 6 foot?
Oh, and I've done it many a time.
I think it's also like when you go on these dating apps too, it's like when you start to say things that are random, because, you know, with Hinge prompts, things like that, if you're just saying, oh my gosh, if a guy is saying to a girl, oh, you're so pretty, what? There's only so much that you can say back to that.
That's
and vice versa. If you are saying to a guy like, oh, you seem really nice or something like that, you need to say something that sparks a conversation like how many pennies do you think are in a cash register? Like,
that was a really bad example.
Like that, where it just sparks an actual conversation that's not, oh, are we both attracted to each other? It gives you the opportunity to talk about something else.
Okay, I get it. It shows personality.
Yeah.
A lot of these men out there, though, I will say, hey, it's interesting. I just matched with someone that didn't realize I had met him 10 years ago. And he was like, hi. And he's like, and then when he realized, he goes, wow, you look different, different. I'm like, who are you? I'm not interested in you anymore. Bye. So like, remember, ladies, take your time.
Tell me I look different.
Just because you match with them, take your power. Hold your power.
That's a compliment. Good different. You took offense.
Good different, sir. What are you up to? That is not the way to woo me.
Try it again.
No thanks. I've always looked beautiful, and I love how your look has evolved. That you could say something like that, or how you've really come into your own. But that man is not sitting by my side.
Now you see why she's my best friend. We slap us. Bella, we have so many more questions for you.
Bring it on,
Yes, we'll be right back with much more.
Welcome back to Unhinged. We're speaking with Valerie Greenberg, author of You've Been Validated. She's a confidence coach, and she's given us confidence in dating. But let's speak about this. You and Savannah, Savannah and Liz are two Midwest girls.
Yep.
Valerie and I are two New Yorkers.
That's right.
Let's talk about the dating versus Midwest versus New York.
Because are we all jealous of each other?
I
Like,
think
does
so.
everybody think that the other one has it
Everyone
better?
wants.
The grass is always greener.
What they don't have.
Now here, I thought dating in the Midwest, I feel like people there are wholesome. It'd be easier to find somebody that's committed. Is this true?
I don't know. I mean, Savannah, what do you think? I think that it's kind of like I've heard horror stories from my friends as well, where you can find people who are scared of commitment anywhere.
Yes.
You really can.
But I just thought the Midwest was like family values, like just stand up,
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, I'll be here for a weekend, and I'll let you know when I literally reset my location and
That's right. Or Diddy all set up. I mean, that's also true. Is like people are from everywhere, wherever you're at. Right. But Liz, I don't know if you thought this too. It's a different kind of strange or a different kind of insert whatever you're fed up with about dating here. I mean, I think some of my struggles in Missouri, Kansas area, there was I think a couple more people who were a little bit more focused on traditional roles in relationships than I was. That was a big thing I kept running into.
Yeah.
Not sure about for you. I mean,
I don't know.
we're
I
in
mean,
Ohio.
honestly, the thing is that I really haven't dated here in Charlotte. So
Okay.
I haven't gotten much of a comparison, but based off of all of my so many people have troubles dating in Charlotte. And it might just be the day and age right now, because I really do think that social media and dating apps give people too big of a pool. I think it allows people to think that they have limitless options. And of course, I mean, your soulmate could be out there anywhere. And you could have I personally think that there's not one specific right person for you. There are people who can there are plenty of people who could be right for you. And so I think that by being on social media, on dating apps, it just makes people think, oh, there's better options out there. Like if this person is
Some of them aren't in your league.
And that's right. And that's right now.
I think that was
No,
the problem.
everyone,
Yeah.
whoever you want
Yeah.
is good. But I'm saying,
But I think that was the problem with dating in New York. I feel like in New York, first of all, I think the ratio for men to women is off the charts.
It's bad.
But also, I feel like the men, I met quality men. You guys I love to love. I've been in love several times in my life. I'm a serial relationshiper. That's just who I am. But the men there have Peter Pan syndrome because they get with you, and then there's little Becky, who's 10 years younger than you, who's coming. She's like, oh, hey, Ralph, I love you. And I'm not going to do all that. So it's Peter. They're always going to the next best thing I found. What do you think, Val?
But it's also like what you want in life, because I have plenty of guys in their late 20s that want to date me, and I am
You like
not
them
in my
younger.
late 20s. But at the end of the day, like a lot of men, just because they see your photo, they think that like they even have an opportunity. And these are guys that should be giving women a chance. And sorry, dudes, like you've got to really shape up or ship out, because we are prizes.
Yeah.
And what I also find in New York quite frequently is that these guys, they just kind of, they're just everywhere. They're not focused. They're not
I will say
prioritizing.
this. Now, Val, you can slap me. But you like
Too far away at the table.
you like the shiny boy. She looks like the boy toy model.
I do. I do. She knows. And listen, I've dated some of those. She does. You know what I realize is that oftentimes the guys that aren't necessarily the most aesthetically like attractive, they're the ones with the attitude. And it's like the hot ones are the good ones. And I'm like, I see this in you on a regular
I
basis.
dated some ugly guys. And I'm like, how are you? Because I like them ugly. And I'm like, how are you
You're like I'm the prize here. Yeah. How are you cheating on me?
But Alicia's type is so funny because I never will know who it is. Like literally, I mean, it is all sides of the spectrum. Like we'll walk away and she's like, that guy was cute. I'm like, wait, that was not who I expected to be like at all.
Love that my type is toxic.
That's right.
And my type is 8-pack. I like you 6'4". I like a nice round tush, but I need you driven. I need you ambitious, and I also want friends. I actually had a guy that I dated 3 years ago that I randomly ran into at a bar in New York City, which is so bizarre. But no, I ran into him 3 years later, is my point. Like, he's been popping in and out of my life, but still, no consistency. It's like, why are you messaging me and hitting me up when you're not, like, when there is no follow-up? He didn't love my book. Oh, this is...
Oh, he bought the book.
This is Trevor. I'm like,
supportive.
But yeah, no, and he's real cute, but he is not, like... Honestly, the last time we met up, he was more open with me than we had ever been in, like, the previous 2 different times we dated. And I was like, what is glowing on here, sir? But he was really, really cute. He's like, you look great. I'm like... Thank you. I know. Like, what's next?
I love that about you, Val, is that like you're aware of your qualities and like the good things about you.
And listen, I'm humble. I'm joking around. I'm joking around here, but at the end of the day, like we are such winners and we need to continuously look at ourselves in the mirror and say that to ourselves. We have to be our own best friend. And honestly, like obviously be open to growth and learning and collaboration in relationships with friends. But like that's how you get to a place of grace where you're good with you, that you can open up the door to find your partner in life.
But why is that so hard?
Polyamory. There's a lot of different things. Open relationships in New York. There's all these caveats that people come up with, and it's like for me, no. Like I say to men, I'm like, I am looking for somebody to be, just me and you, and that's just, you can put what you're looking for on these dating apps, and I'm shocked how many people are not necessarily just looking for that.
We just interviewed the CEO of Ashley Madison. There's a whole, there's a whole,
We know a couple of people whose husbands were on that. I mean, I do, but I'm not going to name names.
Yeah, I did.
But that's what happens in New York City. Oh my goodness.
Well, also, I mean, kind of to Savannah's point, what do you think it is that makes people struggle so much with the confidence to be aware of their positive qualities?
Or just baseline nice to yourself.
Yeah.
I'm my biggest off.
Yeah. Well, that's typically how it is. We're all like going to be our heart. My mom always said, my 4th grade teacher told my mom, you don't have to get on Valerie. She's going to get on herself. And I think that people that happen to be driven and want to achieve a lot in life are wired where we're not necessarily always nice to ourselves. But what it comes down to is asking yourself why. Being curious, and then trying to implement actual steps that you can take to change those habits. And listen, we can all get there, and it's one step at a time.
I love it. Well, we're going to get some tales from the trenches from Val after this short little break. We'll be back with more Unhinged. Welcome back to Unhinged. We've got Valerie Greenberg joining us to tell us a little bit about some tales from the trenches. Now, you're a confident woman. Tell us some of the things where you've been like, I simply won't put up with this.
So I can pretty much connect as a natural born extrovert with most people. Even if it's for a short period of time, I can make things pretty pleasant. But there was a point where Invisalign wasn't quite mainstream and popular yet for people to be wearing throughout the day and at work. And I remember going out with a man that like I thought looked a little nerdy, but listen, I'm grown, I'm evolved. Like if you're a little nervy, that can be a good thing. I want someone with a good heart. All the other stuff, I mean, Alicia says I like them shiny, and I do. But this guy literally took his Invisalign out at the table before we even ordered a drink. And I don't know Invisalign etiquette because I never even had braces, but I was mortified. Yeah, I did have a safe, like, what do they call that? A safe word?
Troy
I
does
call
that.
it friend. Yeah, but like, oh, she's talking about woo. But I'm like, I was not here for it at all. So that was like quite some time ago. But I've also had experiences where I've shown up and I'm like, ooh, yes. Like, but what I recommend is go in with no expectations, but an open mind. And then you can't be disappointed, but you can be really just excited.
That's always good. That's always good.
I feel like the Invisalign, that's a struggle. That's a struggle.
Table? Shouldn't
At
he?
the table.
What's the etiquette there? Should he have gone to the restroom to take it out?
Maybe gone to the restroom. Also,
Before we
maybe
ordered a
just
drink,
don't-
Liza.
Maybe just don't wear the Invisalign to the date. Also, that's another option as well.
The father of my kids does that. He has Invisalign, and he just takes that anywhere. My friends are like, "What?"
Oh, there's
like, like the string, like the little, like the cheek gross. It's gross. That's pretty bad. That's
tough.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's really tough. I'm trying to think of like more. Okay, well, I had a guy actually. This is actually one for the books. I had a guy just a couple weeks ago cancel the date before we ever went out. I would not have really even considered him, but I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be open. She
said I didn't want you money.
Our text exchange was so minimal, and all he could see was my actual like. Bottom line is, he picked the place, he picked the location, and then he wrote me this long story of why he's canceling the date because he doesn't think I'm going to be a match or a fit. And it's like, sir, you didn't even meet me. You're the one who asked me out. Now you're backpedaling. I mean, I'm sorry, but
This
you
is why we
clearly
need a
don't have
confidence
the taste.
booster. That would mess with your confidence. Good thing I
Don't take any of these guys don't take anything personally with these dating apps, please. And in real life, when you meet men, if they don't show up, they might have something going on with themselves. And that's another thing. Oh, I did once have a guy walk out on me. Which was like weird because this is a visual podcast and I don't know why that would have happened, right? No, but like seriously, and again, this was like many years
I
ago.
just got the joke. Maybe it's not a joke. Yeah.
So that was interesting, but really, ladies, I suggest being good with yourselves first. And guess what? You are all going to look in the mirror tomorrow and tell yourself how amazing you are because you deserve that.
And rejection is redirection.
There we
I
go.
do believe that. You know,
I once dated a narcoleptic. So
what?
Yeah, I
did not know this.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh my gosh! Well,
Alicia's lived so many lives. It's so funny.
That
you know him, but he got diagnosed afterwards.
Okay.
I'd known him for years. We
When was
started
he falling asleep? That's
in the middle of dates. Our dates were super late because at the time I think he was working at like CNN. And so we would be eating late, but he'd fall asleep in the middle of dinner. And finally, I was like, "Is it me?" I broke up with him, but he later got diagnosed with narcolepsy, and it made me feel a little bit better. But it was like,
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Like sometimes like the date itself can be like a confidence crusher, but sometimes that can be the booster itself. Like, there was one I was on, this was several years ago, and like I just couldn't get him to ask me questions at all. And I was like,
That's so boring.
I know. And so on one hand, you're like, wow, he's not asking questions, but you're like, am I bad company? Like I don't, I'm not really sure. So I get up and use the restroom. And while I was gone, the table next to us started talking to the guy, just being like, hey, what's going on, man? Like what
they
are you
noticed
doing?
it.
They were trying to coach him.
Oh, wow.
As I was in the bathroom.
How did you know this? Did he tell you or did they tell you?
Yeah, because I sat back down and there was absolutely no game. So he's like, did you tell them to talk to me? Because they just told me to ask you more questions.
He was just a little socially awkward and dry.
And
Probably not your person.
And he probably was nervous to be with you.
Well, like, okay, do you want to know why I went out with him in the first place?
Why?
Because on his profile, he had pictures with a ferret. And I was like, wow, I don't know.
You set yourself out. No, I tell you right now, we will not be going for the same type of guy, Savannah, so we can go out together.
Savannah.
I thought I've never met anybody that I know of with a ferret. This should be interesting. I didn't want to see the ferret.
You should have told him to bring the ferret to the date. That's the whole reason why you went.
Pet store, girl.
Well, heaven forbid, I thought someone with a ferret would be an eccentric and interesting human to talk to.
Eccentric, yes.
Eccentric.
I love that.
You said I want to talk to my ferret.
It's a tough lot. Marriage material.
No,
Yeah,
but
no.
I walked away with a little more confidence, being like, see, even the people around me.
Yeah. Don't question yourself. Listen, your gut is right.
Yeah.
I think that's all.
And the ferret is also a very good tell, too.
Well, Val, before we wrap, do you want to leave us with some confidence, words of wisdom as we hit these dating streets of Charlotte?
Absolutely. So if something feels a little off or awkward, you can honestly lean into that because at the end of the day, you will learn something about yourself and you'll recognize your resilience. Believe in yourself. You've been validated.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Val.
Really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at this episode of Unhinged. We're hopeful that you can take away a little bit something from this, maybe a little more confidence, right? Or bolster the confidence of somebody else.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, we've got a special guest on the show today. Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service is joining me on the episode. We're talking about how the burn ban was lifted for 81 counties, but why 19 counties still are under the wildfire restrictions. We'll detail what's different in those counties versus the others. Plus, the drought continues to worsen here in the Carolinas. Now, pretty much all of the Queen City News viewing area is under extreme drought conditions, and even exceptional drought conditions are popping up. Why this latest drought monitor has now entered historic territory. You're watching Pinpoint Weather University, and this latest episode, it starts right now, my friends. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here at Queen City News Plus. Big welcome to our YouTube viewers too. And if you're following me on IG at WXBrandon9 or following us at Fox 46 Charlotte, our Queen City News Instagram page, thanks so much for all the support. And if you have any suggestions for the show here at Pinpoint Weather University, as always, send those our way. You can also connect with me on Facebook at my meteorologist Brandon Lawson Facebook page or over on X at WXBrandon9. I always love receiving your comments and some of the suggestions you guys have for the show, and I try to incorporate those as much as I can. So I do appreciate the love and support there, and we'll continue to grind on. And we're going to be talking about the drought again. I know the drought has been a big topic here lately, and it's been more of a bigger topic over the last few weeks now that water restrictions have been put in play. I feel like a lot of folks have really started to pay more attention to it now that it's impacting everybody. But something else that we've been monitoring over the last several months really has been the wildfire threat. That is a threat that has been there for quite some time with this drought. And I know not everybody burns, not everybody has a fireplace or a fire pit in their backyard, their front yard or whatever, but a lot of people here in the Carolinas do. In North Carolina, due to some of the recent rains that we've had, that has actually helped us out a little bit when it comes to the wildfire threat. So the recent rains aren't necessarily getting us out of the drought, but they are bringing us some temporary relief in some areas. The wildfire threat has been lowered for some. It has washed away some of the pollen as well, which I know a lot of folks are really excited about. And it's also at least slowed down some of the worsening drought. It kept the drought from getting much worse than what it could have been last Thursday with some of the recent rain. So that's how the recent rain has helped. And again, highlighting that, the wildfire threat being lowered. And actually joining me on the show today is Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service, the Public Information Officer. Philip, I like to call you the voice sometimes of the NC Forest Service because I've texted you, I feel like, a couple of times a week over the last few months, just because wildfire season has been so active and the drought has been a big reason for that. Just talk about this wildfire season so far and just the activity you guys have seen.
Yeah, so going back to early March when we first started creeping up into wildfire season, our activity was pretty much statewide, balanced out from the mountains all the way to eastern North Carolina along the coastline, which is ultimately one of the reasons that we decided to implement a burn ban is our fire activity had just gotten to a point where it was almost too widespread and too frequent. And we needed to do whatever we could to slow down those new wildfire starts. And a burn ban is a method in which we can do that once we reach a point where our forest fire conditions have reached a hazardous level.
And then what are some of those ingredients that you guys use to issue the burn bans? What are some of the indicators that you have in place to help you guys make that call, oh, we need a burn ban for the state?
Yeah, so the main trigger, if you will, would be once our forest fire conditions reach a hazardous level. And what are the contributing factors to that? Is going to be consistent low humidity, windy days. Obviously, prolonged drought was a factor as well. Spring wildfire season, March through May, is typical this in our state anyway, simply because of the green up process with the vegetation as we work towards the summer months. And when you don't have rain to offset the greening up process, if you will, where more moisture and nutrients is required for the green up process, then you can dry out rather quickly. And of course, North Carolina, you go back to September, October of 2025, which is when those rainfall deficits began to build. And so when we got to the later stages of March, we looked at our wildfire activity, how fast those fires, not only how quickly they were igniting, how easily they were igniting, but then how fast they were spreading once they were igniting. Ultimately, the rate of spread of some of these fires was outpacing our containment efforts and our ability to control these wildfires. So when you look at the long-range forecast and you don't see any relief in sight in the form of rainfall or high humidity, you're already dealing with widespread fire activity. The wildfire behavior is acting a little erratic, and then you have to consider resource availability and where you are in terms of stretching resources too thin. And so all of those factors were at play late March when we decided to implement the burn ban.
And I was going to mention, we've got a lot of video from Georgia. They have been dealing with very significant wildfires there, especially over the last week or so. And they've also been experiencing the drought conditions Was this a concern for you guys as well when it came down to issuing the burn ban? Were you guys worried about the potential for massive wildfires, or was it more of just like a smaller wildfire threat?
Yeah, I mean, the potential was certainly there. You saw several wildfires in South Carolina as well. South Carolina has implemented, lifted, and re-implemented burn bans throughout the spring, in the duration in which ours was in effect. And so, really, the wildfire activity and potential, the risk, was pretty much across the southeast due to the factor of drought and some of these other conditions that we've discussed. And so, again, when we were dealing with these situations in late March, we looked at the long range forecast and do we see any relief in sight over the next couple of weeks? And the answer at that time was no. There was not a whole lot of rain forecast, if any. Temperatures were going to fluctuate between 90 and 50, and with that, you get the frontal systems with wind. And so you pretty much saw textbook fire weather that time of year back in March. And then one extra element that some of your viewers can take to heart is the Hurricane Helene impacts that still remain in Western North Carolina. Of course, if a fire were to ignite in some of these areas in Western North Carolina where the Helene blowdown and the timber damage is still substantial, well, then a fire can spread quickly, become difficult to contain, and that's going to be a threat moving forward for the next 10, 15, if not 20 years. And so
And I was actually going to ask that. Why is that threat just going for so long? We'll get. I know you guys have actually lead the burn ban for some kinds. We'll get that here just momentarily. But the Helene vegetation down threat is going to be around for years, possibly over decades. Why is that? Why does that threat linger for so long?
Yeah, so in terms of volume, roughly 822,000 acres across Western North Carolina experienced some form of timber damage. And some of that's partial, but a lot of that's actually still physically on the ground. That are, in some cases, entire mountainsides that still have the entire blowdown present. And so cleanup efforts are going to be slow moving simply because of the magnitude of the timber damage. And so as the timber continues to lay on the ground year in and year out, it's going to further dry out. It's going to die. Most of it is dead, or if not dying, and it's going to become more available. And so each year that we get further removed from Hurricane Helene and that timber is still on the ground, it's going to be more flammable next year than it is this year, and so on and so forth, until it's gradually removed through prescribed burning efforts, if and where that's possible. That might not always be practical, and then just the gradual cleanup efforts over time. And so each year that we're removed from Hurricane Helene, that timber is going to be more kindling for fires to spread.
Definitely something to watch for years to come, for sure. And you guys actually, over this past weekend, have actually relieved the burn ban, released the burn ban for 81 counties in North Carolina. So that means 19 counties are still under the burn ban. This was the map you guys released on your Facebook page. So the burn ban still continues for Gaston, Mecklenburg County, Union, Cabarrus, Iredell, up into Rowan, Stanley, and Anson County. That is the Queen City News viewing area, but also, Rockingham, Stokes, as you're getting up towards Guilford County, Randolph, and a few others more as well included in there, some counties up towards District 11. So why is that area still under the burn ban, but counties around it, the burn ban has been released?
Yeah, so again, going back to those previous conditions and factors that we were talking about just a few minutes ago, over the course of the last couple of weeks, we begin to see temperature somewhat moderate, but we're also seeing higher humidity levels. And so when you go back to March 28th, when the humidity was in the 20 and 30 percentile, even down to the teens in some cases, is now in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and even 70s, if not higher. And so the higher humidity days, even though it's not rainfall, so it's not going to do much for your drought, it indicates that the air is more saturated, and therefore there's a little bit more moisture available that wasn't there before. The overnight recovery, as we call it, when you start waking up in the morning and you find dew on the ground, the grass is wet. So again, those things they don't do anything for the drought, frankly, but they do help us in terms of reducing wildfire risk. Also, going back to late March, we would look at the forecast and you wouldn't see rain for 2 or 3 weeks. whereas now you're starting to see the potential for unsettled weather at least every 3 or 4 days. And so the map that you're showing right there indicates last week's rainfall totals. And as you can see, the area basically missed out. The area that remains under the burn ban, those 19 counties, unfortunately just flat out missed that rainfall from last week, and especially on Saturday. And so when you look at the other accumulations being somewhere between nearly an inch to almost 2 inches in some areas, those are the areas that we felt confident that with that rainfall, as well as some of the higher humidity levels, full green up is another thing. Now that we're in later stages of spring, the vegetation, your trees, we've almost reached full green up, if not complete full green up in some areas. And what that does, again, doesn't do anything for the drought, but it is a reduced wildfire risk simply because the vegetation is a little more fire resistant than it was back in March. It's no such thing as fireproof. And so it's definitely green up doesn't mean that we can't have fires. It just means that things tend to be a little bit more fire resistant. So between the higher humidity levels, the full green up that we've seen, additional moisture and a recovery overnight, as well as the recent rainfall statewide over the last 7 days going back to last week, those were all the factors that ultimately put us in a position where the forest fire conditions are no longer hazardous. Therefore, we felt comfortable lifting the burn ban for those 81 counties. But as that map illustrates right there, those 19 counties, unfortunately, when Saturday's rain event moved through, it just flat out missed them.
My next question, it kind of leads into the upcoming rainfall that we have for later this week. I mean, models are still a little spread, but there are some indications that we could see over an inch of rain in the Piedmont of North Carolina for the first time since mid-February. If that rain was to happen for later this week, could that burn ban then be lifted for the rest of our counties here in North Carolina?
That's certainly what we're hoping for. We're hoping that that rain produces on forecast, if not maybe gives us a little bit more. It's certainly a welcome sight. And so we will certainly reevaluate and see what rain actually falls and hits the ground and is able to be absorbed. And so we are looking at that now, and we will continue to look at that through the week. And as that rainfall physically hits the ground, and we'll reevaluate. Our hope is that it will be enough for us to remove the burn ban entirely. We're not quite there yet, simply because a forecast is a forecast. So we need to see what actually falls. But those are the intentions. Burn bans are not ideal really for anyone, us included. The same resources with the North Carolina Forest Service, who are responsible for responding to thousands of wildfires across the state every single year, they're also tasked with enforcing the burn ban and extinguishing and writing citations for these illegal fires. So when we have a burn ban in place, it is just another element of responsibility for our initial attack resources that they have to deal with. And so burn bans are not ideal really for anybody, us included. And so the objective is not to hold it in place for as long as possible, to keep it in place for as long as possible. It's until we're no longer seeing hazardous forest fire conditions. That's what's outlined for us in North Carolina General Statute. And so hopefully we'll get the rain this week. That's forecast, and hopefully that will put us in a position for those 19 counties where those hazardous conditions are no longer present, and hopefully we can get back to fully lifting this ban.
And Philip, I do have one more question for you. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, but after the break, I just want to ask you more about what the threat could look like going forward if the drought continues. Details on that coming up next here on Pinpoint. Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. Got my good friend Philip Jackson with me with the North Carolina Forest Service. And Phil, you were talking earlier about how things are greening up. It doesn't completely eliminate the wildfire threat, but it definitely can lower it a good bit. And as we get more towards summer, I actually am seeing grass grow quite a bit. People are starting to mow their grass, and trees continue to green up. So even if the drought were to continue into the summer with extreme drought conditions and even the potential for exceptional drought conditions, would the threat for wildfire still lower due to that green up?
So as we move into the summer and we move out of spring wildfire season, we typically see our wildfire risk reduced because of that green up, but also because of the humidity that the South in general just experiences every year, where we're looking at 80, 90, 100 percentile with the humidity levels. And the South is hot and humid, and so it might be unpleasant to deal with outside, but it does help with our wildfire risk. With that being said, if this drought does continue and we were to find ourselves in a patch of a 2 or 3 week span during the summertime where the temperatures are 90s, 100 plus without any rainfall, then we could very well start seeing extreme wildfire risk again, especially we have summertime thunderstorms become more common throughout June, July, and August, even into September. And so that's when we tend to see some of our lightning wildfires caused by lightning. It's not super common. We do have them. They only account for about 1% of our fires across the state, but that 1% typically is most prevalent during those summer months where we're seeing more thunderstorms. And so ultimately the message is going to remain the same year in, year out when it comes to prevention, is that most of these fires that we have, they are human caused, which means they are avoidable. And so the main culprit of that, of course, is unfortunately debris burning, where folks are just out burning yard debris in their yards. Most counties allow that. It is a legal practice, but you need to make sure that you're doing it on the right day and under the right weather conditions. And one of the biggest issues that we have is folks just not staying with their fire. They will light a debris pile on fire, and then they will walk away and they will continue to do other chores around the house. They will run errands. And when that fire is left unattended, it's going to do what it's going to do, and the weather is going to have a huge impact on that. So ultimately, even if we do find ourselves here the next few days where the burn ban has been lifted for all 100 counties, we are at full green up. We see some unsettled weather. If we get into the summer where the temperatures are high and the moisture and the rainfall is just low and this drought continues, then we could very well be in a position where we start seeing widespread wildfire activity again. So folks need to be extremely careful. And even as you and I talk right now, even though the burn ban has been lifted for 81 counties, right now we are still in spring wildfire season. So folks need to be extremely cautious in those areas where the ban has been lifted.
All right, Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service. Thank you so much. And, May 4th was International Firefighters Day. So big shout out to all you guys at the Forest Service, all the fire crews that have been working tirelessly over the last few months to put out wildfires and to keep wildfire awareness in our heads as we navigate this drought, and with the wildfire threat being a little bit more higher than usual this year due to the drier conditions that we've been seeing. So, Phil, thank you so much. Always love having you on the show here on Pinpoint Weather University here on Queen City News Plus, and I appreciate you joining me today.
Thanks, Brandon. We appreciate all that you do.
All right, thank you, Phil. Coming up after the break, we're going to talk about April. April is over and May is now here, but April was creating some history here in Charlotte. We detailing for you just how hot it was, and other dry month too, just how dry April was here in Charlotte. Coming up for you on the other side of the break. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We just spoke with Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service's Public Information Officer there. Gave us a lot of good information on the wildfire threat we've been experiencing over the last few months, during the spring months in particular, and the drought conditions. Just how greening up might help us out a little bit in the summer, but still, if the drought continues to be as significant as it is, burning still could be an issue coming up this summer. So something we'll have to pay attention to. I enjoy talking to Philip, and hopefully the rain that we're getting from later this week of May 3rd, hopefully later this week we'll be able to see that burn ban lifted for all of our counties here in North Carolina. The Tar Heel State could use it, and we were talking a little bit offline about, the state parks, how you can't really have your campfires at the state park, can't go camping really and enjoy it and grill and stuff on some of the grills they have there in some of the areas where the burn ban is still in effect. So fingers crossed we can get some good rain in here and hopefully at least limit the wildfire threat, but we'll need a lot more rain to get rid of the drought. We need like 2 or 3 inches a week to really help us out, and it's got to be more on a consistent basis. But it looks like we'll get into more of a wetter pattern here starting this week. I do want to talk about April. I know April's kind of long gone now, but there's still some things I didn't get a chance to highlight, and it has to do with our temperatures and precipitation for the month of April. So April in Charlotte was actually the second warmest April we've ever experienced here in the Queen City. We had 2 record highs this month, and we start April off on a bang, right? April 1st, 86 degrees, new record high on April 1st, and then we get into April 15th, just 2 weeks later, and we see another record high of 89 degrees. We got our first 90-degree day of the year this April on April 18th, which is about about a month or so before we tend to see our first 90-degree day. Our average first 90-degree day, I believe, is around May 20th. We saw it on April 18th this year. So yeah, second warmest April on record for Charlotte. It was a very warm month, and you look at all the orange days there. All the days in orange are days where we were above average. So I mean, when you look at it, including the red days there, so you've got 86 degrees on April 1st, 89 on April 15th. So if you include those two in there, and just kind of count it up, doing a little bit of math for you here offhand, we're talking about 6 plus 7, 13, 17. So it looks like about 18 days of the 30 days of April were above average. That's significant. That is a very significant April here in Charlotte. That's why it's the second warmest on record. And then you look at some of the blue days, which obviously there's a lot less of those. Those are days where we were below average, and we didn't see that quite often. We did get a little bit of a cool down for the second week of April. I should say, the first full week of April, but unfortunately, that wasn't enough to cool us down for the rest of the month. We went on a heater ever after that. So I do want to talk about rainfall too. Rainfall has been the big story here lately, right? We need it, and we don't have it. And when you look at April and look at the rainfall totals here, bringing you full screen, it was the 5th driest April on record for the Queen City. We had 4 days of measurable rain, if you will. So March, we only had 2 days of measurable rain. Might have been 3, but this month we get 4 days of measurable rain. Unfortunately, none of these days got us over 0.4 of an inch of rain. The rainiest day was April 5th, and we only saw 0.3 of an inch of rain that day. April 28th, we saw some recent rains here where we got about 0.2 of an inch of rain. And then April 30th, 1/100th of an inch. That's not going to get you out of a drought. 8/100th of an inch on April 25th. So we need to get a little bit more aggressive with rainfall totals. We obviously don't want to get so aggressive to where we're flooding out, but we need to do a little bit better than this. But it was the 5th driest April on record for Charlotte. And guess what? March was the 8th driest March on record for Charlotte. So we're continuing to stack on these dry, historic months, and we're continuing to add to this historic drought that we're in. So we'll get the latest update on Thursday, March 7th, for the United States Geological Survey. This was the update last week. Obviously, we've got extreme and exceptional drought conditions popping up over the Carolinas. Those exceptional drought conditions that you see there, that little darker shade over Monroe County, Union County, but over Monroe, and even parts of Cabarrus County, Stanley, and eastern Mecklenburg County. That's the first time we've seen exceptional drought conditions since March 2008. So we obviously are now in more of a historic territory when it comes to this drought. Just a matter of how long the recovery is going to be now. In 2007, 2008, we got exceptional drought conditions, I believe, in December of 2007. We did not get out of those exceptional drought conditions until March 2008. So it took about 3 months to get rid of all the exceptional drought conditions. And then it took about another 6 months leading in towards like September, October to get rid of the drought completely, to recover. So it takes months to get out of this. It takes a little bit to get into drought. It takes a lot to get out of it. So definitely something we'll have to continue to work to do over the next several months. I am meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. Again, a big shout out to North Carolina Forest Service, Philip Jackson, for coming on the show with us today, breaking down the wildfire threat, what goes into why those burn bans are issued, and what goes into getting rid of some of the burn bans as we get some rain around here, as the green up continues, more as we get into the summer months here. Again, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. As we end the show, I always like to say, take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. Also, as we navigate the drought together. I know it's frustrating saving water. I know it's annoying. I know it's not fun to do. Nobody wants to be told how much water. Nobody really wants to be told anything in life anymore when it comes down to what to do. But please follow some of these water restrictions that are in place. They're for everybody. It's to help everybody out. And again, if it's, using the dishwasher when it's actually full, or watering your lawn less, or washing your car a little less, go to a car wash place where they use recycled water. And that, I know it costs a little bit of money, but again, it's going to help us out a little bit when it comes down to getting out of this drought. Just some ways to help out. And again, let's work together to do this, as we always do here in the Carolinas. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We'll see you next time on the new edition of Pinpoint Weather University.
Now at noon, a breaking update in the search for a missing swimmer on Lake Wiley. So what we now know about the moments leading up to their disappearance. Brandon.
And temperatures are rising very quickly here at lunch. We've got low 80s already. Hot and humid pattern. That's the story to start the week. But we've got cooler weather that involves showers and storms to track for later this week, just in time for Memorial Day weekend. I'll time it out for you and let you know how it could impact the Charlotte Motor Speedway race weekend coming up here at noon.
All right, and if the weather doesn't knock it out of the park, this will. A big baseball day now for baseball fans of the Queen City. A look at today's lineup as the ACC tournament heats up. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now, though, with breaking news out of York County. Crews say they recovered the body of a missing swimmer on Lake Wiley. Again, this is breaking news. The search now resumed this morning in the area of Ebenezer Park boat landing, and deputies say the victim jumped off of a boat and did not resurface. Now, investigators now telling us at this hour they're now working to notify that swimmer's family. Authorities are also reminding boaters ahead of Memorial Day weekend to take safety very seriously and wear a life jacket when in the water. All right, let's talk about the weather outside because we know it's going to be hot today right here in the Carolinas as we take a live look here over at the clear skies across the area. But just how hot are we going to get? Let's bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Brandon, right now we could actually get close to record temps today, right?
That's exactly right. The high temperature today, Alicia, 93. The record high is 95, set back in 1962. I don't think we'll get there, but man, we're going to come close, and we're still some 10 to 15 degrees above where we should be for this time of year. So we're here at lunch, and temperatures are already slightly above average. Our average high temperature is 80 degrees. It's already 82 in Charlotte, 82 in Rock Hill, 84 in Concord, Statesville, and 85 up there in Iredell County. Just stretch up I-77. We got 80 degrees at Boone. Now, dew points are in the low 60s. We've actually brought dew points up a little bit from yesterday. I mean, the humidity's coming up a little bit more. As that southerly flow comes out of the south there, brings in the warmer air, the more muggy air. That's going to allow temperatures again to warm up quite a bit later today. Low to mid 90s, just 2 degrees shy of the record high for today. If you're going to be grilling out this evening, it stays higher than the grill. We'll be in the low 90s through dinner. I'm thinking temperatures will likely drop into the upper 80s by about the 7 o'clock hour. Tonight, 60s. It's mostly clear and warm. Now, radar is dry right now, but back to the west, we've got a cold front moving our way. As it gets here, it brings showers and storms. I'll let you know when and where those storms will be more likely coming up here in just a bit.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Lots of news to get to today. Charlotte police now investigating a shooting at a South Charlotte business. This all happened overnight at PLS Checker Cashers on the corner of South Tryon Street and then West Boulevard. You can see the scene right there. Medic says one person was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. But we're now working to learn if there are other suspects involved in this investigation. Officials also working to capture nearly a dozen wild Mustangs on the loose in Iredell County. We brought you this story yesterday, but take a look at these pictures here. There are about 10 horses in total running free, and people have now reported seeing them along several roads. Iredell County officials say that their main concern right now is how close the horses are getting to the road. So they've now been spotted on I-40, Highway 70, also along with Eufaula and Lewis Ferry roads. Officials are asking people to be extra careful when driving in these areas.
I looked and it was weaving in and out between traffic. It was close enough I probably could have actually touched it, reached out and touched the horse. At one point, cars started slamming on their brakes. The car in front of us had to actually go up near the side of the road.
Wow. Officials say if you do see one of those wild Mustangs, though, don't try to catch it, but instead call Iredell for your location. Beautiful. Also, county officials say that the horses' owners are facing charges for not properly securing their animals and not cooperating with efforts to find the horses. Several families are displaced due to this right here, a massive condo fire. This all happened Sunday afternoon in an apartment complex on Lake Wiley. Officials say no injuries were reported, but the fire left 12 condos just unlivable. Charlotte Fire Department now working with Steel Creek crews to limit the damage, but right now residents are waiting to meet with an insurance inspector while they're also just mourning the loss of their homes.
Just sad to see these people here. It's awful. Right. They lost everything. We've got something left over there. I'm not sure what. You have to be thankful for lives saved and animals saved, but now the day-to-day dealing with it.
Charlotte Fire Department now says that they're working with the Red Cross to help the families who are displaced. Mecklenburg County officials are also investigating the cause of the fire. Residents believe it may have started in a crawl space. Accused killer Alec Murdoch now filing a federal complaint against the official who South Carolina Supreme Court judges now say had prejudice and with the jury in Murdoch's murder trial. So that filing, it comes less than a week after the justices overturned Murdoch's convictions in the shooting deaths of his wife and son, setting him up for a retrial. The chief legal analyst here at Queen City News, Colliff Rhodes, now spoke this morning about how officials can really ensure the integrity of a new trial. Take a listen.
You'll for sure have new players in terms of a jury. You're not going to get the same jury pool, right? You'll get a new judge. They already talked about that yesterday, that once it gets remanded back to the lower court, that a different judge, not the judge that was on the previous case, will be there. But it'll be the same DAs. It will be the same prosecutor. It will be the same defense attorneys, but you'll have different legal strategies. But that jury, can you get a jury that's fair and impartial? Not a jury that's unaware of the case. That's the key point. It's going to be impossible. We had to hide under a rock for the last year, maybe 2 years, to not know this case existed. But can you get someone that, even if they are aware of it, that's able to set those biases aside and still be fair and be impartial? That's what you're going to have to be able to get. So as they mentioned in the presser yesterday, you're going to get jury pools that are going to be significantly larger than normal because you're probably going to go through a few hundred people before you can get to that right number of 12 to 14 that can be fair and impartial.
For that full conversation with Khalif, you can head over to our website at qcnews.com. So South Carolina lawmakers will now resume their special session today after a day of debate over a Republican redistricting plan. So their new proposed map would then break up the current 6th district, the state's only district currently held by a Democrat, Congressman Jim Clyburn. The push to redraw the map now comes less than a month before the state's scheduled primary election. GOP leaders say that the redistricting push is about securing Republican control of Congress. Opponents say that the real issue is looking at minority voters, of them being disenfranchised.
Proposed map is NRRT's best effort at a map that would elect 7 Republican candidates based on their current political voter data.
Our forefathers died for us to have the privileges that we have today. And we have to preserve those rights and fight, fight, fight.
Some South Carolina Republicans are concerned that an attempt to draw a 7-0 House map for the party could then spread Republican voters too thin, making some current GOP-held districts susceptible to Democrat victories. Taking a live look here over the White House, primaries in half a dozen of the states now will test the power of President Trump's endorsement. So the president endorsed candidates in Georgia, Alabama, and Kentucky. Vinay Simlot now explains what to expect.
President Donald Trump has gotten involved in a race in Kentucky trying to unseat the Republican Congressman Thomas Massie. Now, Massie describes himself as a libertarian who has at times voted with Democrats against President Trump. Because of that, he has a primary challenger, and it's turned into the most expensive primary in U.S. House history.
How we doing?
In a highly unusual move for the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth traveled to Kentucky, he says in his personal capacity, to campaign against Congressman Thomas Massie. The 7-term Republican clashed with President Trump, voting against him on the big beautiful bill, the war with Iran, and the release of the Epstein files.
Too much grandstanding, too few great votes. Years of acting like being difficult is the same thing as being courageous.
President Donald Trump endorsed Massie's opponent for the Republican nomination, retired Navy SEAL Ed Galrine. Massie says if he wins, other Republicans may vote against the president.
If they see me get reelected, I think they'll be emboldened to vote more in line with their own principles and to vote to cut some spending up here.
Over the weekend in Louisiana, President Trump's preferred candidate, Congresswoman Julia Letlow, knocked off Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who voted to convict the president after impeachment proceedings in 2021. And in Indiana earlier this month, 5 state senators lost their races after opposing President Trump's plan to redraw congressional districts.
Donald Trump does not forget, and Donald Trump does not forgive.
The president has gotten involved in races across the country, and House Republicans say they still believe that the president has a lot of influence within his own party, especially with the primary voters. Vinay Simlot, News Nation, Washington.
Thanks, Vinay. New at noon right now, Atrium Health Levine Children's Hospital now is opening a new therapy center. Officials now held a ribbon cutting. Look at this morning on Brunswick Avenue. And they say the new outpatient therapy center will bring speech, occupational, physical, and feeding therapy, all these services together in one big location. So there's now hope. And they're hoping right now that it's to be able to help the children of all different ages grow, develop, and also thrive.
We have such a great group of creative and dedicated therapists that have so many ideas of what we can do now, what we can do for the future, and this is just going to open up so many doors for us of things that we can provide the community.
When you have a small place, there's just a limited amount of time and schedule slots that you can get, and I feel like having a bigger facility and more personnel is definitely going to make it easier for parents.
Officials say the center expands access for families all across the Charlotte area and will also be the location of the Levine Children's Feeding Center. So it's the only clinic of its kind in the region and one of the few in the nation. It is a big day for baseball fans in the Queen City. So today marks the first pitch of this season's ACC baseball tournament at Truist Field. So NC State faced off against Duke this morning. Then at 1, Stanford and California will then hit the field, followed by Notre Dame and Clemson at 5, my alma mater. And then there's also a game set for 9 between Louisville and Pitt. And then the tournament will then see games each day until the big day on Sunday, the championship game. A vice principal on trial after an elementary student, shot their teacher. Chief legal analyst Khalif Rhodes weighs in on why prosecutors want to be able to hold the school leader responsible. Plus, budget discussions for the next fiscal year continue in the Queen City, why one domestic violence organization is now concerned over money and what could be impacted if funding is cut. And
City doesn't want this project. Raleigh will take this 600 plus 100 million tomorrow.
a massive amount of money we're talking about at risk as Charlotte leaders now take a position against the I-77 expansion. And what state leaders are now saying about the future of the funding. Brandon.
Talking about near record highs today, Alicia. Temperatures in the low to mid 90s. I don't think we'll get to the record high of 95 today, which was set back in 1962. I've got the forecast of 93 degrees, but that's still 12 degrees. 12 degrees above our average high temperature. I know I just threw a lot of numbers at you, but I got to throw some more numbers at you after the break. Rain chances. We'll let you know if that can interrupt things for the Memorial Day weekend. Coming up in just a bit.
All right, well, we are just heating things up here on Queen City News. Look at this, a live look over uptown. Time now is 12:12, 81 degrees outside, and you are watching Queen City News on this Tuesday. The most honored and the most local news right here in Charlotte. North Carolina's top transportation officials now say that Charlotte is at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding if the I-77 widening project doesn't move forward. So last week, city council members voted narrowly to rescind their support for the proposal following weeks of pushback from neighborhood groups and also public transit advocates. Right now, in a letter to Mayor Vi Lyles here in Charlotte, NCDOT Secretary Daniel Johnson laid it out rather plainly. If plans to widen the roadway don't move forward, the $600 million will be distributed to other projects around the state. The chief political correspondent Andy Weber has all the details.
It was last week when Charlotte City Council voted to rescind support for the proposed widening and toll lane addition for I-77 South, a traffic-plagued section of highway connecting uptown to South Carolina.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
That vote directs the city's representative on a regional transit board to also rescind their support. If enough of the remaining board members join with Charlotte, North Carolina's transportation secretary says they'll have to totally start over. In his May 15th letter to Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles, Secretary Daniel Johnson says it also means $600 million in funding would be redistributed among other projects across the state. It's something supporters were concerned about when the project faced initial pushback over its plan to cut through historic black neighborhoods in the city.
If the city doesn't want this project, Raleigh will take this 600 plus 100 million tomorrow. Greensboro will take it tomorrow. It's not being allocated to another project. It is leaving the city, and it won't be coming back.
Also on Monday, while NCDOT says it must stick with the plan of widening the road to 10 lanes, new designs were released the department says will better connect West Charlotte to Uptown, a part of the city that was cut off when the highway was originally built. Designs include adding parks as well as landscaped pedestrian and bike crossings.
That was Andy Weber reporting for us this afternoon. So we don't know how much those new plans to connect West Charlotte to Uptown would cost. We're digging into that. But in that letter, the secretary said that it would be paid for using private funding, which would also be at risk if the project is then scrapped. So that regional transportation board is now set to meet this week. But a vote on the I-77 project isn't expected to happen until June. We will keep you posted on that one. Charlotte Metro Police now cracking down on what they call unreasonably loud motor vehicle noise during late night and weekend hours. The department released results from its Queen City Safe and Sound operation last Friday. And if officers now say they conducted more than 60 traffic stops, they issued more than 60 citations and made 4 arrests. Authorities say they've now also seized 4 firearms along with more than 200 grams of narcotics. 2 Union County students now being hailed heroes. Look at this for rescuing a woman from a burning car. I mean, this video just says it all right here. Deputies say that Mandy Tarr and Joella Meadows attended Porter Ridge High School. They were driving on Unionville Indian Trail Road when they noticed smoke and fire coming from underneath a car. Well, they alerted the driver, who was unaware at the time. The video shows the vehicle later overtaken by the flames. Well, Sheriff Eddie Cathy says that these young ladies represent the very best of our community. All right, let's talk about the weather outside on this Tuesday. 82 degrees right now. Take a live look here over Independence Boulevard as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, it's going to get hot today.
Yeah.
Right as my kids were leaving to go to school. I was like, oh, wait, the sunscreen. Let me get your hands.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely need that. And I just need a lot of water, too, especially now we're starting to get a little bit humid out there. Temperatures in the low to mid 80s already, so at least you mentioned it's going to get hot. It's already hot out there for many of the region, much of the region. 84 in Charlotte, 86 in Wageboro right now. We're at 86 in Cheraw. We've got 80 in Boone. How about Watauga County up there in the mountains, already in the low 80s? I've got mid 80s today for you up in the high country. I expect low to potentially mid 90s as you're getting down towards the Charlotte Metro. Point southeast of Charlotte down towards Cheraw, Rockingham, 94 degrees for both of you folks. Now, as you get outdoors tomorrow, we're going to also be tracking low to mid 90s, upper 80s on Thursday, and then we start taking a little nosedive in our temperatures to close out the work week as we head into Memorial Day weekend. That's not a sign that, oh, it's going to be, a cool weekend, things are going to be okay. We were going to have some showers and storms to track later this week and into the weekend coming up, which is why the temperatures will be a little bit lower. Now, before we get to those storm chances, we'll have to battle some hot and, yes, humid conditions. A little humid this afternoon. We'll call it a little humid through the day tomorrow as well. And it's not the worst humidity you could experience here in the Carolinas, but it sure is humid out there. And I think any humidity, especially just before summer, feels a little bit uncomfortable. Radar right now is quiet again. We've got a pretty quiet day today. Plenty of sunshine. Back to the west, here's the front that we're going to be talking about for the next few days because it's still taking a little bit to get here. High pressure offshore, that's kind of halting everything back to the west. So as soon as that high pressure center that is offshore moves further east, that will allow that cold front to move in here later this week. So we're dry over the next couple of days in Charlotte. I wouldn't be shocked to see an isolated shower or storm though in the foothills tomorrow and especially the mountains. And then Thursday through the upcoming Memorial Day weekend, really through Memorial Day itself, yeah, we've got scattered shower and storm chances. So here's a look at the rest of today. Again, today's dry. I won't rule out a rogue isolated shower in the mountains, but that's about it. Now, as we go through the night tonight, things are clear, we're quiet, and then here we go into tomorrow. Scattered showers and storms aligning the map up along the I-40 corridor north. South of I-40, I'm thinking things will be mainly dry. Now, as we go into your Thursday, the frontal boundary stalls out over the region. So I think Thursday's still looking to be one of the wetter days of the week. And then Friday, as this front pulls out of here, we still get a lot of moisture. Looks like we get a little bit of tropical moisture as well. So we're going to be tracking a few scattered showers and storms on Friday as well. And then the weekend, storms will be more hit or miss. As the front shifts further north, that allows for storm covers to be more hit or miss. Not saying you won't see storms this weekend, but there will be a chance that you do stay dry at times through the Memorial Day weekend, which is why I'm only calling for scattered showers for the race weekend forecast. Looking at low to mid 80s this weekend for the Coke 600 and 80s as well for the O'Reilly race on Saturday. And I wanted to break it down for you. You get 40% chance of a delay for the truck race, 50% chance of a delay for the O'Reilly Series race, and then a 40% chance of a delay for the Coke 600 night. We're looking at scattered afternoon storms, delays possible, but no washouts. I do think we'll get the races in this weekend. Just might be some bumps in the road. 90s next couple days, and then it's 80s through the Memorial Day weekend with storm chances there, Alicia.
All right, thank you for that, Brandon. So Wells Fargo settling a case accusing the bank of mortgage discrimination. How the funds could benefit the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News. We'll talk about it next. Stay with us. We're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Welcome back. So Charlotte will receive a significant boost in mortgage assistance funds. It'll come from settlements surrounding mortgage discrimination against Wells Fargo customers. So the bank is settling after being accused of systematically locking out people of color from home ownership loans. As part of the settlement, Wells Fargo is also committing $100 million to establish a borrower program to support communities disproportionately affected by lending barriers. Charlotte is one of more than 50 metropolitan areas that will then benefit from the As it will award $1 billion in stock to non-executive employees through its Sharing Success program. So that equals to nearly 19 million shares of company stock. Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan now says the program makes employees feel like partial owners of the company. And this also marks the bank's 9th year issuing Sharing Success awards, with total payouts nearing $7 billion since the program launched back in 2017. North Carolinians could soon have a direct say in how much they pay in state income tax. Senate Republicans are now pushing lower taxes for the whole state. The plan now would let voters decide whether to lock a 3.5% income tax cap into the state constitution. It comes as their new budget would then drop the rate even lower to 3.49% in January of 2027. Well, state economists project North Carolina will collect $979 million more than expected this fiscal year, for an extra $2.6 billion through June of 2027.
Important for us to provide some assurance that the rate would not bounce back up at some point, and that's the reason for the constitutional amendment.
And what that means is that there are more people making more money in North Carolina over the past year. I would anticipate that we continue to be viewed as a very competitive state and attract people and businesses here.
So Governor Josh Shine now says that while the revenue forecast brings good news, we can't stake our future on stock market We cannot stake our future on the stock market volatility. Sorry, I couldn't get that word out. So the Senate Finance Committee passed the measure. It's expected to pass on party lines today. A school budget debate continues in Gaston County. The issues at the center of the heated discussion and why board members are concerned about student safety. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Look at that. Your time now is 12:27, 82 degrees outside right now, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, top stories are following at this hour right now. Time is 12:30. Crews say that they recovered the body of a missing swimmer on Lake Wiley. The search resumed this morning in the area of the Ebenezer Park boat landing. Deputies say that the victim jumped off of a boat and just did not resurface. Investigators are also now working to notify that swimmer's family. North Carolina's top transportation official has a warning for Charlotte. He says the city is at the risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding if the I-77 widening project does not move forward. The warning comes as city council members voted narrowly to rescind their support for the proposal following weeks of pushback from neighborhood groups and public transit advocates. Also, all right, it's a big day for the baseball fans here in the Queen City. Today marks the first pitch of the season's ACC baseball tournament at Truist Field. NC State faced off against Duke this morning. Then at 1, Stanford and California face off. Later at 5, Notre Dame takes on Clemson. And there's also a game set for tonight at 9 between Louisville and Pitt. The tournament will then see games each day until the championship on Sunday. Take a live look here over West Charlotte and talk about how hot it is outside. 82 degrees as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, any hopes of any wet weather coming our way?
Yeah, let's later this week, late this week and into the upcoming Memorial Day weekend. That's when we'll get some shower and thunderstorm chances in here. And it does like beneficial rain, at least half an inch to an inch across the Charlotte area and likely higher totals up towards the mountains. But the weather story right now is near record high temperatures. That's really been the story here over the last couple of days. This temperature's warming up near 90. We got to 90 yesterday. We're already in the low to mid 80s this here at lunch, so if you're going to be outside for lunch, already a scorcher. Temperature's about 5 degrees above average already here at lunch, and I've got upper 70s, low 80s in the mountains. So we're nearing a record for later today. 95 is the old record, 93, that's the forecast. I don't think we get to the record, but man, we're going to come close. I mean, there could be a few spots that stretch towards the 95 to 96 degree mark later today. We'll even see mid 80s in the mountains, so near record highs there as well. Dew points in the low 60s. So it is getting a little bit humid out there. Starting to feel a little bit more uncomfortable, and I know how it is. When we start getting a little bit of moisture, that's when the Carolinas weather starts to become a little bit more uncomfortable out there. Radar's dry for now, but back to the west, we've got a front approaching. That's going to bring shower and storm chances for later this week. So it's a hot and humid start to the week. We've got another near record high day on the way. We'll talk about tomorrow's hot weather and just when those storms might arrive for later this week. Coming up in just a bit, Alicia.
Thank you, Brandon. So the Charlotte City Council now has instructed City Manager Marcus Jones to explore finding ways to restore funding for Safe Alliance after he did not include funding for the nonprofit in his initial budget presentation. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell looks into how the group now uses the money and why they're now hoping that the city leaders can change their minds.
Attorney and Safe Alliance board member Jamila Espinoza believes that a potential loss in funding for Charlotte's central resource for domestic violence and sexual assault victims could be detrimental.
I think the uniqueness of Safe Alliance is that we are a nonprofit, but we provide critical services, just like the fire department, just like CMPD.
According to the budget presented by Charlotte City Manager Marcus Jones, Safe Alliance would not get the nearly $400,000 in funding that it typically receives from the city through a grant. The group says most of that funding is used to fund its victim assistance court program.
Victims are able to get protective orders, that they're not doing it alone. We have great teams of pro bono attorneys. Having that court assistance program ensures that victims feel comfortable and safe to go to court.
Thank you for calling the Greater Charlotte Hope Line.
Safe Alliance says the rest of that money helps to staff its 24/7 Hope Line for victims.
Being an organization that is required to provide support every day of the year, 24/7, a lot of our agency's resources goes towards staff salaries, being that front line.
The city says funding for nonprofits is a competitive application process and tells Queen City News that 39 groups applied for more than $6 million in total funding, but that only about $900,000 is available for nonprofits in the upcoming budget. The city chose 7 groups to receive grants, and Safe Alliance is not on that list as of right now.
We really shouldn't be in a nonprofit category. When victims are not able to get the support they need, unfortunately, those calls are going to keep coming in, and without the appropriate support, they can turn lethal.
A majority of Charlotte City Council members have expressed that they would like to see the city manager revise the budget and add back funding for Safe Alliance. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Matt. Looking live here over at Washington, D.C. So some parents in the nation's capital could face jail time for their teens' behavior. U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeannie Perot now says that her office will increase the jail time penalties for D.C. parents who do not adhere to curfew laws. The law states that parents and adults who allow children to engage in delinquent acts may face criminal penalties of up to 6 months in jail. Statements now begin today in the trial of a former assistant principal in Virginia. Ebony Parker is accused of ignoring warnings that a 6-year-old student had a loaded gun that he later used to shoot his teacher in 2023. Big story, made national news. Parker now faces 8 felony counts of child neglect, 1 for each of the bullets in the gun. Well, the teacher survived the shooting but required extensive medical care, and she was awarded a $10 million settlement. The student's mother is now serving a 4-year prison sentence for child neglect and weapons charges. Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes joining us now to dive into this. I mean, this is a big case. It has a big outcome.
Yep.
Could this case set a new legal precedent for holding school administrators responsible, especially criminally, when they now see these alleged warning signs?
Yeah, I think you're hitting the nail on the head with this one. You see a number of times where folks are trying to find accountability with civil lawsuits to try to stop these type of gun violence things that are happening at schools with school shootings. But this is one of the first times that I can see where they're now attempting to go after school administrators. And so, yes, it could create, at very minimum, new precedent. I mean, she's already been held liable on the civil side. They brought a $40 million claim. It was ended up being a $10 million claim. And so that portion is already there. So now, can she be held criminally liable? I think the standard is extremely high. These are child negligence statutes, right? So prosecutors have to prove far more than she just was simply negligent or poor judgment, but they have to have rose to the level of criminal recklessness. That's a high burden. It's extremely higher than would happen in a civil case. So yes, it has potential to be court case precedent, but do I think that it's likely that she'll be convicted? It's going to be hard. You got to see what this jury pool looks like. It's a lot of moving parts before I can go that far.
Right.
But it has the potential to be precedent setting for sure.
Well, Ebony Parker was warned multiple times that the student may have had a gun. So legally, when you talk about that proof, what really stands out to you in this case, and then going after the assistant principal?
Yeah, if I'm working for the state and I'm looking at the facts, there were a number of red flags that were presented to her, specifically other individuals that had interactions with the child, the teacher, a speech pathologist. A number of folks had came and talked to the principal that day. Said, hey, there's issues with this child. This is where I say it's going to be a call on the members of the jury if they believe this conduct was criminally reckless. They come in, they talk to her, and they tell her, hey, we have issues with the student. She kind of doesn't even want to look up, is what they said, and kind of continue to work as the person was saying, I have an issue. Just tell them that they go talk to their parent. At some point, they actually do talk to the child, and they don't want to search the child. The principal doesn't want to search the child until they get permission from the parent. Wait for the parent to come. Well, the teacher walks back. By the time she walks back, the child already shoots the other teacher. And so she recognized that there was an issue, this person that brought it to her attention. Another issue that I think will go and play a part is her mindset. After the fact, they talked to a number of individuals, and Parker had made a comment that, oh, I should have done something else. I should have responded. I should have acted differently in that manner. I think that's also going to say, like, okay, you recognize, yes, it's after the fact that I could have responded differently. The standard is, well, how should you or would you have responded in that moment?
Yeah.
And so is that reckless? From her own words, it seems like she's second guessing her own decision. And you got to think about it. This teacher was shot. That bullet's still lodged in her chest. They couldn't remove it because it would cause further damage. So this is going to be was it grossly negligent? Was it wanton? And was she culpable? And that's something that it's really going to be a case-by-case, juror-by-juror determination that I think this is, again, uncharted territory for these type of facts.
Clive Rhodes, appreciate your insight as always. Thank you.
But I do know we have a lot of schools, and we have a lot of old schools. Yes. But if we move students, let me tell you now, to the elementary school, we are talking about a severe safety issue that needs to be looked into first.
A severe safety issue. That was Gaston County School Board member Robbie Lovelace questioning children's safety during a last night's meeting that occurred, and the discussion was on the feasibility of moving students for consolidation in some Cherryville area schools. So last week, to bring you up to speed, Gaston County leaders approved more than $35 million for the school district, but not the $60 million leaders requested. So administrators now say that could mean school consolidation and layoffs.
But what our board has to understand is this: we are not employed by Gaston County Schools. We are employed by our constituents. We voters put us in this chair for us to not just balance a budget, but to look at that budget and see, is this money being used the way it should be used?
So Gaston County Commissioners now want to be able to meet with school board and also other officials to find out more about the district's actual expenses.
I'm trying to give all of my energy into the players that are coming up to the plate.
Making minor league baseball sound like a major event. We're introducing you to the voice of the Gastonia Ghost Peppers, who explains how Bojangles gave him the inspiration to bring life to the ball field. We're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. At Gastonia Ghost Peppers games, Golden Voice is part of the soundtrack at every homestand. And John Lee now tells us about the man behind the mic in Faces of the Carolinas.
At Caramont Health Park, home of the Gastonia Ghost Peppers, the crew works to give fans a memorable experience, no matter where they sit.
Definitely being surrounded by the game day atmosphere.
Somewhere near the revolving pretzels, Isaac Wilson huddles up with the production team.
We're gonna do work first, fun second. 1, 2, 3, peppers!
Up in the booth, Isaac adds his own spice.
3, 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome, boys and girls and fans of all things fiery and fun. The booming voice just kind of comes from a little bit of my energy and my passion for athletics. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your Gastonia Ghost Peppers.
As the PA announcer,
Chase Reinhardt, Taylor Darden.
He makes every player's name
Brody Farr, Chris Proctor,
sound like a household name.
Yes. Yes. Del Pena. The bases are loaded with spice for the third baseman, number 27, Eddie Leone. I'm trying to give all of my energy into the players that are coming up to the plate. Nate Scantlin. Hit it over the freaking fence, Nate. Do it.
With his impressive pipes,
make it loud, make it legendary, and make it spicy.
Isaac grabs your attention no matter who's on deck.
Leading off from the Queen City News, number 46, the reporter, John Lee.
Now, before the national pastime, it's actually bow time when he began truly developing that impactful voice working the drive-thru. His first job was at Bojangles, with a voice as golden as the chicken.
Good evening and welcome to Bojangles. It's bow time. What can I get started for you tonight?
At Virginia Tech, he announced all kinds of sporting events, including softball.
Game number 2 of the 2022 NCAA Division I Softball Super Regional.
Isaac also works remotely for the Wisconsin Department of Health. We assume on that job, he doesn't say stuff like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time.
Behind the mic, the ballpark is his stage.
I just love putting on a performance from the depths of the Pepper Patch where the heat never sleeps and the spirit never cools. If I'm a little bit more energetic, the crowd kind of feeds off that. Hopefully the players feed off that and keep hitting bombs, and it just kind of keeps repeating itself.
And maybe that cycle of positivity is the name of the game.
Grant Levine, Bryson Brigman.
In Gastonia.
For your Gastonia Ghost Peppers.
John Lee, Queen City News.
That is a great voice. All right, Isaac Wilson also says that his dream is to be able to work as a public announcer in the National Hockey League. Good luck to you. All right, thanks, John Lee, for shining the spotlight on that story. Also today, NFL owners are now expected to vote on whether to take the Super Bowl to Nashville. If approved, the city would be the home of the Super Bowl 64 in 2030. Also remember this, the Tennessee Titans are scheduled to open their new $2.1 billion stadium on the east bank of the Cumberland River in 2027. The Civic Design Center expects beautification efforts to intensify if Nashville is awarded the big game. Coca-Cola 600 just a few days away, but NASCAR's community platform is getting hundreds of kids ready for the race well before the green flag drops. So NASCAR Impact right now is hosting its largest ever pit stop at the Boys and Girls Club of Cabarrus County in Concord. Very familiar to our Brandon Lawson over there. The event features several STEM-based activities, from racing, simulations, building your own track, engineering, and also to broadcast and production. About 400 kids from the elementary school to high school levels are also expected to take part, and that fun run from 2:30 to 6 also is a big deal. Let's talk about that now with the weather as I bring in and take a live look here over the Charlotte Motor Speedway and bring in Brandon Lawson. Brandon, I know the Boys and Girls Club. Is that the one that you used to go to when you were younger?
I was younger.
Yeah,
I was younger.
And no surprise that you turned out because of all those things that it also gives. I mean, you know, you're broadcasting, you have a love for NASCAR, so you know it all kind of ties in together.
Hey, it's a part of being a part of Concord. That's all it is. My hometown there, Concord, and you know, it's crazy to just see how much the Boys and Girls Club has grown over there, and just that area in general, because I mean it's just down the road from downtown. Just seeing how much has grown since when I was growing up. So always good to see all the community that still is growing there in that area. And we'll continue to bring the updates on the pit road event or pit stop event coming up later today at 4 o'clock. Toasty start to the week, man. That has been the big story in our weather headlines. Hot and humid air. We are turning unsettled later this week though. Storm chances are increasing. That does include the Memorial Day weekend as well. Now, it's not going to be a washout this weekend. More hit or miss shower and thunderstorm activity, but there will be storms around the area. We'll talk about that momentarily. First, let's talk about the heat. Mid to upper 80s. That's the story here as we approach 1 o'clock. Even the mountains in the low 80s. I expect mid, maybe upper 80s in the mountains later today. We'll see what they top out at. I've got highs in the Charlotte area around low to mid 90s. So, yeah, it's about 10 to 15 degrees above where we should be for this time of year. And the forecast is only 2 degrees off the record high. That back in 1962. And then tomorrow, 93 degrees your forecast, another 2 degrees off the record high, set back in 1964. So yeah, we're talking about 2 near record high days. A cold front back to the west, it's approaching. We have high pressure back to the east, and that's what's kind of stopping all of this from headed our direction. But as soon as that high pressure center slides east, that will allow the cold front and the rain chances to move into our area. So 60% chance of precipitation Thursday. It's the wettest day we have over the next 7 days. And then we just kind of see more of the scattered showers and storms as we get through the Memorial Day weekend. So if you're heading to Charlotte Motor Speedway this week, the truck races Friday night, I've got a 40% chance of a delay. I've got a 50% chance of a delay for the O'Reilly Series race on Saturday, right in the middle of the afternoon, peak heating hours of the day. I expect storms to be around. Coach 600 night, I have upped it to a 40% chance of a delay. I do think we have scattered storms around as the events gets ready to start around 6. But I do think we dry out quite a bit for the evening, which is why I think the big thing I want you to take away from this is no washouts. Yeah, there's going to be some delays. I think delays are likely this weekend just because there's going to be a lot of storm covers around. But it's not going to be nonstop raining all day long to where they can't get the race in at all. Something we'll watch for you throughout the next several days. Radar quiet right now. Futurecast keeps things dry for today. An isolated shower or two a possibility in the mountains later this afternoon. But then notice as we get into your Wednesday, you've got rounds of showers and storms along and north of I-40 up in the mountains and foothills, Charlotte and south. You're dry tomorrow. But then here comes the stall boundary. It just kind of sits over us for Thursday. That kicks off numerous showers and storms Thursday. Another chance for scattered showers and storms on Friday as well, especially southeast of Charlotte. A little bit of tropical moisture trying to work in there. And then Saturday, notice it's more hit or miss showers and storms. Not a complete washout, but there's going to be a lot of storms around for the Memorial Day weekend, even through Sunday. So we'll keep an eye on it for you. I'm hopeful we can dry things out nicely for some of the races that will be going on, and also the Charlotte FC game Saturday night. And we're also honoring the fallen this weekend for Memorial Day. So hopefully we can kick some of the rain to the curb for that as well. We'll be in the 90s the next couple of days, and we'll cool back off a little bit for the latter half of the week and into the weekend with those storm chances. You're watching Queen City News here at noon. It's the most iron and most local news in Charlotte, live looking Bank of America Stadium as we head to break.
live here over at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Officials now expecting more than 1 million travelers to make their way through the terminal over the holiday weekend. So the Memorial Day weekend travel period runs from Wednesday through Tuesday of next week. The busiest days are also expected to be Thursday, Friday, and next Monday, of course. Officials say more than 5,000 flights are departing over that 7-day period. New industry data now shows travelers now prioritizing road trips, and one particular type of road trip is now seeing a surge. From the freedom to the roam to just joying of the whole unplugged moment, more and more people are now choosing the life of the RV, right? So with their current rise in fuel costs, travel experts say that renting an RV can be more affordable than an airline ticket and a hotel. Data from the RV Industry Association also reveals 37 million Americans plan to travel by RV this summer. Who knew? This sounds so exciting. RVing also has become widely popular among millennials and Gen Zers due to its flexibility. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City.
Seven-day forecast showing hot and humid conditions here over the next couple of days. Low 90s, near record highs. We'll be in the 80s on Thursday, but we'll start getting stormy by Thursday and through the Memorial Day weekend with hit or miss showers and storms, Alicia.
You have no idea how much I love working with this guy right here.
I
Brandon,
appreciate
you know
that, Alicia.
Likewise.
Likewise.
Forecast, and we're going to enjoy the heat. Enjoy your day. We'll see you next at 4.
Turnkey with Morgan Francis. Sponsored by Integrity Roofing.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and this real estate market that we live in currently, it's changing, right? There are so many different ways that people purchase properties now. It's not just, the married couple with a family looking for a home. So to help us kind of explore what the market is looking like now, I have two guests today. Rebecca Richardson, she is a mortgage broker with Empire Financial, and Robin Mann, who you all know and love. She's been on this show before, a real estate agent here in the Carolinas. Ladies, welcome.
Thank you.
So what do you think the real estate market is looking like these days? Yeah, we're diving right in. That's what we do here.
Let's get something straight for the jugular. Whew. Okay, so the real estate market right now is, well, the first of the year, it decided it was opening up. People have said, yes, we have waited. We were looking for interest rates to go down. We were looking for inventory.
This year is the year. I'm going to do it.
This is the year. It is opened up, not in an insane way as in a few years ago, but it is opened up. And then there are people trying to figure out, okay, how do I do this? I need to make a change. How do I do this?
So how do they do it? I feel like, when I started the show, I said people are purchasing differently. And I'm seeing that, hearing it from friends and family, but also on the real estate side. I've had clients who maybe one person has the W-2 but doesn't have the money, and the other person has the money but maybe not the work history. So then they kind of decide, hey, let's purchase together. Are you seeing a lot more people who are purchasing together, just finding ways to get into real estate?
Yes. And I'll say that's part of the enjoyment of the job, is because it's finding a puzzle, there's a puzzle and finding an answer to not necessarily always kind of your very cookie cutter situation. But a lot of times it's, like you said, it's a little bit, this is what I'm bringing to the scenario. This is what, somebody else is bringing to the scenario, seeing sometimes siblings purchase together, sometimes friends, which is interesting, but a lot of family, coming in from the standpoint as far as how do we meet the market where it's at? Because I think a lot of people, when they maybe delayed purchasing, thinking that things are going to go in a different direction during the pandemic, they saw how quickly the market moved. And since we're not moving, certainly backwards in value, especially here in the Charlotte area, it's like, listen, I've got to find a way to make this work. So maybe it looks a little bit different than I thought that it would, but what can I do? And what are the solutions that are out there to help me get from point A to point?
I'm curious what you think about the friends purchasing property together as interesting. I know my answer, but I'm curious what you guys think.
Yes, I think it does make sense from the standpoint, I think sometimes for people that they're like, hey, we've live together, we're pooling our resources, right? It's kind of community, from that standpoint. There are obviously legal aspects there because you're taking title differently, kind of those relationship, type things.
Better be rock solid.
Yes. And really having those conversations up front, almost kind of like, for people sometimes before they're getting married, they have a prenup. It's like, what's our exit strategy for this?
Exactly. Yeah. Have it really well planned out. Who's putting down what money?
How are we keeping track of
everything?
Yeah.
Who paid for the home to be painted? Who just everything. Who's paying for the utility? So yes, have a real clear plan. And it is very smart because of this. It's smart for both generations. I was thinking for the new folks coming up, they're not getting married as early as we have in the past. So this is a smart thing. And then also older adults, they don't want to go to the retirement home. They want to still be independent. So let's buy with a friend. So as long as I think you should really strongly spell it out and legally get it handled, it can be good.
Yeah. Rebecca, your title is kind of like you're the mortgage mentor, right? So what is all involved in being a mortgage mentor versus your average Joe out there helping you get a loan?
That really came from, I really enjoy and value the education process and that part of my job. Because when I bought my first house, you don't know what you don't know. You're really kind of at the mercy of the people that you're working with. You hope that you have a good lender, have a good realtor, et cetera. And I like to equip people with the knowledge so they feel more confident about the decisions that they're making. These are major decisions, about typically your largest asset, your largest debt.
This is a conversation that I've heard numerous times. People have commented on our show. Thank you so much for all of this advice. I can pass this along to my kid. We're always thinking about leaving something for our children or helping them out in some way, shape, or form. When it comes to real estate, how are you seeing parents helping their kids get their first place, or maybe setting them up for success down the road? Is there a hack, or is there like a secret that maybe people don't know about that they should?
There are a couple. Do you want to?
Well, the easy one, because I'll let you tell your story, because I actually did what Rebecca advised with Rebecca's help. So we'll go there in a second.
There you go.
But the easy one is just to co-sign. If you are willing as a parent to co-sign for someone on a loan and you have the assets to be able to do that, that would be a very easy way to help your child get started if they can't do it on their own. You could also help with a down payment. But the cool one is the one that Rebecca's going to tell.
So this strategy is called a kitty condo. And I always tell people it doesn't have to be a condo. And technically, it doesn't even have to be your kid. But normally, the way that it works.
Oh, so the why kitty condo?
Yeah. Because everything in the mortgage business
it sounds good.
Is not common sense. But typically, a lot of times, the way that scenario works is when you have a child who is, a young adult, they're just entering the workforce or maybe in college, and they don't necessarily have either their own income or they don't have income yet where it would meet mortgage guidelines. Meaning, maybe they're in a commission-based job and they don't have yet enough history, or they're self-employed, something like that.
You usually need 2 years, right, of work history? Okay.
And you can tie that back to school, or whether it's trade school or college or whatever the case may be, if the job is, if the job is a salary job. But if there's a situation where the income isn't there, then a parent can also come on the loan, and it's really the parent's income that's supporting the mortgage. However, the child is the one that's occupying the property, so it is still considered a primary residence. What that means in terms of kind of benefit to the strategy is the down payment can be as low as 5%, versus if it was a strictly investment property, it would have to be higher. And also rates are lower if it's a primary residence versus investment property. So as long as that's a situation where the child is going to be occupying the property, then the parents can come alongside, provide the down payment as well, and then the loan is based off of their income. So that's one strategy we do see.
Do you see this mostly when the kid goes to college, the parents decide, hey, let's buy a house if they can, right? Buy a house where the kid's going to college. Fingers crossed, they stay there 4 years and they don't transfer.
Right.
Fingers crossed, no more than 5 years.
Oh, the fingers.
Then it really gets expensive. But do you see that that's the situation where parents utilize the kitty condo strategy?
Yeah, because then you can rent out the other rooms to other students. And sometimes what I see is that the parents hang on to the property because they're like, hey, this is, we've got a rent positive property. Let's keep it.
But then it turns into the investment property.
Yes. Correct.
The down payment doesn't change because that's already done with.
Correct.
However, then when you go to sell it, there's a whole capital gains discussion that needs to be had.
So just kind of like with the friend situation, buying a house, it's, yes, we want to talk about, and I think that that's one of the things that Robin and I really prioritize is it's not just what is the strategy for getting into the home, but what is the long-term strategy. So, how potentially you're going to get out of the property, or where does that fit into the larger picture?
The benefit we did it for our daughter and our son, and the benefit for us is it was a way to have our money work for us. I'm not a big fan of the stock market. I'm a big fan of real estate. So I was like, well, how do I invest in real estate and make it a win-win for our children? So it helps establish their credit. It helps them have an inheritance because real estate is a solid investment. It doesn't go down in value. So we were able to do it for both our son and our daughter, whether it be for college or whether it was for their first job, and just a place where they can live, where they're not throwing away money, even if they're going to be there 2 years. Most likely you're going to get at least break even in 2 years. And if depending upon the market, you may actually make a profit. So for us, it was a way to give them a leg up while using our own money. Like you could get a home equity line out of your house if you don't have money, take home equity out of your own personal home, and then help your children buy. And then that just establishes a really strong financial future for them, which was really what I wanted. I didn't come from a strong financial future, and I wanted to figure out, how do I do this to, my husband and I, we were like, let's do this to give our kids something. And that was at Rebecca's advice. She said, have you thought about this? And I was like, oh, that's a great idea. So, and it's been a really super great idea.
So you mentioned the exit strategy. So in a situation like that, right, the goal is for this equity to hopefully go to your kid. So how does that work out if the kid moves out of the home and now you've got an investment property, and then someday they want to maybe buy their own property? How does that work with the investment property that you've already got in terms
From the
of
standpoint as far as qualifying for a different property, the child?
Because you usually have to keep them in the swim lanes, right?
Sort of. So in that case, a lot of it comes down to taxes. So who is claiming now that investment property on their taxes? What income do we have to offset that? If it is a situation where now the parents are making the mortgage payment and have been, the child is not making the mortgage payment, then we get documentation that they've been doing that for at least a year. And then we are able to exclude that debt in most situations. But a lot of it comes down to who's actually paying the mortgage, and then what is their tax, or what's reflected on taxes.
We hear more and more of just like family helping family and gifts. And maybe we can explore the gift aspect of it, right? Is how do you give a gift without, are there tax implications there from the giving side? What do people need to know, I guess, if they're getting help with their down payment?
Sure. So I am not an accountant, so I don't want to speak to that. I would say
there's always the disclosure,
I have
right?
to. I'm an attorney's daughter. Like
I
I
always get people involved in that on this show, and I feel like almost every other episode, someone usually has to give a disclosure.
I have to listen.
You know what? We're only about 10 minutes into this show, so that was a good one.
I am well trained. I know where my lane is. But for most circumstances, you can get a gift. Depending on the loan type, it does depend on who the donor is. So usually it has to be somebody that is family, and there are, definitions of family. There are some loan types that do allow for close friend. So sometimes that can get interesting as far as how we're documenting who a close friend is. Like, yes, please show me your wedding invitation, or, your bridal shower that was hosted by your best friend because she was your maid of honor, or whatever the case may be. But most of the time, there's not necessarily a limit to what that gift can be. My understanding, not that I'm licensed for it, but my understanding is that there is a gift form that's basically filled out on taxes, but it does go towards lifetime exclusion, which is several $1 million. That it does not actually create a taxable event for most people because you're not reaching the lifetime exclusion limit. And so then that gift amount can really be, for whatever it needs to be. It can be for part of the down payment, all of the down payment and closing cost. That's pretty wide open as long as the donor meets the definition for the loan program of an eligible donor.
Robin, do you have a lot of clients who are kind of trying to yes? I don't even have to finish the question, do I?
I have a lot of clients. No.
Yes, you are so good. Okay, so Robin has a lot of clients. I'm glad that we were able to establish that. But do you have a lot of clients who are kind of utilizing these, whether it be, gift giving or, family going in together on properties or friends? It sounds like this is kind of the trend now.
The biggest trend I'm seeing is multi-generational living, where the parents are like, they don't want to, they just don't want their own home anymore. The kids are cool with the parents living there. They get free babysitting, or they're just all wanting to share expenses.
Yeah.
So I have currently like 3 buyers that are in that situation. They just don't want to fight they don't want to do the rat race anymore. They want to just figure it out together. So these homes that have basements or have a primary suite on the main, ranch homes, all of those are being scooped up by folks because then they can do this whole different.
There aren't a ton of mother-in-law suites out there. But once in a while you'll get someone who asks for it. But do you think people have come to the realization that that's just not available as much and they're looking for other options?
There is a builder, there is one builder who does a multi-generational home like that. And then so in Mecklenburg County, if you're watching from Mecklenburg County, you can do one ancillary dwelling unit within your property lines. So that could be grandma's suite or Pappy's suite or your suite in the backyard. So that is a really viable option a lot of people don't know about. That is something you can get.
Had some people do HELOCs so they can build an ADU like that. So they've taken the equity that's built up, especially over the last couple of years, do the home equity line of credit, pull that equity out, and then build that ADU, within their property line. And now you've got a whole little micro, like a tiny house for the mother-in-law. So everyone feels like they have their own space, but still you're close enough for shared resources for,
well, and it wouldn't hurt
each other, all that.
If you have a current home that you're thinking about putting on the market, to go ahead and get some quotes, like turn your formal living room into a bedroom. Could you knock out, like I was with a client yesterday, they're like, well, you know what, we could knock out this wall and this could be basically a studio apartment. It has it was the primary suite on the main, and the family living room, the formal living room was on the other side of the primary suite. They're like, we could just cut a door, put a wall up, and then wow, we have an entire studio apartment that has its own little entrance there. So go ahead and get an estimate. How much would it cost? Is this a load-bearing wall? Oh my gosh, that would make my life so easy. There were signs on the homes that says this is a load-bearing wall.
Why don't they do that?
I don't know, but
because we got to bring them back, and then you got to pay to have them come back.
Because that's I mean, you can help people see how to turn your current home into a multi-generational home. That big bonus room, the full room over the garage that a lot of people don't utilize significantly.
I thought that was where you store all your crap.
That is where you store all your
yes.
But if you could turn that into the second primary and the primary on the main becomes grandma's house, like there's so many ways to do it.
Yeah, that's what my dad and grandmother did after her health was failing, and so remodeled the basement. It was a walkout basement, but I mean, she had her own little kitchenette, dining room, the whole thing. But it just it made it so everybody felt a little bit better.
Yeah,
What we also see too, talking about aging parents, is there's a strategy called a family opportunity mortgage. And that's where, kind of like the kiddie condo, a home is purchased as a primary residence, but the parent isn't on the loan. So if it's being purchased for either a elderly parent, the way the guideline reads, elderly parent or adult disabled child, then someone can purchase a home that they're not going to occupy whatsoever, and the other party, the person that is going to occupy the home, isn't even on title or on the loan, but it is still treated as a primary residence. Minimum down payment 5%.
I love that.
And lower rates.
Family opportunity.
Family opportunity.
Nice.
Yeah. So again, that's kind of an industry term, but it's still your standard conventional loan. It's just a lot of people don't know. There's just kind of a little guideline in there that makes it possible.
So it sounds like there's specific guidelines on who would qualify for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. I think that would help a lot of families too, who are, they want to provide that space for their family members, but maybe don't know where to start or.
Right, because sometimes either it's not feasible maybe for them to be in the same home or want a little bit of space, but still want them close. I have a client right now who her mother lives up north. She's going to be selling her home, is in a situation where she could qualify with both, and it's just easier for the daughter to be able to purchase it. That way, her mom's going to be able to move in and then be close to her.
I'm going to ask for your forgiveness before I even hit this next video because we're talking about divorce. So we have these riveting images, right? Some stock pictures just to kind of go along with our conversation.
To reinforce the topic, right?
Yeah. She doesn't look happy. But it's an important topic, right? Because what are we still at 50% of marriages end in divorce? But there's always one person who is impacted more than the other. It's never a fair split. Rebecca, from your perspective, I'm gonna guess that you say it's women, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. I would love to hear from your end what those conversations are like and how difficult it is for someone to maybe get back into a home.
It is. I mean, a lot of times women face. I mean, this is statistically proven that they're financially harmed through divorce. But what that looks like from the standpoint as far as where I try to counsel them in that process is there are many different ways that we can handle the house, because a lot of times there is some kind of real estate involved, the primary home, and then it turns into who wants to keep the home, are there children, trying to keep their life as stable as possible, keep them in the same school, those kind of things. Then we're looking at a refinance, because obviously want to, have just the loan in one person's name, title, and have everything completely separate. So then that conversation looks like what's needed to refinance. And it's best if we can have those conversations before an agreement is reached, because we want to make sure that if there is going to be, spousal support or child support as part of that we have the right timeline for when that can be counted for approval. If someone is already in the workforce, great. What does that look like? You can qualify on a single budget. And also just getting comfortable, with that, even though I might say that the math is fine and the maths, getting really, comfortable with, okay, like this is now all on me and this is all now my budget. Am I comfortable with this? And then also what happens with the equity in the home. So how is that getting split up? Because there are some special guidelines for mortgages when you are doing essentially a spousal buyout or a spouse buyout, that you're able to configure the refinance that's more favorable from a rate perspective, being able to tap into more of the equity. So all of that is a good conversation to have. And also, is staying in the home the best decision? Because a lot of times, speaking from personal experience, trying to really keep things as stable as possible for the kids, not wanting to move, but also is that putting the spouse that's staying in the home in the best financial position as well?
There are so many different variables.
There are a lot
you
of
just went through them, and they're just incredible. Everything that you have to think of, on top of finding happiness in some way, shape, or form again, right? The ones that really stand out to me is all of a sudden you've got one person paying the mortgage when two people were paying the mortgage.
Right.
And the refinance, what if someone got married in 2020 and had a great rate, and now all of a sudden they're looking at a 6 whatever. And then on top of that, the stay-at-home moms who have no work history and probably struggle to qualify for a loan if they're the ones who are going to be searching for the home?
Yes. So all of that is part of the conversation, that it's one, what's going to serve you best, and sometimes we don't know until we kind of go down each of those roads and say, how does this feel? How does the math? And then also a timeline from the standpoint as far as, I've seen agreements. People will come to me once their agreement's finalized and it's saying, okay, you need to refinance or sell within the next 60 days because of the way that the agreement is structured or the way that the income has worked. Maybe that spousal support or child support can't be counted for the 3-month timeline. Sometimes it's a 6-month timeline, depending on the loan type. And then, you think that you've crossed that finish line because you have that signed agreement. But in reality, now you're kind of having to go back and say, oh, we can't actually meet what's been agreed to because it just doesn't fit for mortgage guidelines.
Exactly. And the first step in all of that, because a lot of people don't think, oh, I should call my lender. They think, oh, I should call my realtor. We need to sell the house. I would say find a realtor you trust. Because I was in a situation last year where a divorcing couple reached out and they said, we want to sell the house. That was their immediate thought. We need to sell the house. And I was able to help them step back and pause and say, that's not really your best choice. Your best choice is to talk to a lender, and then the lender helped them see, like, I would refer, Rebecca, is this the best thing for them? And so, yep, I lost a deal because they didn't sell the home. She was able to buy it from him, and then he moved on. But a lot of realtors with lenders who will help you see the full picture, because there is more to it than just selling the house. That's not always the best strategy.
Yeah, and I think to Robin's point is it's so customized because it depends on really the individual finances, the timeline, kind of the personalities involved, if you will. There's a lot more complexity, and so that's why the answer has to be very personalized.
And I did have another just now. She went ahead. They agreed amicably that she would go ahead and take the equity out, get a HELOC, go buy what she needed. Then they would sell the house, and so that helped them to be able to do it financially. So there's so many pieces to it, but you really do need to get a realtor involved that you trust, and you need to get a lender involved that you trust. Because yes, we do want to make money at the end of the day, but we also we want referrals, and we want people to speak well of us, and we want to sleep good at night. So
and you never want to sell under duress, and all of a sudden you take a deal that just really isn't in your best interest.
Well, and the timeline she mentioned just on that, she said you might have said that you're going to have to sell the home within 60 days. Well, your neighborhood might be selling in 90 days right now, and now you've messed up the whole timeline, and then it gets yucky again. So it's good just to know everything, know the facts. Facts are friends.
Well, Robin, Rebecca, I feel like I need like 3 times the amount of time that we had today on the show. Real quick, any just quick advice for anyone out there who's looking to purchase a home?
Speak to a realtor that you trust. Yeah. That's going to help guide you with your specific needs. Look, I mean, it may be that you do need to go find a friend to buy a house with, or you need to talk to your mom and dad, or you may need to talk to your kids. So yeah, just find someone that you trust. And then also, if you have money, if you have equity in your home, we were really interested. How do I make my money work for me versus us just working for the money? So find a realtor you trust that will partner you with the lender.
Rebecca, any final thoughts?
I would just say understand that real estate is very personal. We'll see headlines that rates are doing this or the market is doing this, but people win in all types of markets. So it does depend on what your individual needs are, what your budget is. And, real estate is a good long-term investment. It's great to have your own place, and have that stability. And there are many, many ways that we can still find ways to win, even if it doesn't necessarily always feel like the market is in your favor. There are great opportunities, and I see people, do it every day.
It's time in the market, not timing the market.
Yes.
Yes.
Good one. Taking
Should
that
write
back.
that down.
Yeah.
Robin and Rebecca, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey. And everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this episode. We'll see you next time.
All right, welcome to Queen City News Plus in Order in the Court again. Brian Blakely here.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rose.
Khalif, we're going to get into it right now because this is one story that is really just burning up in North Carolina. And you and I across the country. A lot of people are chiming in on it. And his Mallard Creek track was that move right there. They lost their track championship because he celebrated right before with a hand up.
Disappointed. Let's be clear. That is my son's school. Yes. I did not even know that was Mallard Creek at first. I saw the video of outrage. And I was like,
yes,
wait.
You did. You knew that was Mallard Creek all along.
Then I said, wait, these colors, they look familiar. Wait, that's the creek. This does not look good. Let me figure out what's happening.
Right.
So disappointed.
That championship, that relay race right there would have won them the state championship. But as you can see, right as he crossed the finish line, he celebrated with the hand up. 5.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was disqualified from that, and then lost the championship to Jordan High School out of Durham.
You can see it in real time. As he crosses the finish line, in the process of crossing the finish line, has the hand up. The lady's walking across the screen, and she says something to him. From most of the audio that I've seen, sounds like that's her that's saying, can't celebrate. And then you see the kid's immediate reaction after that. I believe that that's the judge that called it, the DQ'd him right there on the spot. As you see it, you'll see him hold his hand up, and as she walks across right here, he's finding out, watch him drop his head. Oh, wow. Okay, now I didn't win a state championship. So it's a couple of things. Again, I'll say this. I'm disturbed by this. We definitely don't want to take the fun out of fun. You don't want to take the fun out of sports. This type of scenario is one that I just think is bad. Let's look at what the rules say. North Carolina.
Yeah, let's look at the rules here first.
North Carolina High School Athletics Association.
Who have declined to say that they're going to do anything about this.
Right, but they have what's called a sportsmanship policies emphasize zero tolerance for bad sportsmanship. And I would want that and empower officials, this is key, to strictly enforce behavioral standards. The NCHSAA public policy states that judgment decisions made by meet officials are final and are under the national standards. So the expectations regarding unsportsmanlike conduct. This language helps them a number of ways. It gives broad discretion and authority, right?
Mm-hmm.
Strong deference from the courts. The court's going to say, hey, what do the rules say? The rules say that you're supposed to not do X, Y, and Z. And the judge or the judge at the time made the decision. We're going to kind of step away and allow the decision to stand. And it protects them against lawsuits most of the time when it's discretionary. So then I asked, well, do they have a lawsuit? Is there potential for this? First, you want to appeal the decision. Appeal it to the North Carolina State Board, right?
Which they did today.
And it rightfully so.
Principal of Mallard Creek High School has appealed that decision. It's a Monday of when we're shooting this right now for the weekend event. It happened at North Carolina A&T State University in Greensboro over the weekend.
Dr. Thomas, a really good guy. I know him personally. Stand-up guy for the kids in these scenarios, wants to ensure that the kids are done right. So, yeah, you appeal. If that decision doesn't go right, you file a claim. You file an injunction, and you get the court to rule on this for a couple of things. What I would say is it unequal or selective enforcement? That's my argument. If you have this
because this is a hand gesture that is used widely by athletes, but we've seen certain times with celebratory things that can be thought of as showboating.
Yep. Or taunting. Yep.
There's no racial, and I'm going to get to this too. There's no racial overtones in this as well, because you're saying that the coach was saying, for the reports are that he was celebrating it was 5 championships that they won. This would have been the third straight for Mallard Creek if they would have won. So, but the NCHSSA says the taunting and showboating will not be tolerated by the meet themselves.
It's taunting, unsportsmanlike.
By the officials who make that judgment.
It is taunting, unsportsmanlike conduct, excessive celebrations, gestures towards opponents, profanity, or conduct viewed as disrespectful. In this scenario, the kid didn't do either one of those. So I looked at the other video when they talked about he was previously warned. In the hurdles, he ran an amazing speed. I mean, there was no one even in the
300-meter hurdles.
Right.
He was warned. They said he was warned.
And that's going to be a point of contention.
The coach or the athletic director says he doesn't remember them being warned at all.
I watched the video. You don't see anyone
he was just
coming
tipped off with what he was saying. That the reports are that after the 300-meter hurdles.
In the video, you don't see anybody coming up to him. You don't see anyone telling him, like in this one, where you see the woman there with her hand raised. You see him celebrating, and now in that scenario, he crosses the finish line.
A few steps later, he does gesture, towards the ground, celebrating this, amazing speed that he ran. If he was warned right there, that's fine. What I would say is, if you're talking about the selective enforcement, I'm not talking about him. I'm saying, let me look at all of the races throughout the entire weekend and show me where there are people that are not crossing the finish line, because that's the issue. It's celebrating before you cross the finish line, celebrating after you cross the finish line. But in this scenario, they will always equate it to taunting if you haven't crossed the finish line first. So you can see in this one, he started the hand gesture before he gets to the finish line.
Only about 5 yards, maybe even 4 feet.
So what I would say is, show me other examples, if I'm representing them in this scenario, of other kids that are celebrating prior crossing the line that didn't get DQ'd. And I can guarantee there were a number of videos. Our own Will Lewis is in the process of doing this story now, has went over a number of videos showing exactly that. Those are the types
been posted on QCnews.com. And worth seeing, because he's got a lot of great stuff that's comparing a lot of athletes who do any kind of celebratory type of stuff.
You're celebrating prior. So then my argument will be, well, it can't be selective. Yeah, your rules give discretion to the judges. But I would say courts, the discretion needs to be some standard. There needs to be some uniformity. It can't be, I'm just going to decide that this kid's expression of celebratory emotion in a height of achievement. As an athlete, you want to celebrate when you win something. It's a line. It's a thin line between celebrating and taunting.
Well,
and I don't even think this was close.
No, well, it was a celebration in some regard. If they're saying, if you look at it on the nature, he was doing something obviously with a hand raised.
Yep.
But as you're saying, the reports are that he was celebrating 5 championships.
Yep.
I think this would have been, like I said, would have been a 3rd straight. But if that's the case, that's a celebratory type of thing before the finish line.
And I've saw the comments online. The hard, fast track rules is if you celebrate before the finish line, you're DQ'd. That's what all of the track folks that I've talked to have said. But what I can tell you is, it's not uniform. It's not across the board. And if
it's
you're not
subjective to what the meet officials think.
It is. And if you're not going to call it in those other instances, you can't call it when the state championship is on the line. You can't call it right there. If I've been not calling it all game, all meet, I've been not calling, that's what I will argue in court. I say, listen, Your Honor, we got all the video. We looked at it, every race that they had this entire meet. And there were, say 100 instances of them not DQing someone for celebrating. And in this instance, they do. If that is existing in this video, yes, that would be, I believe, grounds for the court
Where
to say,
does this go after this? Because the the State High School Athletics Association has said, no, we're going to let this stand. We're not going to do anything about it. They've also filed the appeal with Q Tucker, who is in charge of the State Athletics Association.
What I could say is a couple things. First of all, sometimes the court isn't the way to go. I'd say first you start with filing the appeal. If the appeal is unsuccessful, you file a claim. But historically, like I mentioned before, courts are reluctant to overstep conferences and regulatory authorities when they have clear rules on it, right? So you're trying to say, yes, your rules are clear, but the application is not clear. How you've applied it across the board is not clear. You've selectively applied it to this group of individuals and failed to do it to this other group of individuals. That's what I'd argue. But if either one of those are unsuccessful, the appeal or the attempting to win in court with some type of injunction, public pressure. That's probably going to be.
There's going to be a lot of public pressure.
That's probably
received a lot of
stronger.
headlines all over the country.
Right. You got Robert Griffin, right? Former Heisman Trophy winner, making comments on it. Those are the types of things that will get folks to say, okay, maybe we didn't handle this right. While I am a big fan of rules, I think the rule of law, me being an attorney, me being an officer of the court, ensuring that I'm truthful to the court.
Me being a parent of a Mallard Creek athlete.
Right. That part as well. But as a person that has attended a number of sporting events, I can say that these rules are not consistently applied. Let's be clear. At wrestling events, when a kid is in the middle of a match or about to win, there's celebration.
Yeah.
It's happening.
And the guy hits a home run. He comes around third base or something.
Before you touch home plate.
Might get one in his ear the next time at bat, but that's how the karma.
So
you're celebrating.
The celebratory moments that happen in sports, while I would assume that when people write these, they've had some interaction with sports and recognize that that's something that's extremely hard to contain. and not as easy as saying, hey, you were warned. The paper says to not do it. Most of those people have probably never been in a championship game before that can make those types of comments where you can say, hey, you were warned. You just won a state championship.
You just brought up something I always say. Like you say, being a former athlete myself, I'd always say, you can tell that person who's in charge right there never played the game.
Because obviously, these kids have
They never
worked.
set foot on a football field or a baseball field or
Or
a
a track
basketball
meet.
court or a track meet or whatever.
You're in this moment right here, and you're telling me you just had a something that everybody can't say they did. You won on the last race to win the championship for your team. And you're telling me the last 5 steps maybe, or it loses it for you? So I think from a legal grounds, I think there is a basis for a couple of ways for this to be successful in Mallard Creek's favor. And I hope that it avoids litigation.
We
I
do.
do.
I mean, we hate to see things like this happen. We understand there is laws and guidelines and certain things for keeping everything in line, but certainly feel bad for the runners and the track athletes at Mallard Creek.
Look at that
for the
kid.
Jordan.
Devastated, man.
Yeah,
Devastated.
he doesn't understand. And he doesn't look like he ever got a warning either.
Right. And then here's the other thing. You got folks that are saying, but now the lesson is learned. In his other race, he ran a number like, what is it, 36, 35, 9, something like that. That's D1. That's Olympic type speed that kid has right there. I don't think you're learning the lesson by taking a state championship away from that kid. He'll go on to race other days and be 5. But what I talk about with the criminal justice system, even though this isn't a crime, are we doing things for rehabilitative purposes? Are we doing things for deterrence? This rule was not going to deter someone from doing that because in 2 years, no one will remember that. What they will recognize is you took this kid's moment from him. And that's something that I think when I'm addressing the court, I'd want to say, what's the spirit of the law? Are we trying to stop taunting because taunting could lead to fighting? Then yes, you want those types of laws. But if we're trying to stop celebrating is different than taunting. It's not unsportsmanlike. So I'd say the court hopefully doesn't have to step in, but if they do, I think there is standing for the court to say unfair application of this rule and selective application of
Selective
this rule.
application. I think that's what made it by the rules themselves. It shows how ambiguous they are because they're leaving it up to the meet officials who,
Because if it was up to me, they'd had a championship.
Well, right. Yeah, I get it. I understand it. Absolutely. It's certainly a great talker for what we're having here for our first segment. We do have a couple of other segments. We're probably going to get to those quickly throughout this time. And the next one coming up is going to be that guy. You thought he was in the news last week? Well, we got more news for you regarding Alec Murdoch.
Back.
And we're going to have more on that. You're watching Queen City News Plus with Order in the Court with Cleve and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian here. We have our second topic that we're talking about for Order in the Court today, and that's going to be Alex Murdoch. His legal team is getting ready for another trial, and that is after the Supreme Court, state Supreme Court from South Carolina, they overturned the 2023 murder convictions last week. Well, now we understand that Murdoch's attorneys announced another lawsuit against former Colleton County court clerk there, Becky Hill, and questioned why she is not being charged, and also hinted the fact that now with the new prosecution, there might be a death penalty coming up in the second trial. So what exactly are all these legal civil proceedings here? Because Murdoch's attorneys is suing Becky Hill here.
We got a lot of going on today. I mean, they start the press conference, Harpoon and the rest of the legal defense for Alex Murdoch by saying, look, I wanted to talk about our lawsuit only, but I have to address Alan Wilson's statement that they're going to go forward with the death penalty. So he says, listen, you had an opportunity to go forward with the death penalty 5 years ago, or 3 years ago when this case first came out, and you decided not to. And so at some point, is this vindictive because this case was overturned? Now you want to have an opportunity to take the stakes up. And he also made some political jabs at him saying this had nothing to do with the law. Harpoon, being a well-seasoned attorney, made sure to give respect and deference to the attorneys in the office, saying, look, he has some extremely well knowledgeable attorneys in his office, making the distinction between Wilson and the attorneys in the office, but also says he should listen to them because they recognize that you should not attempt to bring this death penalty case. But he said this was more politically motivated because he's running for governor. So that was the jab that he took. But he said, listen, I don't think there is a legal standing for him to bring this. And the courts have held that if you don't have a grounds to bring it that's other than vindictive, it won't be able to go forward. In terms of the case against Becky Hill, I think the writing was on the wall even before
the lawsuit, that is.
Yes, even before the Supreme Court ruled last week about giving and overturning the conviction. If you remember when the original trial happened, they asked for the post-trial relief. The judge had a hearing, and in that hearing, she talked about a number of things that Becky Hill did, specifically her communications with the jurors. Don't trust him. Watch his body language. Today's a big day. All those types of things were violations of the law. And so a lawsuit was definitely bound to occur. And so they're suing under color of law statute. So that's USC 1983. That's saying that Becky Hill was working within her official capacity. And in her official capacity, she did a number of things to contribute to his conviction. That states typical standard for a color of law claim. Was a person in their official capacity? Did they use their official capacity to do something that now deprived you of your rights? His right, which would be a right to a fair and impartial jury trial. So I think this is a pretty cut and dry example.
Are they going to get money from her, subsequent book and podcasts or whatever they had after that? It's
not much.
Is this going to be a settlement type of thing?
No. The Harpoon and his team, I mean, they asked him today, would your client be ever willing to plead to the case? And he adamantly said, no, never. So in terms of this, I don't think so. They're looking to recoup those legal costs. So you talk about would they be able to get the money from her book deal? She only got $600,000 in profit from the book, and she received 65% of that. So $65,000. They're asking for $600,000. That's the cost of the legal fees that it cost them to do that first trial.
Should Becky Hill have been charged by all this anyway?
I think
that's another big question about this.
I think prosecutors could potentially charge her, and it's not could she, like it still can't occur. She could be charged with obstruction of justice. She could be charged with jury tampering. She could be charged with misconduct in office. There are a number of things that they could charge her with. She acted beyond her lawful authority. The conduct was corrupt and improper. She used that position improperly. Those are all under the misconduct in office. I mean, that's the baseline. But if you're talking about obstruction of justice, opportunity there. Jury tampering, multiple jurors in the post-trial conference talked about how they were persuaded by her words. That's jury tampering 101. So at least two of the three that I mentioned are pretty cut and dry based on her own words.
All right, we're going to leave that one there because we're going to get to our other one topic. That is our third topic, and that's Elon Musk and Sam Altman here. That trial What happened to it? We'll let you know when we're coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus and Order in the Court. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian here on Queen City News Plus. Third topic that we're going to be talking about today, Elon Musk, Sam Altman. A lot of new developments here in this case or this trial between the two titans, the tech titans. Where are we?
Well, we're over. We are over with that case for sure. Jury took 2 hours to deliberate. And this is technicality. This was
basically was thrown out today.
Thrown out for statute of limitations. You got to look at some of the
Elon
dates.
Musk waited too long to sue Sam Altman.
Evidence showed OpenAI leadership, including Musk himself, discussed creating a not-profit structure as early as 2017. OpenAI formally launched its nonprofit arm in 2019. Musk did not sue till 2024. I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but 19 to 24, that's more than 3 years that he'd have to bring the claim for breach of charitable trust, and 2 years for unlawful enrichment. I mean, you're talking about 5, 19 and 24, that's 5. And so I'm not sure how his legal team didn't see the writing on the wall that this is something that would have been dismissed. And I think I mentioned this before, that we got to figure out when the timeline of it starting was. You know, I was assuming that it was that 19 number, but if the court looked at the 17 number as when it officially started, because that's when they discussed it, it was not even a chance then. But the 19 number, either one of those numbers doesn't allow it to get there.
You know, the other thing, too, is that the jury also rejected Musk's claim that Microsoft abetted Altman here in alleging the breach of duty to OpenAI. So they're out of it, and that's good news for Satya Nadella.
Oh, yeah, Microsoft, I mean, I thought they were a long stretch with this claim anyway. And let's be clear, Sam Altman and the folks that testified during this trial mentioned a number of times that the idea to go for profit was something that Elon Musk himself even wanted. That the only reason that he left, started his own AI, was because he wanted to seize complete control of OpenAI, and the board rejected him. And so there were a number of red flags during this trial that led me to believe that the jury would rule in favor of OpenAI and Sam Altman. I just was thinking that it would be a technical, and it was, based on the time frame. I mean, you can't beat the numbers. I've had cases where you have a statute of limitations when you're up against the wire, and if I'm in a month, 2 months away from needing to get it filed, I'm like sweating bullets, because it's like, once that date passes, you can't roll the clock back. And that's what they seemed to do here. They wanted to try to roll the clock back, but it wasn't going to happen.
So, this opens the thing up for OpenAI, their big IPO coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's going to be a big money thing. And XAI, Musk deal, they're kind of behind the times here as far as being not as technically advanced as OpenAI with what they're going forward with.
I mean, the goal was what a lot of this was to slow down the process of OpenAI. Remember, as I mentioned, and you just mentioned, Elon Musk comes out once that he leaves OpenAI and starts this XAI, a for-profit model, not a non-profit model. And so if he could slow down the for-profit generating model that OpenAI was already doing, then that would give him an opportunity to be able to speed this up. And those are things that Sam Altman and his team alleged during the trial, that this has nothing to do with us having a nonprofit arm, has more to do with wanting to slow down our for-profit model that is revving up and about to do an IPO for record numbers.
Right. And a lot of folks are wanting to know if they should get in on that. That is a good financial question you could ask your
financial advisor. Right.
Is this case dead? No appeal?
I mean, his team is they said today that they are evaluating appeal options, but I think that would be, I mean, I can't advise them what to do, but I think that would be a waste of your client's money unless you can find a way to go back 3 years. Mm-hmm. If you can make it 2022 instead of 2026, then yes, you'd have an opportunity to bring this claim. But if it was dismissed solely on the reasons of statute of limitations, you want to go back 3 years. You definitely want to go back 2 years for the unlawful enrichment claims. I mean, that's the $10 billion question that I think the court answered today, at least this jury did, in a record time, 2 hours. They didn't take long with this one. He testified 3 days. Elon Musk himself did. And it took them only a couple hours to come back and say, hey, I mean, ultimately, you wasted our time. If a jury comes back in my trial extremely fast, and I know it's not good.
Yeah.
If the jury comes back and they've taken time, that means they're thinking about the evidence that was presented. This is not an example of that.
And our time is up as well. Thanks for joining us on Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. Good discussions today about Mallard Creek, Elon Musk, and also Alec Murdoch. Appreciate you. It is 3 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon, and welcome into Queen City News Plus Live as we are coming to you from the Blue Room here at the Queen City News Studios on Performance Road out in West Charlotte. And hey, we got a great crew today. Look, guys, we got anchor Morgan Francis, meteorologist Brandon Lawson, and producer-director Austin McCollum, who is going to be running the show here. Yes, I'm in a polo today,
I was going to say, man, we debated it, right? The white dress shirt or the polo. And it's hot enough for the polo today.
Yeah, we're going to be talking all about that heat, and if we're going to get a little bit of rain, it's going to help out on our drought coming up a little bit later this week. Morgan, let's start off by talking about the top stories that we've got today, and the first one It is primary day. It is Tuesday, and it's primary today. And a lot of this is having to do with President Trump really exerting his influence on some of the campaigns. We're going to start with Kentucky, where Representative Thomas Massie, who has been a big thorn in the side for President Trump, he is trying to oust him today in the primary.
He called Massie a Democrat and said he always votes against
a
us.
Democrat.
Democrat. Was that the okay?
His word.
Well, there you go. I mean, I think these primaries will really test Trump's grip on his own party because, again, they're trying to get the people they want into the spots, and obviously, he doesn't shy away from saying what he thinks, and so he's hoping that he can, replace Tom Massie and get his own handpicked candidate
His
in there.
handpicked guy is at Gowron right now. This is one of the most expensive campaigns that they've had for a primary in history that's since being tracked since 2018, according to one of the tracking services that they have at Impact.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so there are a lot of races that we're tracking. I mean, there's Alabama, Georgia, Oregon. In Oregon, people aside, voters are going to decide the fate of a gas tax increase. So, really important thing on the ballot for them. Pennsylvania, Idaho. For Democrats, I think these primaries will really shed light on the issues that are motivating their base and what's important. They're looking ahead to November to see if they can kind of pick up a couple of seats there. So they're going to continue to, I think, ride this wave of enthusiasm and voter turnout and see if they can continue that into the general election.
Yeah, and the Republican voters in Alabama, you're talking about that. They're going to be choosing between a U.S. Senate candidate to replace Tommy Tuberville, who's running for governor there. They're also talking about congressional maps in Alabama. Those contests were postponed to August 11th. South Carolina, that primary is coming up on June 9th, which is right around the corner. And they're talking about postponing those maps, which would create a lot of chaos for South Carolina. So primary day today, we're going to have a lot more of that on Queen City News later throughout the day and on QCnews.com as we talk about what the Trump's influence, especially with that Kentucky race, that's going to be the big one.
Oh, that is the big one for sure. I want to get to the latest out of San Diego, this shooting that happened at a mosque. There's new information that's coming out today that police were actually searching for these two teenagers who are alleged to have killed 3 people in this shooting before killing themselves, that they were looking for them in the hours leading up to the attack because one of their mothers reported that her son was suicidal to police and ran away, and she said that weapons and her vehicle were missing from the family's home.
Yeah, and a few hours later, after they were looking for him, that shooting started as the Islamic Center in San Diego, which houses a school. The suspects, they were just 17 and 18. They were found later in a vehicle after killing themselves near the site of the shooting. And so this is really a sad situation, but it also shows that law enforcement was on top of it, acting quickly to try to find somebody before something bad happened. Unfortunately, it did happen when they opened up is Monday's shooting there regarding this hate crime because inscribed on one of the weapons was some hate crime stuff. And what specifically that we're saying, the language, thank you. But what specifically that is, they're not saying, but it's definitely pointing to a hate crime. And that's also what the mother was saying, too, is when they were talking to police and authorities.
There are also some other details coming out about it, that one of the 3 men who were killed was a security guard officer who's being hailed a hero.
Amin Abdullah
said that he saved lives, and so when you think about where these religious institutions, regardless of the religion, where they stand with safety and having to unfortunately prepare for an attack like this, they did have a security guard who ended up dying in this attack, but possibly saved more lives.
And you're looking at all the kids that were being ushered away from the school outside. That's always just such a horrific sight to see as the kids are going through their normal school day, and then parents, you see something like this where they're being ushered out and you have a shooting that's happening. You're wondering what's happening to your child. And this investigation is going to continue because they've had a lot of attacks on places of worship, whether it's Jewish or Muslim. And so it's heightened awareness and heightened security that is happening all across the country right now, including here in Charlotte for places of worship when it comes to these type of possible threats.
I want to get to the latest of this global issue that the World Health Organization says that they're worried about, worried over the scale and the speed of an Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo. I think, Brian, the last time Ebola was really in the news was maybe 10 years ago when I lived in Florida. It was a big thing with pregnant women, and it was a huge concern there. But, I mean, this sharp increase in suspected deaths has now reached 131. And cases, they're estimating more than 500 possibly.
Yeah, they're really worried about it because this is a rare kind of Ebola, a rare type of Ebola in eastern Congo. And they're worried that it's spreading quickly. It went undetected for weeks, and the virus has no approved vaccines or medicines. And it's expected to last for weeks. One American doctor is infected with this out of the Philadelphia area with the group that they're with, and a humanitarian doctor. His name is Peter Stafford. But as you were talking about Ebola, they're really scared about this. In 2014, there was a Charlotte connection with the Ebola scare back in 2014. Officials with the Boone Basin to Samaritan's Purse, a couple of doctors, Americans were affected. Then they're trying to save lives in Liberia. Dr. Keith Brantley and also, what was her name again? I forget the name. Kathy White, something. They both survived. And so it was a really scary situation. There was actually also CMC Maine, Atrium Maine over there had to be shut down because they thought it was a patient that had infected from West Africa that had come to Charlotte. But that turned out not to be the case, but it caused quite a scare in Charlotte at that time.
For that outbreak, overall, globally, right, there were 11,000 people that were killed. Many were infected while washing bodies during community funerals. This particular rare strain that they're talking about with this outbreak is, as we mentioned, highly contagious, but it's contracted through bodily fluids. So, blood, vomit, you name it. So they are concerned about this. They still haven't been able to confirm a patient zero. And they have declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern.
And that's certainly something that we're going to be following here because, especially with viruses like this, they can just spread so quickly with a lot of travel that's going on.
Right.
Another story that we're following today, this guy right here, Mark Furman, who became famous or infamous during the O.J. Simpson trial, has died. He died after battling an aggressive form of throat cancer that was diagnosed last year. He had been hospitalized for about a week and ultimately chose to stop the treatment. And he was a central figure in the 1995 O.J. trial, which I covered when I was at E! Entertainment back during the Greg Agnew and Kathleen Sullivan times. I had covered, not extensively, I was out there sparingly, but I remember Furman, Van Adder, Lang, during this time, but he became a central figure during this case when he was exposed. And it was really Johnny Cochran who saw that the trial was going south and for OJ, and he decided to make race come in here and make Mark Furman the central figure with these audio. Pegged him as a racist with the audio recordings using racial slurs to undermine his credibility that directly contradicted a lot of his sworn testimony. And he was a huge figure in this case.
I mean, he's the one who found the bloody glove, right? He discovered the bloody glove. He actually hopped over the wall of O.J. Simpson's property and found that glove that matched the other one that was at the crime scene. It's the infamous glove, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Which, famous, obviously, declaration during the closing arguments by OJ's defense attorneys. And with Furman, as you mentioned, they tried to peg him as a racist, and he actually ended up being the only person who was charged. Or not charged, convicted. In this trial.
Pleaded no contest
to
a felony perjury charge.
Because he claimed that he didn't use racial slurs. And then there were audio recordings that came out that confirmed that he did, in fact, use racial slurs. And so he is the only one who was convicted in this.
Retired, moved
trial.
up to Idaho afterwards, became a television and author,
Right.
Personality and a crime author. He including worked as a Fox News expert. No funeral services are planned right now. One quick story about Furman, Van Adder, and Lang. I remember right the week that after it happened, when Nicole got killed, they were in a booth at a breakfast place over on, I think, Pico Boulevard in West LA when I was living out there. And I remember them talking about the case, whispering. And we were trying to, the guys I was with were trying to move over and listen to a little bit more about what was happening. But it was about 2 days before OJ got charged. And then the infamous
really?
White Ford Bronco case that happened. So.
Waitress comes by, asks if you want the check, and you're like, no, go away, go away, go away. I'm trying to listen here. Crazy.
Let's stay in California and talk about something else, though, and that is this wildfire that is growing out of control right now in Southern California. This is Simi Valley. It broke out today, and it's earlier in Ventura County, and it's only about 5% contained right now.
I mean, officials are concerned about this one. There have been mandatory evacuations that are in place. It's continuing to burn about 40 miles northwest of Los Angeles, a little bit closer to the coastline there. There have been homes that have already been destroyed. Obviously, a lot of smoke in the air as firefighters work to get this one under control. As of 6 a.m. Pacific time this morning, it was burning almost 1,400 acres. And as Brian, you mentioned, 5% contain as of the last update. And there have been pictures online of residents with garden hoses trying to water the vegetation in their yards just in case the fire reaches them. You know, this is something that they deal with annually.
And it is a scare, obviously, when any wildfire happens because of how quickly it can spread, how dry it is in Southern California. We all think about the Palisades fire and how many people lost their homes, tens of thousands of people that lost their homes, millions and millions of dollars in damage.
Which we're seeing a lot of conversation around that in the mayoral race right now.
Right.
With Spencer Pratt, who...
And I was just with a couple from this weekend that lived in San Diego, and we're talking with them, and they cannot get fire insurance at their house because they have too much vegetation at their house. And then when they talked to, there's only 3 insurers right now is what they were saying in the state of California that'll insure for fire.
Control the market.
And they said that they asked them exactly where they lived, looked on Google Maps and looked down at their backyard and saw all this brush and says, no, you have too much vegetation, so we're not going to insure you. And that's the kind of life that they live in Southern California or all of California when it comes to living with like this wildfire danger there.
Yeah, and it's something that they experience every single year. You look at the map and you can see that there are little wildfires all over the place surrounding the LA area. So this is, then unfortunately one like this gets out of control and it becomes way more serious than just something that firefighters are trying to simply
Let's go ahead and bring
out.
in meteorologist Brandon Lawson right now. And Brandon, you have, we're looking at some hot weather over the next few days as we're looking at not a cloud in the sky, of course, here in Charlotte, but it is hot.
Yeah, it's definitely hot. I mean, Brian, we're talking about temperatures in the low 90s, and you mentioned bringing out the polo. Man, we stay hot like this, you might be bringing out the tank top here.
I don't think I go that far.
I can get on board with that show.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it is definitely hot out there. And, honestly, we've been cooler here lately. We started the year off, especially March and April, on a pretty hot note, but then kind of cooled off for a couple weeks, guys. And now temperatures are starting to get back into the low 90s again. We're at 88 in Charlotte, but we have reached 90. Fair weather cumulus cloud probably passed over the airport, which is why temperature dropped down a couple degrees, which might actually keep our forecast down a little bit today. We're at 92 in Wadesboro, 91 in Charlotte, 83 in Boone. Man, warm up there in the mountains. And you look at the record for today, 95 is the record set back in the 1960s, 93 the forecast. I don't think we get there, especially considering we're only in the upper 80s right now in Charlotte. But tomorrow, another opportunity, a 93 degrees your forecast. The record, 95, also set back in the 1960s. I do want to point out, we've had the most 80-degree days this year through May 19th that we've ever had on record in Charlotte. So I mentioned us getting that little cool spell over the last couple of weeks, but we're on track for a top 2, maybe top 3 hottest year on record here in Charlotte. And obviously, it's been an extremely dry year so far, too, with the exception of some of the rain we've had over the last couple of weeks and the rain we have in store for this week. We've got a cold front back to the west. That's going to increase the rain chances later this week here. So, in those rain chances scattered by Thursday, more widespread by Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So, it's isolated shower chances up in the mountains here as we go through the day today, and then into tomorrow, more scattered showers and storms across the mountains. So I expect it to be a little bit more widespread in the high country tomorrow when it comes down to showers and storms. Boundary stalls over us Thursday. That kicks off scattered showers and storms, but Friday is trending to be kind of the wetter day as that front pulls away. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we're also going to be tracking just hit or miss showers and thunderstorms over the area. And just skipping ahead to the race forecast here, because I do know that a lot of people are very interested in that. You know, truck race, 40% chance of a delay right now with storm chances. O'Reilly race on Saturday, 50% chance of a delay. And then the Coke 600 night, I've got a 40% chance of a delay there. So again, just going to be watching that. Even if we have delays, you can still get the race in at some point. Just got to dodge some of those storms. And that's what we'll do this weekend. That includes Charlotte FC on Saturday night as well, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we have so much going on this weekend and people who are looking to pay tribute to our fallen service members.
Exactly.
And hopefully the rain holds off for the most part, but we also need the rain. So
it's a balance. You know, I had somebody on X. I post a lot of the race forecasts, really for all the races on my social media accounts, and somebody was like, "Man, I don't care about this race. I really want the rain. I would need you to stop wishing it doesn't rain." I was like, "Man, I want us to get drought relief, but there are a few thousands coming down to Concord, North Carolina that probably want to at least enjoy the trip."
A wild weekend out there at Charlotte Motor Speedway for sure, and the humidity is back. That's what I was feeling in the last couple of days. When you walk outside, it just hits you, and it's really heavy and thick.
Yeah. Hey, well, we have to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, Gaston County schools, they're considering a consolidation of their schools to meet budget requirements. What that could potentially look like, we'll spell it all out for you coming up. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live. It is 3:20 on your Tuesday. When we started the show, we had to ask everyone. It is Tuesday, right?
Oh, heck yeah. We know it's Tuesday.
It's been a long week already, I think.
The beautiful day outside
out there.
today.
I know. We've got some rain on the way, much needed rain. Obviously, a lot of events happening this weekend as well. So hopefully it all works out in everyone's favor and everyone's happy with the weather that's headed our way.
Hey, let's talk about Gaston County schools right now because they had a big board meeting last night to talk about considering consolidation in the western part of the county for Cherryville and to meet the budget requirements. There's a lot of board members that were talking about this and discussion of a lot of different things and how they have the budget shortfall and where they're going to go with this.
You know, I think this is what we're going to see probably from a lot of school districts. So Gaston County commissioners approved more than $35 million for the district, but not the $60 million that the school board requested. So if you think about just that difference, $25 million difference, it's huge. And, you know, looking back to a couple weeks ago, before we get deep into the Gaston County stuff, Union County schools had to decreased enrollment that they attributed to the lower birth rate. And they recently announced that they eliminated a number of positions to make up for their deficit of $10 million. So now we got Gaston County schools that's looking to consolidate.
Yeah, and its administrators say that could mean layoffs, as many as 170 support staff positions right now. They're also looking at moving this consolidation to certain schools, and that means a lot of people are going to be upset about not going to school with who they wanted to go with or where they want to go. And it's also there in the feasibility about some of these schools that they're looking at, working at there. I know that school board member Robbie Lovelace was talking about a lot of the safety issues that are that exist right now, and they're going to have to do a lot of cleanup and mitigation at some of the schools with the consolidation and also getting the schools ready if that were the case. So there's a lot of issues that are going to be happening going forward.
And the schools that they're looking to transfer some of these students to, it's nothing set in stone, but I mean, it would push them to almost max capacity. One of them, it would push them over max capacity. So it's going to be quite the lift trying to figure out how to make this work. Obviously, you can't make everyone happy. So there are going to be a lot of families that are upset over all of this.
A tragic story that we're following here today. Body of a missing swimmer on Lake Wiley was found earlier this morning after a water rescue operation. It happened around 11:25. York County Sheriff's Office confirmed that the divers recovered that missing person that happened. Understand? I think they jumped off a boat and then they went under, did not resurface in the area of the lake near Tigakay and the Catawba Dam. So very, very sad to hear something like this happen. Don't know the other circumstances, the identity of this person too.
The depth in that area for Lake Wiley is roughly 35 to 40 feet deep. So deputies had to use sonar images to try to find and recover this body. This is a search that they had to call off last night because it's just too dark and dangerous for their deputies to be diving. And then they resumed it this morning when they ultimately found the body. And the concern is obviously this circumstance is tragic, but we're headed into Memorial Day weekend. A lot of people are going to be out on the water, and they just want to remind people that these types of tragedies can happen when you don't wear your life jacket.
Always
you just
wear
don't
your
know
life
what's
jacket.
under the water, especially with some of the storms that we've experienced even with Helene.
It doesn't matter whether you're an experienced swimmer or not. Always wear your life jacket.
Absolutely. This I-77 project from uptown to the South Carolina state line, it just keeps getting more and more
a mess.
It's just a mess.
It's a real mess. Is how it's going to be done. Charlotte City Council wanted to have a moratorium.
They rescinded
their support for the I-77 project. NCDOT comes back and says, well, you do that, you're going to lose $600 million of funding to do this, and you're not going to get it back and put it somewhere else.
And a $100 million bonus allocation funding that would have been awarded for use of tolls. That will no longer be available. So you're looking at $700 million total. The thing is that NCDOT their hands are kind of tied in this one. They have their bucket of projects that they can allocate this money to. And once Charlotte says, we don't want to do this project anymore, they have to take Charlotte out of consideration, and then they have to allocate that money towards something else. So it's not necessarily that they can just say this $600 million will be toward your next project. It's that they literally have to allocate it to another project.
And look for a lot more to come out with this later this week about what's going to happen, whether they rescind the rescinding of the support and they go back to supporting this, because there's a lot of pushback between people that really want to see this done.
Yeah, it all hinges on the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization if they also rescind their support for the project. We're going to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back with one more story.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live. Morgan, take a look at these chicks.
Got your attention, didn't
Right, it certainly did. These are baby chicks that were hatched from an artificial shell from a de-extinction company.
So it's Colossal Biosciences, and they're efforting de-extinction for a number of species. But one of them is New Zealand's extinct South Island giant moa. There are some critics who say that's just not possible. The eggs for moas are like 8 times the size of the chicken's egg, and it would be difficult for the modern bird to lay it. But
Cute
still,
stuff.
really cool that they were able to hatch eggs from these artificial shells.
Thanks for watching Queen City News Plus Live.
Have a good afternoon, everyone. Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. And today we're going to feature a very nice property on Lake Norman listed for a cool $18 million. If it sells for that, by the way, it would be the most expensive listing in North Carolina history to sell by a long shot. The runner-up was $14 million. And the guy who's got the listing is Tom Bramhall. Tom, you've been on the show before, and it was wonderful having you, so we thought we'd have you back.
I'm back.
Yeah. I noticed fireworks. Did you actually light some fireworks for that listing video?
I would love to say yes, but that
Little bit of
actually
AI?
is the beauty of AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say they look too perfect,
Yeah.
but it did give me a nice visual of what my life would be like if I decided to purchase this house.
Oh yeah, yeah. The property is insane, and being on an island, you'd be able to see all the fireworks around the 4th of July.
Yeah. So where exactly is this on Lake Norman?
It's in Cornelius.
Okay.
So that would be right off exit 28 on I-77. But yeah, it's right in the heart of Cornelius.
I noticed that it's Regatta Island. The road leading up to it is, I believe, Regatta Island Drive. Okay. But with a lot of these high dollar listings, you see this on HGTV a lot, that they give the house a name.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
It's branding and marketing
Yeah.
is, I think, the biggest part of it. But I actually went through that myself. I was trying to come up with a name for the property, and then I just ended up I was like, you know what, Regatta Island.
Keep it simple. It
It's Regatta Island.
It is.
It's on an island.
It's a great name for it. Actually, one of your marketing videos, you say something like, "How would you like your own personal island?"
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I would. I really would. I don't know if I would get approved for that big of a mortgage, though, unfortunately. So how do you get to even get in the room of having the conversation with these sellers? Ivester Jackson is the firm where you hang your license, and they're known for having some luxury listings. I know Reed Jackson, we've interviewed him in the past. He's had the most expensive listing in North Carolina over in the Highlands. But how do you get the listing? How do you get your foot in the door?
A lot of it's just relationship based, right? That's how I was able to obtain this listing, was through relationships. I think most agents, especially in the higher price points, a lot of it's relationship based. So yeah, just having a tight network and being available and being in the right place at the right time and putting in the work and having the relationship.
What's this I hear about something involving like a poker game or something?
Yeah. So I was invited to a poker game. I met the seller, and just shooting
in the breeze.
Yeah. And had a good time with everybody that was there, and just kind of continued to foster that relationship. And then kind of came time to sell the home. I wasn't really aware that that was gonna be the day.
Was the poker game at the house?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So you didn't have any recon.
No.
You had to pitch it there.
Yeah, it was nearby, and then just one day just said, hey, just meet me at the house, and we'll take a look at it and let me know what you think. And then from there it was just kind of coming up with a marketing plan and coming up with a game plan to launch the property and try to get it out there to sell it.
So what do you think set yourself apart when you show up at the house? I'm assuming you had some time to prepare for the appointment, but how do you sell yourself when you know that you're not the only one they're interviewing?
Yeah, I think part of it is having the relationship that helps a lot, but then also having the right firm. Our firm sells most of the properties on the lake, and then around Lake Norman. So that was a component of it, but also having a skill set with marketing. My background.
I was just gonna say your background is marketing. You used to have what was it, Real Producers? Was it?
Yeah, I created a real estate magazine here locally, and then a video company where all we did was video content, and then I decided to get into the sales side of real estate. So my whole background was on marketing, and I already knew all the players in the industry, and then got into the sales side of it, and then just applied what I already knew. And, having a big network, I've had a big network. I lived in Lake Norman for 30 years.
Well, it's easy to sell Lake Norman when you live there.
Yeah, I live
you
there.
Understand it. You understand setback rules and,
Yeah. Yeah, I live on the
frontage,
lake, so
yeah.
I understand the lake. And, so it kind of all of those ingredients kind of came together, and we're able to get the listing. So now we got to get it sold.
Yeah. Too bad you're so shy that shooting videos must be so painful for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, it's terrible. Well, having previously had a video company, I got a lot of reps in.
Yeah.
And I actually have a lot of fun with doing the video content. I know a lot of agents don't necessarily like doing that kind of stuff. For me, it's fun, and it's it's just how I market.
You know what I think it is it's so difficult when you're out shooting something to have the energy. I mean, you have to output 10x energy that you have in that moment. And it seems like you're sometimes doing too much, but then when you watch it back on TV, it looks normal, right? Yeah. And so when you're at someone else's house, walking through it, and you're not in your personal element, right? You're not in your home. You have to look comfortable and confident.
Yeah, you do.
And rattle off the lines like you're talking off the cuff.
Yeah, and oftentimes people think it's like it's so easy, or you did it like one time, and it's like I might have done it like 3 or 4 times to try to get it
just right.
To get it right. But yeah, you kind of have to like overemphasize what you're saying so it translates on camera. So and I don't know, for whatever reason, I always get like shyer on the camera, and people are like, just do what you normally do,
right?
And you'll
just
be fine.
Be Tom.
Yeah,
just be Tom.
Yeah.
So I think I've met most of your family.
Yeah.
Your brother Steve is a good friend of ours, and I don't know if I've met a quiet Bramhall.
No. Well, you haven't met the loudest one then.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So who's the loudest one then?
My brother Jim.
You think Jim? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Jim is all right.
Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah. Big personality.
All right. I've talked to him on the phone. He seemed a little shy, but maybe that was just because I was asking him to come on TV.
That's probably it.
let's talk about the house. It's obviously gorgeous. Is that cedar on the outside?
Yep. Cedar exterior, stone slate roof.
Mm.
Yep.
What's
Pretty
your?
home.
It's north of 12,000 square feet. What is your favorite part of the home, or is it on the outside?
There's so many things I like about the house, but living in Race City, USA, having an 8-car garage is, I think, a unique feature. A lot of homes that are in this category tend to have, a 4-car garage, and this has an 8-car garage. So if you're a car lover, you can park all your hot rods or exotics or whatever you have right there at home.
So I got to ask the question that everyone's wondering, and I know what your answer is going to be, but I have to ask it anyway, is who's the seller? Okay. All right. We'll let that one slide just this time.
Yeah.
That's not uncommon though. You see with a lot of these properties that they like their privacy, and they have these houses is on 3 acres, right? They have it as far away from everyone else for a reason. They want to enjoy the peace and quiet life.
Well, I think that's also a big selling point for this property too, is the privacy. Yeah, you're located right in the heart of Cornelius. You're 30 minutes from uptown. And yes, it actually is 30 minutes because you can jump in the fast lane and you can get right there. I can be in South End in like 30 minutes.
It's going to cost you, but if you purchase this house, you probably don't care about the fast lane.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's the privacy component, because when you pull into the property, you kind of go through a neighborhood, and then there's a gate, and then the gate opens up to your 3-acre island on Lake Norman. That's fully fenced all the way around. The property is 1,250 feet of shoreline, and then actually there's trees that surround the entire shoreline of the property, and we actually limbed them up about 8 feet. So when you're sitting there at the pool or on the back deck, and you can kind of look out, and you can see the boats, and you can see all that, but it's very private.
Okay.
And actually, when I drove my own boat over there just the other day, I was like, wow, you really can't see up onto the property, like from the boat. Like you'd have to get really close to see up onto it. So I think for somebody looking for privacy when they're at their pool deck, they have it.
How long did, from the conversation of, yes, we want to hire you as our agent, to hitting the ground running, to actually having it listed?
Yeah.
How long did that take? And if you're comfortable saying, because I think a lot of people don't understand the monetary investment from the agent side, and the time that it takes. Just tell me what all goes into getting a property ready to list and how long that takes and involved.
Yeah, so from the interview until we had it listed, I think it was about 5 weeks, maybe 4 to 5 weeks. But I went into the listing with a plan already, as if I had the listing. Like in my head, I felt like I was going to leave there with the nod saying yes, guy. So I had already had a marketing plan in place. So really after that, it was just executing it. So that part was already in place. And because the home was, I would say, lightly lived in, the house was finished in July of 2024. So it's barely even been. So I had access to it, and there wasn't anybody really there. So it was kind of easy to get access and be able to do, do some of the marketing things that I needed to do. So yeah, we got it up and running pretty quickly, within a month. And then what was the second question?
If you're comfortable, the monetary side of it, and how much goes into marketing a property like this? What's all involved?
Yeah, it's a sizable investment. I mean, a house like this, I mean, you get lucky enough to sell it right away, or take here, sell a property like that. I think,
or some who, that doesn't sell at all, and then it goes off market and shows up under another agent's name. That happens too. Confident that this is not going to happen with you, but it does happen.
Yeah. No, it's tens of thousands of dollars to market a property like this, and that's the side that, HGTV and all that, they want to show you is like, they always focus on what your commission is, if you sell the property, but they're not factoring in, your splits and your taxes and then all your big marketing investment and your time and all of that stuff. And yes, it's a great living. Yes, it's a great commission, but there's also expenses that are associated with it.
Go into splits for people who might not understand that and how that kind of plays out for agents.
Yeah. So as a realtor, you would hang your license with a firm. And at that firm, they have expenses of being a business too. So to hang your license, they charge you a percentage of whatever your commission is. That goes back to the firm. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And obviously taxes, and then all of a sudden you see this commission that's just like it started here and now it's here, then it's here, and then it's here, and you're like, man.
Yep.
Okay.
It slowly erodes away.
Yeah. Uncle Sam likes to take his cut too.
That's it.
How do you come up with the price? There are no comps.
Right. Yeah. So, at that price point, obviously you look at, you look to see in the area if there are comps, then you'll look and see, further out in other parts of the state, houses that are like that, are in that category, what maybe one has sold for, what one's on the market for. And then, you look at that plus, build costs and land costs and all of that stuff. And then work with your client on kind of arriving at a price and listing is, it's an invitation to do business, right? So I think you have to invite buyers through price and marketing to come view your home, to then hopefully for them to submit an offer and then negotiate on what the sale price is that both parties are going to agree on. So I always look at listing price as an invitation to do business.
This one's been on the market for under a month. I think you've already dropped the price by $1 million, which is, it's always perspective, right?
Yep.
For a home that's priced initially at 19, now at 18. What is that conversation like? Maybe if not specifically with this client, just generally, how do you have that conversation with a client of when to drop the price, why to drop the price, to what to, what?
I think it starts on the very front end is setting expectations. When you're at this price point, it's letting people know like, hey, this house, you're in a very, very small buyer pool here. And what is your how would you like to handle price drops? And then asking the client like how they would like to handle that and just see where they are on it. Some people are a hard line in the sand. They want to be at this price and that's it. And some people are, hey, we're more negotiable, or, you can set an expectation of, hey, if we haven't gotten any showings or we haven't gotten any offers, within, 30 days, we should probably look at maybe doing a price reduction. And it's really different for everybody. In this case, we've been on the market here just a few weeks and, seller's like, hey, do a price reduction. Like, okay.
Sounds good. You're the boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a little different.
Yeah.
For
one of the most common misconceptions about either a property like this, listing a property like this, or the space within the industry that you're in?
Well, I think, just agents specifically would love to have a property like that, a property like this.
Oh, yeah.
And would love to be a luxury agent. But I think it also comes with a lot as well. There's a big expectation that's with that. And,
because
you're asking for a lot.
You do have other listings, right?
Yeah.
And you're still showing buyer clients homes, but this is kind of your baby right now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are other agents that if they have a house like this is their job for the year, essentially. But what are some of those expectations that you feel like are different when you list a luxury home versus a $500,000 home? Obviously you're still going to put your all into it, but
yeah, I think, I've treated all my houses kind of the same. In some regards, right? So I offer staging, staging something that I offer with all of my houses, but obviously this house was fully furnished and decorated and beautiful. And it's like I didn't have to do anything,
right.
It was gorgeous.
Most agents would probably ask the seller to pay for staging, right?
In a lot of
instances,
situations, yeah, and some do, and some don't do it at all. It's just I've very particular marketing wise, and especially in this industry, I just feel like, or in this market right now, you really have to market a property, and it has to be ready to go. So I feel like staging's part of it, but I just think it's setting expectations, setting of what to expect, But I think that's with any house, regardless of the size of it. I think the stakes are just higher with a larger price point.
When it comes to the larger price point, luxury is just very different than maybe first-time home buyers who are looking to purchase a home. The first-time home buyers are watching the rates.
Yep.
How do you feel like luxury has changed throughout the years? Do you feel like it's gotten stronger, or do you feel like, I guess, what's the level of interest in luxury?
Right now, I think the higher price points are doing really well. That under 5 million at the lake is doing really well. If it's on the water, move-in ready, and it's under 5 million, it's moving.
What's entry at the lake right now?
Oh,
if you want waterfront in a home that at least doesn't need major renovations.
Yeah. If you want good water and a house that doesn't need major renovations, I think it's $2 million.
Okay.
I think 2 million is your benchmark.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And with waterfront, it varies, because Lake Norman, you could be in the back of a cove and it be on the water, but it's narrow, it's skinny water, it's not a big view.
Christian McCaffrey's home, which he ended up keeping, by the way. It was on the market, and they ended up deciding to keep the house. He's tucked back in a cove for a very specific reason.
Yep.
He was really worried that he didn't want people, driving boats past his house and invading his privacy.
Yep.
So, I mean, there is a market for that too, but I think most people would want the view to be on, either the main channel or right off the main channel.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what people want, but you also have to pay for that. So it might be a
sunrise versus sunset,
brick ranch or something. They're like, why is that $3 million? Well, because of the view. But you take that same house and you put it in the back of a cove where it has seasonal water, and your dock is sitting in the mud in January because they dropped the lake levels.
Everyone's sitting in the
totally
mud right now.
It's a totally different price. Yeah, right now the lake is so low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lake Norman's always a little bit better than Mountain Island Lake and Lake Wiley when it comes to water levels, because it controls it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We like to think we're the best lake.
Yeah. I wouldn't argue necessarily with that. So what else about selling waterfront is just different? What do people not know?
Well, I think where you're located on the lake, understanding what is important to them. if they're from out of town and they're from out of town, it's like, hey, this is what you can access, by the water. Understanding if are they big boaters? What do they know about boating? What would they like to do on the lake? And then being able to better hone them in on, hey, if you're on, the east side of Brawley School Road in Mooresville, you're able to access, Eddie's and Hello Sailor and all of these different restaurants. But if you're on the other side, it's a much longer drive, right? If you're in the back of a cove and you're purchasing a home and your dock is different than a dock that you would want on the main channel. On the main channel, you would want a fixed dock because boats are driving by it all day long, lots of waves, you get a lot of wear and tear on your dock. You need an agent that knows that because, a dock is $100,000, $200,000.
And regardless, you put your name and phone number on the dock because if something happens, a big storm, and it starts to go downstream, at least if someone finds it, they might give you a call.
Get your dock back.
Yeah, get your dock back.
Yeah.
I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin. It would happen all the time, especially, people, when winter's coming, they don't take their dock out, and all of a sudden it's gone when the ice comes through. So it happens. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, so just understanding the waterfront and how people want to leverage the lake. Are they commuting? Are they going to be commuting into Charlotte every day for work? All right, well, this is what you can expect on drive times and traffic. That kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're on the west, even just being the west side of the lake versus the east side of the lake, there's a big difference in commute time there.
Yeah, commute and amenities, schools, like all of that. All of that stuff. There's a big difference between the Mooresville, Cornelius, I-77 corridor than there is on the Denver side, which is Highway 16.
Going back to this beautiful house that you've listed, we mentioned that it's called Regatta Island. Regatta is kind of lends itself to sailing. Any sort of connection there with sailing or a passion there, or is it just...
For me personally?
No, for you personally.
No.
Just curious if that's what inspired the name.
No, it was just the road name. So, and the neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a beautiful house, Tom, and I hope that you have, luck selling it. I can't imagine anyone would want to say no to this, but I guess it's got to be right for the right person.
We have had a showing, so.
Okay.
Had a showing, so
fingers crossed.
We need a couple more of the right showings.
Yeah, it just takes one, right?
It just takes one.
Well, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey. Really appreciate it. Making the drive all the way from Lake Norman. Yeah. Appreciate you being on the show.
Thank you.
To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this latest episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Now, Queen City News, the cost of the controversial I-77 widening project in Charlotte. So how much money has been spent already and could be lost if the proposal is stalled?
A toasty Tuesday. We are feeling the heat again today with high temperatures up around 90 degrees in many of our neighborhoods. How much longer it's going to stay this hot before temperatures get cooler again with some needed rain on the way. That's coming up, my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
Thank you, Tara. And keeping up with changes in one of South Carolina's fastest growing communities, how Indian Land is now filling a gap to help address medical needs in the area. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
It's a price tag that may shock you. First at 4, $50 million. That's how much money has already been poured into the controversial I-77 widening proposal. So now its future is up in the air after the plan lost the support of the Charlotte City Council. So Chief Political Correspondent Eddie Weber, our top story tonight, now digging into the numbers as to how supporters of the project now warn of a major funding loss if the current plans are stalled.
There's no guarantee that the $700 million would stay in Charlotte. NCDOT has a STIP, which outlines large projects throughout the state. The next project in line would likely get those funds.
The Charlotte Regional Business Alliance repeating a warning issued by the state's top transportation official last week.
Their message: if the CRTPO or Regional Transit Board follows the lead of Charlotte City Council and votes to rescind support for a proposed widening of traffic-ridden I-77 South, the city could be at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding. Matthew Panic with the Alliance says the state has already spent $50 million on planning and design.
That $50 million is essentially wasted, and we'd have to start completely over. And as we know, construction projects across all sectors, those costs are only going up year over year.
No one is saying that congestion doesn't need to be addressed. We all know that, and we all want to address that congestion.
Last we heard from public officials, Mecklenburg County commissioners said they supported bringing on an independent firm to oversee the project going forward.
The right plan looks like something that doesn't adversely impact the community. It takes community feedback, and it takes it in a way that, you know, it lends itself to confidence and credibility.
And that Regional Transit Board, the CRTPO, will meet again tomorrow evening, but likely will not vote on rescinding support for I-77, the I-77 widening project, that is, until June or later. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Thank you, Andy, for that. Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden now announcing that the reopening of Jail North is going to be there to be able to help manage what officials call historic overcrowding at the county detention center. So deputies say right now close to 300 suspects are being housed in overflow spaces and have to be able to use the temporary bunk beds because of just a lack of room. Well, Jail North was shut down 4 years ago because of staffing issues within the sheriff's office. The facility now will begin operating again in early August, though an exact date has not been set. Taking a live look here now over the Charlotte Motor Speedway and Concord. So it's getting pretty toasty across our area right now as we approach the Coca-Cola 600 this weekend. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, so we are again getting close to record heat.
Yes, indeed. So those high temperatures for another day today, up around 90 degrees like they have been really since Sunday. Sunday afternoon, we hit 88. Yesterday's high about 90 after what was really just kind of a coolish feeling month compared to normal so far. I mean, this month of May, you can see the blue boxes all indicative of below average high temperatures here, either in the 60s or 70s for many, many days. But now we've gotten into this hot stretch. Another day of it today. That high temperature up around 89 degrees, currently 89 in the Queen City with a southwest breeze at about 10 to 15 miles per hour, and dew points are sitting in the lower 60s. So we're feeling just a touch more of that humidity at the same time. We got a hot 92 up there for you all in Statesville, mid 90s, and Wadesboro, more low 90s off to the south into South Carolina, 93 hot ones for you all in Morganton, and lower 80s up in the mountains. We do have a cold front though on the move. Maybe you've heard we do have some much needed rain chances on the way. Maybe the timing though not so great with a big race weekend and outside events planned for Memorial Day holiday weekend. So I'll show you an updated look at the timing, when to expect some of this rain, and how much cooler temperatures will get along the way. That's ahead in a few minutes.
All right. Thank you, Tara, for that. So we're now working to learn more details about a shooting in Morganton that killed one person and also injured another. So here's what we know. Investigators responded to Mount Olive Church Road today after 911 callers reported two people had been shot. 18-year-old Dawson Wisnant was pronounced dead at the scene, and then 47-year-old Timothy Wisnant was also shot in the leg and then taken to the hospital. Officials say that the investigation is now ongoing and no charges have been filed at this time. Crews on Lake Wylie say they have recovered the body of a missing boater. Well, the search had been going on near Ebenezer Park Boat Landing since yesterday, and officials say the victim jumped off of a boat and then did not resurface. Investigators now are working to notify that swimmer's family. Two Union County high schoolers now being called heroes for rescuing a woman from this scene right here. I mean, just look at this. The smoke, the fire, it's a burning car. Deputies say Mandy Tarr and also Joella Meadows, both students at Porter Ridge High School, they were just driving along Unionville Indian Trail Road when they noticed smoke and fire coming from underneath a car. Well, they alerted the driver, who got out just before the car became completely engulfed in the flames that you see right here. Sheriff says because of that quick thinking, nobody was hurt. Lancaster County currently has a moratorium on building new homes for 9 months. And it comes as officials work to provide essential services for residents moving in at record numbers. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis reports on how some residents will get medical help closer to home.
As Indian land grows, bringing in more healthcare options has become a priority.
91% of people that live in what the zip codes that are considered Indian land go out of the state for care.
While a hospital is in the works, it won't be open for another few years. Until then, Piedmont Medical Center is opening its first and only standalone emergency department in Indian land. The 12 rooms will be able to provide care and imaging 24/7.
When minutes matter, people want healthcare local, and this gives them that option.
Lancaster County has seen tremendous growth, close to 20,000 new residents from 2000 to 2020, and everywhere you look, you see construction. Currently, there is a 9-month moratorium on new housing, leaving some to think more health facilities, shopping, and other foundation needs will be met. To date, $400 million has been invested into business development, meaning residents may have to deal with the pain of growth, but when complete, essential services will be around the corner.
Whether it's roads or hospitals or emergency departments, this is us growing with the community and giving them local access.
Piedmont Medical Center says the new emergency department should be open in the next month. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
All right, thank you, Will. Staying with healthcare now, a new emergency department in Concord is also now open. It's the freestanding facility operated by Atrium Health, officially opened yesterday on John Q. Hammonds Drive. So it's opened 24/7, and then also there's 10 rooms to treat the patients. The opening of the facility also creates nearly 100 new jobs. South Carolina lawmakers continue to debate plans to change the state's congressional district, and it may impact the upcoming primary. So the proposed map then would break up the current 6th district, which is the only district held by a Democrat in the state. If lawmakers pass these plans, it would also remove U.S. House races from the ballot in the June 9th primary. So if the resolution does not pass before early voting begins next Tuesday, any votes placed in those races, as well as overseas, as absentee ballots and absentee votes have already been cast, they will then be tossed. A special election would then be held for the House races in August. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is now pushing state agencies to begin working together to create more affordable housing. Now, he says that the Tar Heel state is now short about 750,000 homes for current and future residents expected to move here over the next few decades. But though an executive order Stein signed this morning, state leaders now will work to find where housing is needed the most. So the order is also expected to cut construction costs and also increase pay for those who build them.
We are going to be focused on what we can control and try to drive down costs as much as we can. The more qualified labor there is, the less you have to pay a premium to get people on the job. So we want to increase the workforce. The more land that's developable, then the lower the cost of each unit of piece of land. That lowers the cost for the ultimate purchaser.
And the governor says as tariffs increase the cost of building homes, he hopes that this measure can help offset that cost. All right, breaking news right now. We're following out of Northeast Charlotte to tell you about. We know right now at least one person is dead. They are calling this a homicide right now. It happened this afternoon in the area of Tom Hunter Road, right off of North Tryon Street. No other information was given, but we will definitely stay on top of the story. We do have a news crew from Queen City News headed to the scene right now, and we'll bring you any updates as we learn more information on that scene. College baseball now back at Truist Field in Uptown. Exciting stuff here. So the ACC baseball tournament kicked off this morning, and it started off with a bang. The Duke Blue Devils beat NC State 21-12. They will now face Virginia tomorrow, and then my alma mater Clemson takes on Notre Dame at 5. First pitch between Louisville and Pitt is at 9 o'clock tonight. Right now, voting is underway for the next class of the NASCAR Hall of Fame. So the panel is now determining which 2 modern-era drivers and a 3rd from the Pioneer ballot will make up the 2027 class. Queen City News will bring you the big announcement once the 3 drivers are set. Tara.
A whole lot of NASCAR action happening here this upcoming weekend. A lot of people in town. What is the weather going to be like? There's talk of rain. We'll have a latest look at the timing on that coming up in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And a change at head coach for Queens University for their baseball program. So we're going to see who the athletics director announced today and who will take over the dugout this season. Also facing the heat, acting Attorney General Todd Blanche now grilled by senators today on Capitol Hill. What we learned from today's proceedings. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:11. 89 degrees outside in the Queen City, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. So a former North Carolina teacher and football coach is now suing the city of Charlotte and 3 of its officers after a mistake resulted in a conviction on his record. I'll take you to the story. Kendrick Gonzalez says that he has been denied employment and lost his reputation after a man identified as Kamardrick Sherrard pretended to be him. Well, Sherrard pleaded guilty to charges under Gonzalez's name, and the lawsuit now claims that CMPD officers had doubts the suspect was Gonzalez, but still filed the charges under the name anyway. The city of Charlotte now wants to be dismissed from the lawsuit. Looking live here over the nation's capital, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche faced tough questions today on Capitol Hill. Democrats just grilled him over a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund recently created by the Trump administration. Well, Margaret Chadbourne now has more on what exactly the fund is designed to do.
The new anti-weaponization fund is aimed at helping those who say they were unfairly targeted by the Justice Department under previous administrations. But critics are concerned about the legality and lack of oversight and say that it will open the door for payouts for President Trump's allies.
This is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund.
Democrats blasted Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche on Capitol Hill, pressing him on a nearly $1.8 billion fund created by the Trump administration for those who claim they were targeted by political prosecutions. Fiery exchanges where senators in the minority called the plan corrupt and unconstitutional.
This all seems to be an obvious abuse of power.
But the president and his supporters are defending the large pool of taxpayer dollars, which they say will compensate anyone that was unfairly investigated or prosecuted by the Justice Department.
It is true that this is unusual. That is true. But it is not unprecedented.
A 5-person commission appointed by the Attorney General will control how the money is dispersed. Still, even some Republican lawmakers are hesitant and demanding more answers.
How will they determine how much will be paid for each claim?
What's the legal basis for those decisions?
The acting attorney general wouldn't rule out the possibility that those who took part in the January 6 riots on the Capitol would be considered for payouts.
Anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they were victim of weaponization.
Although this was a routine budget hearing, other big items facing the Justice Department did come up, including whether Ghislaine Maxwell will receive a pardon from the Trump administration. Now, the final decision does rest with the president, but Blanche did say under his leadership he would not recommend giving her a pardon. For now in Washington, Margaret Chadbourne, back to you.
Looking live here at home over at the Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. So the hot and humid conditions continue with temps reaching into the 90s again. Although you can see, look at this. A lot of people are out on the water, obviously, because a lot of boats are missing there from their slips there on the dock. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, you know what? It's a great day to get on the lake today, but it is very, very hot outside.
It is. It's so hot. Those water temperatures, of course, warming up as well and up into the lower 70s here now, at least, in some of those areas, bodies of water and people hitting the pool. But yeah, we have a couple more days of this before it's going to get a little cooler again as we head into the holiday and race weekend, and that's going to come with some rain too, and a cold front heading in there from the west. Eventually it's going to slow down a little bit here, and maybe the rain chances holding off until a little bit later. We were looking at Thursday, now maybe more like Thursday later in the evening, and then heading into Friday. So we'll break it all down, but no rain, of course, out there today as we look live from our West Charlotte Tower camera, just seeing some of those scattered clouds and still plenty of blue sky and sunshine and helping to heat things up. 89 degrees outside of our studios. We've got lots of low 90s on the board here from Concord and down through Lancaster, South Carolina. Mid 90s for you all in Anson County. It's a sizzler, 94 degrees, 93 in Chesterfield County, about 93 in Morganton, and warm lower 80s for you all up in the mountains. So we still have this heat in place. I mean, all the way up through Pittsburgh and Louisville, Kentucky, Detroit sitting at 88 right now. And then sharp contrast between the heat and then the much cooler conditions producing all that severe weather yesterday and heading into last night with that cold front slicing on through, and they're back down to the 50s. Oklahoma City at 55. They've only got 61 in Abilene, Texas right now. So eventually some of that cooler, more seasonable air will be headed our way. Not quite that cool, but you'll see that 7-day forecast coming up. As we look around the region right now, still mostly dry. We do have a couple of little tiny showers that are popping up across the Virginia border up into that southwestern corner of Virginia. So we're looking at the mountain communities. Still a couple of isolated showers or a thunderstorm possible into tomorrow as well before the main event and this next cold front arrives from the west by later in the day on Thursday. So this evening, still most of us are dry. If you have plans to go on out, mostly cleared, partly cloudy, temperatures backing off only into the mid 80s to upper 70s by 9 to 10 o'clock or so later on this evening. So more needed beneficial rainfall chances on the way. Not so yet tomorrow for most of our neighborhoods. We're still going to be looking at lots of sunshine for the most part. Hot highs up into the lower 90s. I'm going with 93, so that would come awfully close to the record, which is also 95 degrees today, by the way. 95 tomorrow, so we may come in just shy of that, but still well above the average of 81. And it's not just the heat that we're talking about, it's the humidity this time around. That muggy meter will continue to rise a little bit more through tomorrow and heading into Thursday into that kind of sticky or humid zone as that moisture gradually increases. So let's check things out on Futurecast 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We're still going to be looking at dry conditions. There's that minor shower and storm chance I was talking about for you all, mainly just in the mountains by later tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, and even down through the foothills. A couple of isolated showers may be possible around Hickory or Taylorsville, but most areas squeezing out another dry day. We'll keep it that way into early Thursday with, again, slightly better chance of a shower up in the mountains until front starts to move in. And now, so Thursday afternoon may stay mostly dry for the majority of the area, but then you can see all that blossoming activity moving in ahead of the front with some scattered downpours and storms possible, but mainly in the mountains and foothills later into Thursday night before we start to see more activity as we head into, yes, race weekend coming up. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all the events happening at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's not going to be a total washout of a time here, but just obviously we're talking about 40 to 60% chances of showers and storms. So those just off and on periods of showers, a few thunderstorms that could be in the mix, and we'll have to watch for that rain and lightning chance out there at the track. Temperatures not as hot as they have been, backing off with the addition of that front and the rain moving in. Upper 70s to lower 80s throughout the weekend, maybe just a little bit warmer for Memorial Day itself on Monday.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. A one-stop shop for children to grow and develop and thrive. The first of its kind therapy center now open in the Queen City. And you're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:21, 89 degrees outside here in Charlotte. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in the Queen City.
Queen City News honors those who made the ultimate sacrifice while serving our country. Army Sergeant Herbert Richard Baker was a student at Davidson College when he enlisted. Sergeant Baker was killed in action just before Christmas in 1944, fighting the Nazis in France.
A new children's therapy center is now open in the Queen City. Atrium Health Levine Children's held a ribbon cutting today along Brunswick Drive. Look at that. A 5-year-old diagnosed with a rare genetic disorder was given the honor of cutting the ribbon just to show how important the facility is to this community here in Charlotte. The center will now help bring speech and occupational and physical and feeding therapy all together as services in one location.
We have such a great group of creative and dedicated therapists that have so many ideas of what we can do now, what we can do for the future, and this is just going to open up so many doors for us of things that we can provide the community.
When you have a small place, there's just a limited amount of time and schedule slots that you can get, and I feel like having a bigger facility and more personnel is definitely going to make it easier for parents.
Well, the center will also house Levine Children's Feeding Center, the only clinic of its kind in the region and one of the few in the nation. Queens University Athletics now have announced a new head baseball coach. The athletics director announced today the university is now promoting James Cullinane, and he's now has spent the last 3 seasons as the associate head coach and recruiting coordinator on the team. So this comes after former head coach Jake Hendrick stepped down. A push to be able to cap property tax increases now moves on in Raleigh. So what comes next for the proposal and where some local leaders stand on the issue? And this weekend will now kick off a busy summer travel season. So how American Airlines are now working to ensure flights out of the Queen City now get off to a smooth start. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Still staying on top of that breaking news, we've been following this hour right now out of Northeast Charlotte. So at least one person is dead. This is now has been declared a homicide. So it also happened this afternoon in the area of Tom Hunter Road, right off of North Tryon Street. No other information was released right now, but we're working to be able to learn more details. Queen City News does have a crew headed to that scene, and we will bring you any updates as we learn more information. $50 million. That's how much money has already been poured into the controversial I-77 widening proposal. So now its future is up in the air after the plan lost the support of the Charlotte City Council. The chief political correspondent Andy Weber is now digging into the numbers as supporters of the project warn of a major funding loss if current plans are stalled.
There's no guarantee that the $700 million would stay in Charlotte. NCDOT has a STIP, which outlines large projects throughout the state. The next project in line would likely get those funds.
The Charlotte Regional Business Alliance repeating a warning issued by the state's top transportation official last week. Their message: if the CRTPO or Regional Transit Board follows the lead of Charlotte City Council and votes to rescind support for a proposed widening of traffic-ridden I-77 South, the city could be at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding. Matthew Panic with the Alliance says the state has already spent $50 million on planning and design.
That $50 million is essentially wasted, and we'd have to start completely over. And as we know, construction projects across all sectors, those costs are only going up year over year.
No one is saying that congestion doesn't need to be addressed. We all know that. And we all want to address that congestion.
Last we heard from public officials, Mecklenburg County commissioners said they supported bringing on an independent firm to oversee the project going forward.
The right plan looks like something that doesn't adversely impact the community. It takes community feedback, and it takes it in a way that, you know, it lends itself to confidence and credibility.
And that regional transit board, the CRTPO, will meet again tomorrow evening, but likely will not vote on rescinding support for I-77, the I-77 widening project that is, until June or later. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Thank you, Andy, for that. Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden now announcing the reopening of Jail North to help manage the officials' call, what they are calling now historic overcrowding at the county detention center. Right now, also, deputies say close to 300 suspects are being housed in overflow spaces, and they have to use temporary bunk beds because of just the lack of room. Well, Jail North was shut down 4 years ago because of staffing issues within the sheriff's office. The facility will begin operating again in early August, though an exact date has not been set. Let's take a live look here over at the Charlotte Motor Speedway right now in Concord. Getting pretty toasty across our area as we're now approaching the Coca-Cola 600 this weekend. So what will the weather look like this weekend? Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane at the Pinpoint Weather Center now. Tara, so it's hot now, but we have some wet weather in our forecast, right?
We do, some wetter weather, so that's a good thing. Maybe not so great with the timing and all the race events and outdoor events happening here this upcoming Memorial Day holiday weekend, but that's going to come with some cooler weather as well. And speaking of cool, well, I mean, it's been quite the opposite, of course, since over the weekend. We've been gradually heating up. 88 on Sunday, 90 yesterday, and officially we hit 90 today in the Queen City. But prior to this past weekend here, we've been running a little bit on the cooler side for this time of the year. All those blue boxes showing below normal temperatures, and most of the month has featured temperatures only in the 60s or 70s. Real nice feeling weather, but now it's back to this heat wave here, this May heat wave, and this hot stretch and a little more of a humid stretch as well with those dew points that are climbing into the lower 60s, for example, today. We've got 89 currently in the Queen City and a southwest wind at close to 15 miles per hour. Some slightly hotter temperatures, Wadesboro coming in at 94 and low to mid 80s up in the mountains. Not as hot as the 97 that they have in Raleigh today. Look at that, 97 hot ones. This is all ahead of a front that will bring us that rain chance and lingering rain chances heading into the weekend as that front moves in and stalls. So I'll have the latest look at the timing on that coming up in my Pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. We're working now to learn more details about a shooting in Morganton that killed one person and also injured another. Investigators responded to Mount Olive Church Road today after 911 callers reported that 2 people had been shot. 18-year-old Dawson Wisnett was pronounced dead at the scene, and then also 47-year-old Timothy Wisnett was also shot in the leg and then taken to the hospital. Officials say the investigation is ongoing and no charges have been filed at this time. Well, crews on Lake Wylie say that they have recovered the body of a missing boater. So the search now had been going on near Ebenezer Park boat landing since yesterday. Officials say the victim jumped off the boat and just did not resurface. Investigators are now working to notify that swimmer's family. 2 Union County high schoolers being called heroes for rescuing a woman from a burning car. Deputies say that Mandy Tarr and Joella Meadows, both students at Porter Ridge High School, they were just driving along on Unionville Indian Trail Road when they noticed smoke and fire coming from underneath the car. I mean, take a look at the scene here. Well, they alerted the driver who got out just before all those flames and the car became completely engulfed in those flames. Well, the sheriff's office now says because of the quick thinking, nobody was hurt. Scary moments on pit road. A Charlotte NASCAR pit crew member put his life on the line to save a reporter from a runaway pit car. Take a look.
Fortunately, I was able to come out of there on my own too, and just thanking God a little bit extra every day that it didn't end up worse.
Wow. Hendrick Motorsports' Donovan Williams is no stranger to hard hits or quick thinking, but taking the brunt of a 4,000-pound hit at Dover Motor Speedway, it wasn't part of the former UConn quarterback's playbook. Well, he spoke with Queen City News reporter Taylor Young about the heroic split-second act and his journey to pit road after football came to an end. You can watch that story tomorrow morning at 8. Lancaster County currently has a moratorium on building new homes for 9 months, and it comes as officials work to provide essential services for residents moving in at record numbers. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis now reports on how some residents will get medical help closer to home.
As Indian land grows, bringing in more healthcare options has become a priority.
91% of people that live in what the zip codes that are considered Indian land go out of the state for care.
While a hospital is in the works, it won't be open for another few years. Until then, Piedmont Medical Center is opening its first and only standalone emergency department in Indian land. The 12 rooms will be able to provide care and imaging 24/7.
When minutes matter, people want healthcare local, and this gives them that option.
Lancaster County has seen tremendous growth, close to 20,000 new residents from 2000 to 2020, and everywhere you look, you see construction. Currently, there is a 9-month moratorium on new housing, leaving some to think more health facilities, shopping, and other foundation needs will be met. To date, $400 million has been invested into business development, meaning residents may have to deal with the pain of growth, but when complete, essential services will be around the corner.
Whether it's roads or hospitals or emergency departments, this is us growing with the community and giving them local access.
Piedmont Medical Center says the new emergency department should be open in the next month. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
South Carolina lawmakers now continue to debate plans to change the state's congressional district, and then it may impact the upcoming primary. So the proposed map would then break up the current 6th district, which is the only district held by a Democrat, Congressman James Clyburn. So if lawmakers pass these plans, it would then also remove U.S. House races from the ballot in the June 9th primary. If the resolution does not pass before early voting begins next Tuesday, any votes placed in those races, as well as overseas and absentee votes that have already been cast, will be tossed. A special election would then be held for the House races in August. The North Carolina Senate just advanced a proposal that could limit how high your income taxes can go, but it's also sparking a sharp debate along party lines. So voters will have the final say in November whether or not that they want that cap. The constitutional amendment bill called lower taxes for all NC, and it would also ask voters about capping the income tax rate at 3.5%. Current rate is at 3.99%, with a drop to 3.49% scheduled next year. Republicans say the state has seen years of revenue growth while lowering taxes. Well, they argue now is the right time to let voters decide whether to lock that lower rate into the Constitution.
Commitment to the voters, to the citizens of North Carolina, to reduce the tax burden on them. And this is one way that we can do it, is to put it to them. It's not us making that decision, although I do think it'll be a ratification of what we've been doing for over a decade now and fulfilling the promise of bringing that tax rate lower to help in some small way.
It's really a bait and switch for middle class and working people in North Carolina. A flat tax is regressive, and this amendment would enshrine in our Constitution the unwillingness of this body to ensure that the wealthiest among us pay their fair share.
So Democrats also introduced multiple amendments, including one that would exclude the top 1% from the tax cap. But those amendments were blocked. The bill is now in the House, where it passed out of the Rules Committee this afternoon. Town Board and Cornelius adopted a resolution Monday night that opposes the legislation to cap the state's income tax. So right now, voting is underway for the next class. Also of NASCAR Hall of Fame, the panel is determining which 2 modern-era drivers and a third from the Pioneer ballot will then make up of that new 2027 class. Queen City News will bring you that announcement once the 3 drivers are set.
We've got that. We've got all the race events happening this weekend. Holiday Memorial Day weekend coming up. So what is the weather going to do? Well, it's nice and dry and hot and a little more humid for now, but it's not going to stay that way. We have a cold front on the move, bringing us some of those much needed rain chances. I'll have a closer look at the timing that's coming up in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
Thank you, Tara. And adding some spice to baseball, we're going to introduce you to the voice of the Gastonia Ghost Peppers and Faces of the Carolinas. It's all next. You're watching Queen City News at 4. The most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Welcome back. Well, certain sounds make baseball special, right? And at Gastonia Ghost Pepper games, well, Golden Voice is part of the soundtrack at every homestand. And reporter John Lee tells us about the man behind the mic in Faces of the Carolinas.
At Caramont Health Park, home of the Gastonia Ghost Peppers, the crew works to give fans a memorable experience, no matter where they sit.
Definitely being surrounded by the game day atmosphere.
Somewhere near the revolving pretzels, Isaac Wilson huddles up with the production team.
We're gonna do work first, fun second. 1, 2, 3, peppers!
Up in the booth, Isaac adds his own spice.
3, 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome, boys and girls and fans of all things fiery and fun. The booming voice just kind of comes from a little bit of my energy and my passion for athletics. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your Gastonia Ghost Peppers.
As the PA announcer,
Chase Reinhardt. Taylor Durden.
He makes every player's name
Brody Farr. Chris Proctor.
Sound like a household name.
Yes. Yes. Biandel Pena. The bases are loaded with spice for the third baseman, number 27, Eddie Leone. I'm trying to give all of my energy into the players that are coming up to the plate. Nate Scantlin! Hit her over the freaking fence, Nate. Do it.
With his impressive pipes.
Make it loud, make it legendary, and make it spicy!
Isaac grabs your attention, no matter who's on deck.
Leading off from the Queen City News, number 46, the reporter, John Lee.
Now, before the national pastime, it's actually bow time when he began truly developing that impactful voice working the drive-thru.
His first job was at Bojangles, with a voice as golden as the chicken.
Good evening and welcome to Bojangles. It's bow time. What can I get started for you tonight?
At Virginia Tech, he announced all kinds of sporting events, including softball.
Game number 2 of the 2022 NCAA Division I Softball Super Regional.
Isaac also works remotely for the Wisconsin Department of Health. We assume on that job, he doesn't say stuff like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time.
Behind the mic, the ballpark is his stage.
I just love putting on a performance from the depths of the Pepper Patch where the heat never sleeps and the spirit never cools. If I'm a little bit more energetic, the crowd kind of feeds off that. Hopefully the players feed off that and keep hitting bombs, and it just kind of keeps repeating itself.
And maybe that cycle of positivity is the name of the game.
Grant Levine, Bryson Brigman.
In Gastonia.
For your Gastonia Ghost Peppers.
John Lee, Queen City News.
I love the voice. All right, Isaac Wilson also says that his dream is to work as a public address announcer in the National Hockey League. I think you have a future. All right, great job. Thanks, John Lee, for doing that. American Airlines now gearing up for the summer travel season at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. So Memorial Day weekend kicking off with a very busy summer travel season with 3,800 American Airline flights expected to take off from the airport for the holiday. American is also working to improve travel experiences with the addition of free Wi-Fi.
American Airlines system-wide will be operating 750,000 flights this peak summer season, beginning May 21st through September 8th. Closer to home, at our Charlotte hub, we will be operating over 70,000 flights. Charlotte, it's a big hub for us. It's in fact our second largest hub, one of the largest connecting hubs in the world.
All right, speaking of those hubs, if you like numbers, here you go. American Airlines expects a total of 40,000 flights to take off at its hubs between May 21st and May 26. That gives you some context of how busy it's going to be this travel weekend.
Yes.
All right, looking live here over the King Street in Boone. Another near record-breaking day with all this heat coming our way. The temps climbing now into the 90s this afternoon. Right now we're at 89 here in the Queen City. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, you're also, though, tracking a cool down that's coming, and I also see some wet weather in our forecast.
We've got some wet weather in the forecast, so maybe the travel weather this weekend,
right?
Friday, and even late Thursday too. Saturday and Sunday could be a little more difficult to get around, and some of the rain periods of it coming up, and a couple of thunderstorms could be in the mix as well. But this is some obviously much needed rain with our ongoing drought. It continues, and we've got lots of sunshine after this hot stretch. That will be a welcome sight too, with some cooler temperatures for this time of the year coming up. It's hot for this time of the year. We've got 89 degrees outside of our studios, lots of blazing sunshine, just a little bit on the humid side. Most dew point numbers are still sitting in the 50s or lower 60s, so it's not terribly muggy just yet, but it will likely start to feel just a little more sticky outside as that moisture gradually increases before those rain chances move in a little bit later in the week. We did hit 90 today, second day in a row at the airport in Charlotte, so not quite making the record of 95 from back in the early 1960s. Still about 10 degrees above average for this time of the year, 67, the not so low this morning, and we will have similar readings out there come tomorrow morning as well. Similar feel to start the day, not all that cool. 94 heading east into Waysboro, one of the hotter spots, along with 93 for you all in Morganton, and up through Lenore. We've got the warm low 80s for you all in the high country, 88 in Gastonia, and about 90 down into Rock Hill and Fort Mill, South Carolina. Now, talking about the mountains and with the heating of the day and the extra lift up there with the higher elevation, we do have a little spot shower that's popped up right along the state line, Tennessee border there, and moving kind of just to the north of Banner Elk in that northern part of Avery County, and most of that will head up toward Mountain City. So that's what I was talking about, just a couple of little isolated pop-up showers or a thunderstorm, still a possibility through this evening. We'll stick with that chance into tomorrow as well, but most of us will squeeze out another dry day tomorrow before the front moves in later on Thursday, and that will bring us higher chances of rain and thunderstorms here to wrap up the week and heading into the Memorial Day and race weekend coming up as well. So that's going to come with those cooler temperatures. Until then, we'll stick with the heat and some more of that humidity. So that means tomorrow working with more sunshine, temperatures heat right back up into the low and a few spots around the mid 90s. So I'm going with officially about 93, and that would still be about 2 degrees away from the record, which happens to be 95 for another day. And talking about the rain chances, so tomorrow morning waking up to mostly sunny conditions, a few more clouds up there in the mountains, and by the end of the day, again by 6 p.m. or so, we could start to see a few spotty downpours or even an isolated thunderstorm getting going, mainly for the mountain communities, maybe a few sprinkles or a brief shower near the foothills or the I-40 corridor as well by tomorrow evening. But then it's dry again for the overnight and waking up early Thursday morning. But once we move a few hours past lunchtime on Thursday, mountains and foothills first for the most part, seeing those spotty showers and storms breaking out. Maybe a tiny shower or two across the Piedmont, but the majority of the activity now doesn't look to develop until much later into the evening through the overnight. And notice the higher rain chance coming in for Saturday and Friday too, for that matter, and right on into Sunday and early next week, Memorial Day. We will stick with those chances of showers and a few storms because this front kind of stalling nearby here, so that's going to keep us in that humid flow, that moisture coming in. So Saturday morning, again, obviously not everywhere is covered in rain all the time, but it's just going to be off and on scattered showers, maybe a thunderstorm by the afternoon and evening, and more of the same as we advance into Sunday as well. So again, it doesn't look like a ton of rain here coming up for Sunday and the big race firing up in the evening, but we'll have to watch for that rain chance. But over the next 7 days, with all these rain and storm chances that we're talking about, we're looking at some pretty decent totals here, up to an inch or two, even a little more than that in some cases, just depending on where those downpours set up. Temperature wise, after a couple more hot days, we're back in the 70s to lower 80s heading into the weekend. Touch warmer for Memorial Day on Monday.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. Now closer to peace in the Middle East, why President Trump says that now has pulled back on last-minute attack against Iran. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in Charlotte. President Trump now says that he called off a major attack on Iran today to allow more time for peace negotiations to play out. Now, the president says that Gulf allies now asked him to postpone the strikes for at least 2 to 3 days because they think a deal is close. But it must also include Iran's nuclear program, or U.S. forces will then go forward with a large-scale attack.
So were you striking around these?
I was an hour away. We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now. Yeah, it was all done. The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim. And we were all set to start.
So in the meantime, ship traffic is now still extremely limited in the Strait of Hormuz, but oil prices are also falling with an apparent progress in negotiations. On Queen City News at 5, a push to cap property tax increases moves on in Raleigh. So what comes next for the proposal and where some local leaders stand on the issue? And lawmakers in the Palmetto State continue to discuss changes. The state's congressional maps are happening there, how the proposal could also make a big change to the upcoming primary election. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, the cost of the controversial I-77 widening project in Charlotte. How much money has been spent already and could be lost if the proposal is stalled?
It is a toasty Tuesday indeed. Hot and just a little humid for now. 97 degrees in Raleigh. We hit about 90 today in the Queen City. How much longer it's going to stay this hot before the cooler air returns and some needed rain chances. That's ahead.
And keeping up with changes in one of South Carolina's fastest growing communities, how Indian land is filling a gap to help address medical needs in the area. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now with breaking news out of Charlotte. This is in Northeast Charlotte. At least one person is dead in a shooting. This is a live look at the scene now in the area of Tom Hunter Road. This is right off of North Tryon Street. As we zoom into the scene here, officers responded around 2:30 and found someone with several gunshot wounds. That person died at the hospital. You can see investigators are still on scene. No other details were released, but Queen City News will bring you any updates as we learn more information. $50 million. That's how much money has already been poured into the controversial I-77 widening proposal. Now its future is up in the air after the plan lost the support of the Charlotte City Council. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber is digging into the numbers as supporters of the project warn of a major funding loss if current plans are stalled.
There's no guarantee that the $700 million would stay in Charlotte. NCDOT has a STIP, which outlines large projects throughout the state. The next project in line would likely get those funds.
The Charlotte Regional Business Alliance repeating a warning issued by the state's top transportation official last week. Their message: if the CRTPO, or Regional Transit Board, follows the lead of Charlotte City Council and votes to rescind support for a proposed widening of traffic-ridden I-77 South, the city could be at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding. Matthew Panic with the Alliance says the state has already spent $50 million on planning and design.
That $50 million is essentially wasted, and we'd have to start completely over. And as we know, construction projects across all sectors, those costs are only going up year over year.
No one is saying that congestion doesn't need to be addressed. We all know that. And we all want to address that congestion.
Last we heard from public officials, Mecklenburg County commissioners said they supported bringing on an independent firm to oversee the project going forward.
The right plan looks like something that doesn't adversely impact the community. It takes community feedback, and it takes it in a way that, it lends itself to confidence and credibility.
And that Regional Transit Board, the CRTPO, will meet again tomorrow evening, but likely will not vote on rescinding support for I-77, the I-77 widening project, that is, until June or later. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden is announcing the reopening of Jail North to help manage what officials call historic overcrowding at the county detention center. Deputies say close to 300 suspects are being housed in overflow spaces and have to use temporary bunk beds because of a lack of room. Jail North was shut down 4 years ago because of staffing issues within the sheriff's office. The facility will begin operating again in early August, though an exact date has not yet been set. Talking about our weather now as we take a live look over the Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord. Yeah, that infield's about to get very busy as campers are about to start moving in tomorrow. It's also getting pretty toasty across our area as we approach the Coca-Cola 600 this weekend. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, we are again getting close to that record heat.
Yes, we are. So the record high today, 95. We didn't quite make it. We did hit 90 for the second day in a row like we did yesterday. And over the weekend, we got close to that number. And we've had this nice little kind of heat wave here coming up since this past Saturday. But really, I mean, most of this month of May so far has been running just a little bit on the cooler side for May. Those high temperatures, many days for about 9 days, either in the 60s or 70s. Real pleasant weather out there, but obviously we're feeling the heat. And yes, just a little more of that humidity today with those dew points sitting in the lower 60s. That humidity level will continue to rise over the next couple of days, along with those temperatures. We've still got 90 in place in the Queen City. Some hot mid 90s off to the east there. Wadesboro's at 94, 93 in Morganton, upper 70s and lower 80s up in the mountains. So right now, again, still on radar. We're mostly dry, but I say mostly because we do have a little tiny downpour that's been popping up around the mountain communities there, northern Avery County, now western Watauga County, west of Boone, seeing that heavy shower for now. We've got more of this to come by the end of the week. Pinpoint weather forecast ahead in a few minutes.
We're working to learn more details about a shooting in Morganton that killed one person and injured another. Investigators responded to Mount Olive Church Road today after 911 callers reported 2 people had been shot. 18-year-old Dawson Wisnant was pronounced dead at the scene. 47-year-old Timothy Wisnant was shot in the leg and taken to the hospital. Officials say the investigation is ongoing and no charges have been filed at this time. Crews on Lake Wylie say they have recovered the body of a missing boater. The search had been going on in the area of the Ebenezer Park boat landing since yesterday. Officials say the victim jumped off a boat and did not resurface. Investigators are now working to notify that swimmer's family. 2 Union County high schoolers are being hailed heroes for rescuing a woman from a burning car. Deputies say Mandy Tarr and Joella Meadows, both students at Porter Ridge High School, were driving on Unionville Indian Trail Road when they noticed smoke and fire coming from underneath a car. They alerted the driver, who got out just before the car became completely engulfed in flames. The sheriff says because of the quick thinking, no one was hurt. Lancaster County currently has a moratorium on building new homes for 9 months. It comes as officials work to provide essential services for residents moving in at record numbers. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis reports on how some residents will get medical help closer to home.
As Indian land grows, bringing in more healthcare options has become a priority.
91% of people that live in what the zip codes that are considered Indian land go out of the state for care.
While a hospital is in the works, it won't be open for another few years. Until then, Piedmont Medical Center is opening its first and only standalone emergency department in Indian land. The 12 rooms will be able to provide care and imaging 24/7.
When minutes matter, people want healthcare local, and this gives them that option.
Lancaster County has seen tremendous growth, close to 20,000 new residents from 2000 to 2020, and everywhere you look, you see construction. Currently, there is a 9-month moratorium on new housing, leaving some to think more health facilities, shopping, and other foundation needs will be met. To date, $400 million has been invested into business development, meaning residents may have to deal with the pain of growth, but when complete, essential services will be around the corner.
Whether it's roads or hospitals or emergency departments, this is us growing with the community and giving them local access.
Piedmont Medical Center says the new emergency department should be open in the next month. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
A new emergency department in Concord is now open. The freestanding facility operated by Atrium Health officially opened yesterday on John Q. Hammond's Drive. It's open 24/7 and it has 10 rooms to treat patients. The opening of the facility also creates nearly 100 new jobs. South Carolina lawmakers continue to debate plans to change the state's congressional district, and it may impact the upcoming primary. The proposed map would break up the current 6th district, which is the only district held by a Democrat. If lawmakers pass these plans, it would also remove U.S. House races from the ballot in the June 9th primary. If the resolution does not pass before early voting begins next Tuesday, any votes placed in those races, as well as overseas and absentee votes that have already been cast, will be tossed. A special election would then be held for the House races in August. The North Carolina Senate just advanced a proposal that could limit how high your income taxes can go, but it's also sparking a sharp debate along party lines. Voters will have the final say in November whether they want to cap it or not. The constitutional amendment bill, called Lower Taxes for All NC, would ask voters about capping the income tax rate at 3.5%. The current rate is 3.99%, with a drop to 3.49% scheduled next year. Republicans say the state has seen years of revenue growth while lowering taxes. They argue now is the right time to let voters decide whether to lock the lower tax rate into the state constitution.
Commitment to the voters, to the citizens of North Carolina, to reduce the tax burden on them. And this is one way that we can do it, is to put it to them. It's not us making that decision, although I do think it'll be a ratification of what we've been doing for over a decade now and fulfilling the promise of bringing that tax rate lower to help in some small way.
It's really a bait and switch for middle class and working people in North Carolina. A flat tax is regressive, and this amendment would enshrine in our Constitution the unwillingness of this body to ensure that the wealthiest among us pay their fair share.
Democrats introduced multiple amendments, including one that would exclude the top 1% from the tax cap, but those amendments were blocked. The bill is now in the House, where it passed out of the Rules Committee this afternoon. The town board in Cornelius adopted a resolution Monday night that opposes the legislation to cap the state's income tax. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is pushing state agencies to begin working together to create more affordable housing. He says the Tar Heel state is short about 750,000 homes for current and future residents expected to move here over the next few decades. Though an executive order Stein signed this morning, state leaders will now work to find where housing is needed the most. The order is also expected to cut construction costs and increase pay for those who build them.
We are going to be focused on what we can control and try to drive down costs as much as we can. The more qualified labor there is, the less you have to pay a premium to get people on the job. So we want to increase the workforce. The more land that's developable, then the lower the cost of each unit of piece of land. That lowers the cost for the ultimate purchaser.
The governor says as tariffs increase the cost of building homes, he hopes that this measure can help offset that. NASCAR just announced its 2027 Hall of Fame class. Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton, and Larry Phillips made the Hall of Fame. Late Greg Biffle was nominated but missed out on making this year's class. The Hall of Fame induction ceremony is set for January.
Of course, all kinds of events happening here in the NASCAR world, especially as we head into this upcoming weekend. All the racing going on at Charlotte Motor Speedway. What will the weather do? We have some rain chances in the forecast. A good thing with our drought situation, but could it impact some of those races? We'll take a look next.
A change at head coach for Queens University baseball. See who the athletic director announced will take over the dugout this season. Facing the heat, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was grilled by senators today on Capitol Hill. What we learned from today's proceedings. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. former North Carolina teacher and football coach is suing the city of Charlotte and 3 of its officers after a mistake resulted in a conviction on his record. Kendrick Gonzalez says that he has been denied employment and lost his reputation after a man identified as Kamardrick Sherrod pretended to be him. Sherrod pleaded guilty to charges under Gonzalez's name. The lawsuit claims CMPD officers had doubts the suspect was Gonzalez, but still filed charges under the name anyway. The city of Charlotte wants to be dismissed from the lawsuit. You're looking live at the nation's capital. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche faced tough questions on Capitol Hill today. Democrats grilled him over a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund recently created by the Trump administration. Margaret Chadbourne has what exactly the fund is designed to do.
New anti-weaponization fund is aimed at helping those who say they were unfairly targeted by the Justice Department under previous administrations. But critics are concerned about the legality and lack of oversight and say that it will open the door for payouts for President Trump's allies.
This is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund.
Democrats blasted Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche on Capitol Hill, pressing him on a nearly $1.8 billion fund created by the Trump administration for those who claim they were targeted by political prosecutions. Fiery exchanges where senators in the minority called the plan corrupt and unconstitutional.
This all seems to be an obvious abuse of power.
But the president and his supporters are defending the large pool of taxpayer dollars, which they say will compensate anyone that was unfairly investigated or prosecuted by the Justice Department.
It is true that this is unusual. That is true. But it is not unprecedented.
A 5-person commission appointed by the Attorney General will control how the money is dispersed. Still, even some Republican lawmakers are hesitant and demanding more answers.
How will they determine how much will be paid for each claim? What's the legal basis for those decisions?
The acting attorney general wouldn't rule out the possibility that those who took part in the January 6 riots on the Capitol would be considered for payouts.
Anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they were victim of weaponization.
Although this was a routine budget hearing, other big items facing the Justice Department did come up, including whether Ghislaine Maxwell will receive a pardon from the Trump administration. Now, the final decision does rest with the president, but Blanche did say under his leadership he would not recommend giving her a pardon. For now in Washington, Margaret Chadbourne, back to you.
You're looking live at the Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. The hot and humid conditions continue with temps reaching the 90s again. It looks like a family is about to head out onto the lake and enjoy the evening. It's a toasty one out there, Tara.
It is perfect for being out there on the water. Maybe a little hot if you don't feel like taking a dip in the actual water. It gets kind of hot and sweaty out there. Water temperatures, by the way, low 70s.
As opposed to everyone who's going to be camping in and around the Charlotte Motor Speedway this weekend as they get set up and get their TVs set up. I'm sure they'll be watching the forecast closely.
I know, and have those apps and your free Pinpoint Weather app pulled up as well, especially as we get the approach of this cold front. And I know there's talk of some rain in the forecast and off and on periods of scattered showers and a few storms right on through pretty much the entire race and Memorial Day holiday weekend coming up. So I wish we could bottle up this weather just for that. Obviously, we need the rain, but maybe the timing not so great with everything happening outside this time of the year. But lots of sunshine out there, heating things up. We've got about 90 outside of our studios there, looking live from our West Charlotte Tower camera, but it's been even a little bit hotter in spots. 94 in Wadesboro. By the way, the record high today, 95. We didn't make that. We only topped out at 90 so far in Charlotte. 91 in Concord, 93 in Morganton, and right around 80 degrees up in the mountains. Raleigh hit a high of 97 today. They've got a sizzling 95 right now. Low 90s down in Columbia, South Carolina, always one of the hot spots. It's 82 out near the coast in Wilmington and 82 degrees heading down to the valley around Asheville. Now we head higher up in elevation up in our North Carolina mountain communities. We have seen a couple of little tiny showers popping up from time to time. This one is in the process of weakening, putting out some heavy rain earlier as it was moving across part of that stretch of Highway 321 and west of Boone and west of Elk Knob, and just a little bit of that rain heading up toward Mountain City, Tennessee right now. Lifting drifting up to the north, but we have several more areas of showers and storms back off to the west with that cold front. That front moving in later in the week, and by Thursday evening, we will be tracking some rain in parts of our area here. So this evening, we're still nice and dry in most neighborhoods. Besides the mountains, could still see maybe a couple more spot showers or a pop-up thunderstorm getting going. But temperatures hovering on the warm side, mid 80s to upper 70s the later we get into the evening here coming up. So more needed. Beneficial rain chances on the way. Tomorrow we're still primarily dry. High temperatures rising into the lower 90s. Underneath more blazing sunshine. I'm going with officially 93, which would come a little closer to the record of 95 from back in the mid 1960s. Obviously well above the average high of only 81 for this time of the year. Let's check out the arrival of some of this rain, why don't we? Okay, so 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, most of us still waking up to some sunshine. We see some scattered clouds in the afternoon. Best chance of seeing any rain tomorrow up in the mountains. Could have maybe a shower or two dropping down toward the foothills or near the I-40 corridor later on in the evening. Thursday, it's back to a dry start to the day, but the later we get into the afternoon and evening, a couple of hours past lunchtime by 2 p.m., we could already be starting to see some showers or storms breaking out in the mountains and foothills, and then not until later on in the evening starting to see more of that rain overspreading more of the Charlotte metro and beyond. And that rain chance, as I said, including all of this upcoming race weekend here, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Not a total washout of a situation here, but just the type of setup where we have to watch for the possibility of rain on the track, maybe some lightning at any point in the area all throughout the weekend there. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, temperatures not as hot, backing off into the upper 70s on Friday and then lower 80s for the actual weekend. Mountain forecast, this is an unsettled stretch. Areas of showers and storms right on through late week and heading into the weekend with temperatures 82 warm degrees tomorrow, not quite as hot, 60s and 70s as we head into the weekend. So tonight, we're only cooling it down into the mid 60s for the most part, and look at the heat on deck for tomorrow. Less than 95s showing up there. Monroe, Wadesboro, about 95 in Concord, 93 in the Queen City, 92 in Shelby, and those 80s up in the mountains. But just for 2 more days, again, Friday, we're running a little bit cooler, back in the low to mid 80s for the Memorial Day weekend.
All right, Tara, thank you. A one-stop shop for children to grow, develop, and thrive. The first of its kind therapy center now open in the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Queen City News honors those who made the ultimate sacrifice while serving our country. Army Sergeant Herbert Richard Baker was a student at Davidson College when he enlisted. Sergeant Baker was killed in action just before Christmas in 1944, fighting the Nazis in France. A new children's therapy center is open in the Queen City. Atrium Health Levine Children's held a ribbon cutting today along Brunswick Drive. A 5-year-old diagnosed with a rare genetic disorder was given the honor of cutting the ribbon to show just how important the facility is to the Charlotte community. The center will help bring speech, occupational, physical, and feeding therapy services together in one location.
We have such a great group of creative and dedicated therapists that have so many ideas of what we can do now, what we can do for the future, and this is just going to open up so many doors for us of things that we can provide the community.
When you have a small place, there's just a limited amount of time and schedule slots that you can get, and I feel like having a bigger facility and more personnel is definitely going to make it easier for parents.
The center will house Levine Children's Feeding Center, the only clinic of its kind in the region and one of just a few in the nation. Queens University Athletics have announced a new head baseball coach. The athletic director announced today the university is promoting James Cullinane. He has spent the last 3 seasons as the associate head coach and recruiting coordinator on the team. This comes after former head coach Jake Hendrick stepped down. A push to cap property tax increases moves on in Raleigh. What comes next for the proposal and where some local leaders stand on the issue. And this weekend will kick off a busy summer travel season. How American Airlines is working to ensure flights out of the Queen City get off to a smooth start. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. $50 million. That's how much money has already been poured into the controversial I-77 widening proposal. Now its future is up in the air after the plan lost the support of the Charlotte City Council. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber is digging into the numbers as supporters of the project warn of a major funding loss if current plans are stalled.
There's no guarantee that the $700 million would stay in Charlotte. NCDOT has a STIP, which outlines large projects throughout the state. The next project in line would likely get those funds.
The Charlotte Regional Business Alliance repeating a warning issued by the state's top transportation official last week. Their message: if the CRTPO or Regional Transit Board follows the lead of Charlotte City Council and votes to rescind support for a proposed widening of traffic-ridden I-77 South, the city could be at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding. Matthew Panic with the Alliance says the state has already spent $50 million on planning and design.
That $50 million is essentially wasted, and we'd have to start completely over. And as we know, construction projects across all sectors, those costs are only going up year over year.
No one is saying that congestion doesn't need to be addressed. We all know that. And we all want to address that congestion.
Last we heard from public officials, Mecklenburg County commissioners said they supported bringing on an independent firm to oversee the project going forward.
The right plan looks like something that doesn't adversely impact the community. It takes community feedback, and it takes it in a way that, it lends itself to confidence and credibility.
And that Regional Transit Board, the CRTPO, will meet again tomorrow evening, but likely will not vote on rescinding support for I-77, the I-77 widening project, that is, until June or later. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
One person is dead in a Northeast Charlotte shooting. This happened around 2:30 in the area of Tom Hunter Road, right off of North Tryon Street. Officers found someone with several gunshot wounds. That person died at the hospital. No other details were released. Queen City News will bring you updates as we learn more information. Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden is announcing the reopening of Jail North to help manage what officials call historic overcrowding at the county detention center. Deputies say close to 300 suspects are being housed in overflow spaces and have to use temporary bunk beds because of a lack of room. Jail North was shut down 4 years ago because of staffing issues within the sheriff's office. The facility will begin operating again in early August, though an exact date has not yet been set. Taking a live look now out over the Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord. It is getting pretty toasty across our area as we approach the Coca-Cola 600 this weekend. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, we're getting close to the record heat here, and everyone's coming to Charlotte for the race.
Yes, I know. We have some Chamber of Commerce weather, I would say, today. I mean, back to just more beautiful sunshine. We need the rain. We would like to see it here, not over the race, but that situation could be changing. Yeah, we do have some rain in the forecast by the time we get into the weekend. That's going to come with some cooler temperatures again eventually, which most of this month of May so far has been running a little bit on the cooler side. We've had 9 days, so again, most of the month thus far hovering below average there. Those highs either in the 60s or 70s. Feeling very comfortable outside, but since the weekend, of course, we've been gradually heating up, and now we are in this little bit of a heat wave here. 88 on Sunday, 90 yesterday, 90 the official high today in the Queen City, and that's exactly where we are right now, right at an even 90 degrees. We've got a west wind at 7, and dew points are starting to climb a little more as well, and that means that humidity level, that stickiness in the air is being felt just a little more too, and that's going to continue over the next couple of days as that moisture increases. We've got 93 in Albemarle right now. That number matched in Wadesboro and Sharon, 90 in Chester, South Carolina, 93 for you all in Morganton and up through Lenoir, 90 hot ones in Hickory, and we're right around 80 degrees in the mountains, where we have seen a couple of little tiny isolated showers getting going from time to time. Not too much to report in our mountain communities at the moment, but there's a lot more eventually where all of this is going to be coming from here back off to the west along the cold front. So that same system will be dropping in here later in the week. I'll show you how much rain to expect over the next 7 days. That's ahead in a few minutes.
Crews on Lake Wylie say they have recovered the body of a missing boater. The search had been going on in the area of the Ebenezer Park boat landing since yesterday. Officials say the victim jumped off the boat and did not resurface. Investigators are now working to notify that swimmer's family. 2 Union County high schoolers are being called heroes for rescuing a woman from a burning car. Deputies say Mandy Tarr and Joella Meadows, both students at Porter Ridge High School, were driving on Unionville Indian Trail Road when they noticed smoke and fire coming from underneath a car. They alerted the driver, who got out just before the car became completely engulfed in flames. The sheriff says because of the quick thinking, nobody was hurt. Scary moments on pit road. A Charlotte NASCAR pit crew member put his life on the line to save a reporter from a runaway pit car.
Fortunately, I was able to come out of there on my own too, and just thanking God a little bit extra every day that it didn't end up worse.
Hendrick Motorsports' Donovan Williams is no stranger to hard hits or quick thinking, but taking the brunt of a 4,000-pound hit at Dover Motor Speedway wasn't part of the former Yukon quarterback's playbook. He spoke with Queen City News reporter Taylor Young about the heroic split-second act and his journey to pit road after football came to an end. Watch the story tomorrow morning at 8. Lancaster County currently has a moratorium on building new homes for 9 months. It comes as officials work to provide essential services for residents moving in at record numbers. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis reports on how some residents will get medical help closer to home.
As Indian land grows, bringing in more healthcare options has become a priority.
91% of people that live in what the zip codes that are considered Indian land go out of the state for care.
While a hospital is in the works, it won't be open for another few years. Until then, Piedmont Medical Center is opening its first and only standalone emergency department in Indian land. The 12 rooms will be able to provide care and imaging 24/7.
When minutes matter, people want healthcare local, and this gives them that option.
Lancaster County has seen tremendous growth, close to 20,000 new residents from 2000 to 2020, and everywhere you look, you see construction. Currently, there is a 9-month moratorium on new housing, leaving some to think more health facilities, shopping, and other foundation needs will be met. To date, $400 million has been invested into business development, meaning residents may have to deal with the pain of growth, but when complete, essential services will be around the corner.
Whether it's roads or hospitals or emergency departments, this is us growing with the community and giving them local access.
Piedmont Medical Center says the new emergency department should be open in the next month. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
A new emergency department in Concord is now open. The freestanding facility operated by Atrium Health officially opened yesterday on John Q. Hammonds Drive. It's open 24/7 and has 10 rooms to treat patients. The opening of the facility also creates nearly 100 new jobs. South Carolina lawmakers continue to debate plans to change the state's congressional district, and it may impact the upcoming primary. The proposed map would break up the current 6th district, which is the only district held by a Democrat. If lawmakers pass these plans, it would also remove U.S. House races from the ballot in the June 9th primary. If the resolution does not pass before early voting begins next Tuesday, any votes placed in those races, as well as overseas and absentee votes that have already been cast, will be tossed. A special election would then be held for the House races in August. The North Carolina Senate just advanced a proposal that could limit how high your income taxes can go, but it's also sparking a sharp debate along party lines. Voters will have the final say in November whether they want that cap or not. The constitutional amendment bill, called Lower Taxes for All NC, would ask voters about capping the income tax rate at 3.5%. The current rate is 3.99%. with a drop to 3.49% scheduled next year. Republicans say the state has seen years of revenue growth while lowering taxes. They argue now is the right time to let voters decide whether to lock that lower tax rate into the state constitution.
Commitment to the voters, to the citizens of North Carolina, to reduce the tax burden on them. And this is one way that we can do it, is to put it to them. It's not us making that decision. Although I do think it'll be a ratification of what we've been doing for over a decade now and fulfilling the promise of bringing that tax rate lower to help in some small way.
It's really a bait and switch for middle class and working people in North Carolina. A flat tax is regressive, and this amendment would enshrine in our Constitution the unwillingness of this body to ensure that the wealthiest among us pay their fair share.
Democrats introduced multiple amendments, including one that would exclude the top 1% from the tax cap, but those amendments were blocked. The bill is now in the House, where it passed out of the Rules Committee this afternoon. The town board in Cornelius adopted a resolution Monday night that opposes the legislation to cap the state's income tax. College baseball is back at Truist Field in Uptown. The ACC baseball tournament kicked off this morning, and it started off with a bang. The Duke Blue Devils beat NC State 21-12. They will face Virginia tomorrow. Clemson versus Notre Dame is happening right now. First pitch between Louisville and Pitt is at 9 o'clock tonight. NASCAR just announced its 2027 Hall of Fame class. Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton, and Larry Phillips made the Hall of Fame. The late Greg Biffle was nominated but missed out on making this year's class. The Hall of Fame induction ceremony is set for January.
All right, what about all that racing happening this weekend? Memorial Day, holiday weekend events as well. Well, we know it's hot and dry for now, but boy, that's going to be changing by the time we head into late week with a cold front coming in, dropping our temperatures and bringing us some rain chances. Just how much to expect where you live? That's next.
Adding some spice to baseball, we introduce you to the voice of the Gastonia Ghost Peppers and Faces of the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Certain sounds make baseball special. At Gastonia Ghost Peppers games, a golden voice is part of the soundtrack at every homestand. Reporter John Lee tells us about the man behind the mic in Faces of the Carolinas.
At Caramont Health Park, home of the Gastonia Ghost Peppers, the crew works to give fans a memorable experience, no matter where they sit.
Definitely being surrounded by the game day atmosphere.
Somewhere near the revolving pretzels, Isaac Wilson huddles up with the production team.
We're gonna do work first, fun second. 1, 2, 3, peppers!
Up in the booth, Isaac adds his own spice.
3, 2, Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome, boys and girls and fans of all things fiery and fun. The booming voice just kind of comes from a little bit of my energy and my passion for athletics. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your Gastonia Ghost Peppers.
As the PA announcer,
Chase Reinhardt, Taylor Darden.
He makes every player's name
Brody Farr, Chris Proctor.
Sound like a household name.
Yes. Yes. Biandel Pena. The bases are loaded with spice for the third baseman, number 27, Eddie Leone. I'm trying to give all of my energy into the players that are coming up to the plate. Nate Scantlin! Hit her over the freaking fence, Nate. Do it.
With his impressive pipes,
Make it loud, make it legendary, and make it spicy!
Isaac grabs your attention no matter who's on deck.
Leading off from the Queen City News, number 46, the reporter, John Lee.
Now, before the national pastime, it's actually bow time when he began truly developing that impactful voice working the drive-thru.
His first job was at Bojangles, with a voice as golden as the chicken.
Good evening and welcome to Bojangles. It's bow time. What can I get started for you tonight?
At Virginia Tech, he announced all kinds of sporting events, including softball.
Game number 2 of the 2022 NCAA Division I Softball Super Regional.
Isaac also works remotely for the Wisconsin Department of Health. We assume on that job, he doesn't say stuff like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time.
Behind the mic, the ballpark is his stage.
I just love putting on a performance from the depths of the Pepper Patch where the heat never sleeps and the spirit never cools. If I'm a little bit more energetic, the crowd kind of feeds off that. Hopefully the players feed off that and keep hitting bombs, and it just kind of keeps repeating itself.
And maybe that cycle of positivity is the name of the game.
Grant Levine, Bryson Brigman.
In Gastonia,
for your Gastonia Ghost Peppers.
John Lee, Queen City News.
Well, that looks like an entertaining night at the ballpark. Isaac Wilson says his dream is to work as a public address announcer in the National Hockey League. I think he has a future. American Airlines is gearing up for the summer travel season at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Memorial Day weekend kicks off busy summer travel with 3,800 American flights expected to take off from the airport for the holiday. American is also working to improve travel experience with the addition of free Wi-Fi. American Airlines expects a total of 40,000 flights to take off at its hubs between May 21st and May 26th. You're looking live at King Street in Boone. It is another near record-breaking day as we take a panoramic look of the downtown area. Temps climbing into the 90s this afternoon. And it looks like, based off of your forecast earlier, Tara, they're about to get a whole lot of rain in our mountain communities.
Yeah, we could see a couple inches over the course of the next 7 days. So the rain chances not really arriving so much. Now the mountains even seeing a couple of little isolated showers out there today, but not really until about Thursday. We'll see some more widespread.
More for them than for us, though, right?
We could get some of those higher totals up that way, but even across the Piedmont and the Charlotte Metro, I mean, we're talking about 1, maybe close to 2 inches or so. Again, that's spread out over a few days here with those rain chances that will be gradually on the increase here later in the week. Heading into the weekend, it's going to stay unsettled, and even into early next week, those chances, some of that much needed rain that's going to continue. But meanwhile, here today, it's hot, it's dry, and still mostly dry when it comes to how the air feels too, and those dew points hovering in the 50s and 60s. But that muggy meter, that's going to be creeping up over the next couple of days too. But 90 degrees for the second day in a row, the official high temperature today in the Queen City. So not quite making the record of 95 from back in the early 1960s. 80s for you all up in the mountains. 67 was the low this morning. We're still close to 80 up in the high country. 91 now in Morganton. Saw 93 earlier, and over the past couple of hours, 93 in Wadesboro, 91 down in Lancaster, South Carolina, low 90s up there in Statesville. So we are still feeling the heat anywhere from deep south and down through parts of at least southern Texas and heading up into the northeast. They're at 91 now in New York City, 95 hot degrees in the DC area. But boy, look at the contrast between all that heat. And we're talking only 50s and 60s for current temperatures. And that's why they had that severe weather yesterday and last night. And that's behind that cold front. So we're going to be feeling a little cooler by the end of the week and this weekend. Not quite that cool though. And talking about that rain chance now up in the mountains again, we did see a couple of little isolated showers closer to the Tennessee state line and Mountain City, northeast Tennessee, getting some of that rain that's been moving through and weakening. Couple sprinkles there in northwestern corner of Ashe County. All of that is moving to the north, and that's it. Otherwise, we're staying dry through this evening. More of the same coming up for tomorrow. Better rain chance arrives on Thursday as it remains hot and humid for a couple more days. Yes, more humidity coming up over the next couple of afternoons with those rain chances, storm chances ahead, some good beneficial rainfall, and again, talking about some slightly cooler conditions, 70s and 80s coming up for the holiday weekend. Tomorrow, though, back in the 90s, we will go after starting out in the 60s. I'm officially going 93, which would come a little closer to the record of 95 for another day tomorrow, as again, we're going to be waking up to dry conditions, pleasant weather outside before, again, we're still going to be seeing lots of sunshine through tomorrow afternoon and evening, but the mountains again, and even down through the foothills, Morganton, maybe Hickory, Lenore, could get a slightly better chance of an isolated shower, maybe a thunderstorm breaking out with the heating of the day, but best chance is north and west of Charlotte. More dry time going into tomorrow night and early Thursday before that chance of more widespread coverage of showers and storms comes in with the front, but not really until much later in the afternoon and evening on Thursday. And that rain chance, yeah, more chances continuing through the weekend. Friday, Saturday, the two highest chances, but Sunday, Monday, even next Tuesday could involve some periods and areas of showers as that front moves in, kind of stalls near the area. So we remain in this definitely more slightly humid zone here with that moisture continuing to spill in. So Friday, we stick with that chance of showers and storms. Saturday morning, some areas of rain around, more of the same through the afternoon. You can see we're not painting the map green all the time, each and every day. It's just these off and on periods of showers. We'll have to watch for a few storms later in the day and for race weekend as well. Here's a look at Sunday morning, maybe some spotty rain in the area with more coverage of the scattered showers coming in for the afternoon and evening. So here's what I was talking about. Over the next 7 days, mountain communities could see up to 2.5 inches or so of rain with these chances coming up again later in the week, about 1 inch to 2 inches possible across the Piedmont. Slightly lower totals, but still some pretty good rainfall possible for you all down there in South Carolina as well. So the 7-day forecast shows a couple more hot days with those highs around 90, back in the 70s to mid 80s heading into the holiday weekend.
No closer to peace in the Middle East, why President Trump says he pulled back on last-minute attack against Iran. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. President Trump says he called off a major attack on Iran today to allow more time for peace negotiations to play out. The president says Gulf allies asked him to postpone the strikes for at least 2 to 3 days because they think a deal is close. But it must include Iran's nuclear program, or U.S. forces will go forward with a large-scale attack.
How close were you to striking Iran?
I was an hour away. We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now. Yeah, it was all done. The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim. And we were all set to start.
In the meantime, ship traffic is still extremely limited in the Strait of Hormuz, but oil prices are falling with apparent progress in negotiations. On Queen City News at 6, a push to cap property tax increases moves on in Raleigh. What comes next for the proposal and where some local leaders stand on the issue? And lawmakers in the Palmetto State continue to discuss changing the state's congressional maps, how the proposal could also make a big change to the upcoming primary election. You're watching Queen City News, most honored in local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, the cost of the controversial I-77 widening project in Charlotte. How much money has been spent already and could be lost if the proposal is stalled?
A toasty Tuesday. High temperatures, second day in a row, up around 90 degrees. They hit 97 in Raleigh. How much longer it's going to stay this hot before the cooler air returns and some much needed rain chances. It's coming up. My Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And keeping up with changes in one of South Carolina's fastest growing communities, how Indian land is filling a gap to address medical needs in the area. Good evening, I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 6 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at $6, $50 million. That is how much money has already been poured into the controversial I-77 widening proposal. Now its future is up in the air after the plan lost the support of Charlotte City Council. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber is digging into the numbers as supporters of the project warn a major funding loss if current plans are stalled.
There's no guarantee that the $700 million would stay in Charlotte. NCDOT has a STIP, which outlines large projects throughout the state. The next project in line would likely get those funds.
The Charlotte Regional Business Alliance repeating a warning issued by the state's top transportation official last week. Their message: if the CRTPO, or Regional Transit Board, follows the lead of Charlotte City Council and votes to rescind support for a proposed widening of traffic-ridden I-77 South, the city could be at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding. Matthew Panic with the Alliance says the state has already spent $50 million on planning and design.
That $50 million is essentially wasted, and we'd have to start completely over. And as we know, construction projects across all sectors, those costs are only going up year over year.
No one is saying that congestion doesn't need to be addressed. We all know that. And we all want to address that congestion.
Last we heard from public officials, Mecklenburg County commissioners said they supported bringing on an independent firm to oversee the project going forward.
The right plan looks like something that doesn't adversely impact the community. It takes community feedback, and it takes it in a way that, it lends itself to confidence and credibility.
And at Regional Transit Board, the CRTPO will meet again tomorrow evening, but likely will not vote on rescinding support for I-77, the I-77 widening project, that is, until June or later. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
One person is dead in a Northeast Charlotte shooting. It happened around 2:30 in the area of Tom Hunter Road off North Tryon Street. Officers found someone with several gunshot wounds. They died at the hospital. No other details were released. Queen City News will bring you updates as soon as we learn more information. Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden is announcing the reopening of Jail North to help manage what officials call historic overcrowding at the county detention center. Deputies say close to 300 suspects are being housed in overflow spaces and have to use temporary bunk beds because of a lack of room. Jail North was shut down 4 years ago because of staffing issues within the sheriff's office. Facility will begin operating again in early August, though an exact date has not been set. Let's go out to Charlotte Motor Speedway, take a live look here in Concord. Getting pretty toasty, as Tara was saying, across our area today as we approach the Coca-Cola 600 this weekend. It's going to be a very big weekend for a lot of folks on Memorial Day. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center for us. And Tara, we are getting close to record heat today.
Yeah, 95 degrees was the record. We hit 90 for the second day in a row. Tomorrow we could get even closer to, which is what again, a record high of 95 in the Queen City. So yeah, hot stretch here since over the weekend. We had 88 on Sunday, again 90 yesterday, 90 today. After what has been really so far a slightly cooler than normal May, about 9 days, temperatures only ended up in the 60s or 70s, below normal for this time of the year. But of course, we're flipping the switch and definitely a hot pattern here to kick off this week. 89 right now in the Charlotte area with a lighter south-southwest wind, about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Dew points are still not too bad yet, hovering around 60, an indication of the humidity and the stickiness in the air. But those numbers will be rising a little more as we progress through the next couple of days. You've still got a hot 93 checking in Albemarle there. That number's matched in Wadesboro, Cheraw. 88 from our friends in Gastonia, heading up into Lincolnton, and upper 70s in the mountains. And speaking of you all up in the mountains, we do have a couple of little isolated spot showers that have been getting going here, just kind of fizzling and then redeveloping at times with the higher terrain. That's where the best chance of any additional showers or maybe an isolated storm will be for the rest of this evening. So most of us stay dry, but you all areas around northwest Ashe County and up there heading into southwest Virginia getting a heavier batch of rain right now. There's a lot more where eventually this will be coming from here, and approaching cold front bring us much better rain chances just as we head into this upcoming holiday and race weekend. We'll check it out, my Pinpoint weather forecast, in a few minutes.
Morgan, thank you. Tara, thank you. We're looking to learn some more information about a shooting in Morganton that killed one person and injured another. Investigators responded to Mount Olive Church Road today after 911 callers reported 2 people had been shot. 18-year-old Dawson Wisnant was pronounced dead at the scene. 47-year-old Timothy Wisnet was shot in the leg and taken to a hospital. Officials say the investigation is ongoing and no charges have been filed at this time. Crews on Lake Wylie say they have recovered the body of a missing boater. That search had been going on in the area of the Ebenezer Park boat landing since yesterday. Officials say the victim jumped off a boat and did not resurface. Investigators are now working to notify that swimmer's family. Two new Union County high schoolers are being called heroes for rescuing a woman from a burning car. Deputies say Mandy Tarr and Joella Meadows, both students at Porter Ridge High School, were driving on Unionville Indian Trail Road when they noticed smoke and fire coming from underneath the car. They alerted the driver, who got out just before the car became completely engulfed in flames. The sheriff says because of that quick thinking, nobody got hurt. And some scary moments on pit road. A Charlotte NASCAR pit crew member put his life on the line to save a reporter from a runaway pit cart.
Fortunately, I was able to come out of there on my own too, and just thanking God a little bit extra every day that it didn't end up worse.
Hendrick Motorsports' Donovan Williams is no stranger to hard hits or quick thinking, but taking the brunt of a 4,000-pound hit at Dover Motor Speedway wasn't part of the former UConn quarterback's playbook. He spoke with Queen City News reporter Taylor Young about the heroic split-second act in his journey to pit road after the football game to an end. Watch the story tomorrow morning at 8. South Carolina lawmakers continue to debate plans to change the state's congressional district, and it may impact the upcoming primary on June 9th. That proposed map would break up the current 6th district, which is the only district held by a Democrat. If lawmakers pass these plans, it would also remove U.S. House races from the ballot in the June 9th primary. If the resolution does not pass before early voting begins next Tuesday, any votes placed in those races, as well as overseas and absentee votes they have already been cast, will be tossed. A special election would then be held for the House races in August. North Carolina Senate just advanced a proposal that could limit how high your income taxes can go. But it's also sparking a sharp debate along party lines. Voters will have the final say in November whether they want that cap or not. The constitutional amendment bill, called Lower Taxes for All NC, would ask voters about capping the income tax rate at 3.5%. Current rate is 3.99, with a drop of 3.49% scheduled next year. Republicans say the state has seen years of revenue growth while lowering taxes. They argue now is the right time to let voters decide whether to lock that lower tax rate into the state constitution.
Commitment to the voters, to the citizens of North Carolina, to reduce the tax burden on them. And this is one way that we can do it, is to put it to them. It's not us making that decision, although I do think it'll be a ratification of what we've been doing for over a decade now and fulfilling the promise of bringing that tax rate lower to help in some small way.
It's really a bait and switch for middle class and working people in North Carolina. A flat tax is regressive, and this amendment would enshrine in our Constitution the unwillingness of this body to ensure that the wealthiest among us pay their fair share.
Democrats introduced multiple amendments, including one that would include the top 1% from the tax cap, but those amendments were blocked. The bill is now in the House, where it passed out of the Rules Committee this afternoon. Town of Cornelius voted last night to oppose the property tax amendment. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is pushing state agencies to begin working together to create more affordable housing. He says the Tar Heel state is short about 750,000 homes for current and future residents expected to move here over the next few decades. Through an executive order Stein signed this morning, state leaders will now work to find where housing is needed the most. The order is also expected to cut construction costs and increase pay for those who build them.
We are going to be focused on what we can control and try to drive down costs as much as we can. The more qualified labor there is, the less you have to pay a premium to get people on the job. So we want to increase the workforce. The more land that's developable, then the lower the cost of each unit of piece of land. That lowers the cost for the ultimate purchaser.
Governor says as tariffs increase the cost of building homes, he hopes that this measure can help offset that.
Checking out weather here this evening. We are feeling the heat again today. Some temperatures up in the mid-90s. How much hotter we'll get in the days to come before that cooler air returns, and some much needed rain chances. We'll check it out. My pinpoint weather forecast next.
New top guy running for Queens University baseball. See who the athletics director announced that will take over in the dugout next season. And facing the heat, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche grilled by senators today on Capitol Hill. What we learned from today's proceedings. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A former North Carolina teacher and football coach is suing the city of Charlotte and 3 of its officers after a mistake resulted in a conviction on his record. Kendrick Gonzalez says he has been denied employment and lost his reputation after a man identified as Kamardrick Sherrod pretended to be him. Sherrod had pleaded guilty to charges under Gonzalez's name. The lawsuit claims CMPD officers had doubts the suspect was Gonzalez, but still filed charges under the name anyway. City of Charlotte wants to be dismissed from the lawsuit. To Washington now, looking at the nation's capital as Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche faced tough questions on Capitol Hill today. Democrats grilled him over a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund recently created by the Trump administration. Margaret Chadbourne has more on what exactly the fund is designed to do.
The new anti-weaponization fund is aimed at helping those who say they were unfairly targeted by the Justice Department under previous administrations. But critics are concerned about the legality and lack of oversight and say that it will open the door for payouts for President Trump's allies.
This is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund.
Democrats blasted Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche on Capitol Hill, pressing him on a nearly $1.8 billion fund created by the Trump administration for those who claim they were targeted by political prosecutions. Fiery exchanges where senators in the minority called the plan corrupt and unconstitutional.
This all seems to be an obvious abuse of power.
But the president and his supporters are defending the large pool of taxpayer dollars, which they say will compensate anyone that was unfairly investigated or prosecuted by the Justice Department.
It is true that this is unusual. That is true. But it is not unprecedented.
A 5-person commission appointed by the Attorney General will control how the money is dispersed. Still, even some Republican lawmakers are hesitant and demanding more answers.
How will they determine how much will be paid for each claim?
What's the legal basis for those decisions?
The acting attorney general wouldn't rule out the possibility that those who took part in the January 6 riots on the Capitol would be considered for payouts.
Anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they were victim of weaponization.
Although this was a routine budget hearing, other big items facing the Justice Department did come up, including whether Ghislaine Maxwell will receive a pardon from the Trump administration. Now, the final decision does rest with the president, but Blanche did say under his leadership he would not recommend giving her a pardon. For now in Washington, Margaret Chadbourne, back to you.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is bringing awareness to the dangers high temperatures can pose to people's health. North Carolina Heat Safety Week is underway as the state deals with a stretch of 90-degree temperatures, 95 today. Data shows there were more than 5,700 heat-related visits to the emergency department statewide last year. And let's head out to the water now on these hot days into the 90s. Still 90 degrees right now as we take a look at Lake Norman, Freedom Boat Club. Hot and humid conditions continue with these temps reaching well into the 90s today. Let's talk to Tara a little bit more about Memorial Day coming up. Obviously, a lot of folks have some plans to celebrate Memorial Day and our veterans, but can we expect these hot temperatures to stick around through the weekend?
And the answer is no. Actually, yeah, we're going to have that heat backing off by the weekend, heading into early next week. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still going to be warm, but as opposed to the 90s that we're talking about, obviously, early this week, more like 70s and low to mid 80s by the time we get into the weekend. But at the same time, that's going to come with some needed, good, beneficial rainfall. Maybe the timing, though, not working out so much because of all the race events, of course, happening this weekend, Memorial Day observances, and if you have any backyard grilling plans or anything like that for the holiday. But temperatures right now are still in the hot zone. A toasty Tuesday indeed. 89 degrees in the Queen City. We've got 90 in Concord, Monroe, Salisbury's at 90, lower 90s there off to the east of Charlotte along Highway 74. It's 87 in Shelby, and upper 70s up in the mountains. They hit 97 earlier in the Raleigh-Durham area, 95 right now there. They've got 91 in Columbia, Florence, South Carolina. So our high temperature today, only 90 in the Queen City. So we didn't quite make the record of 95, but we'll get a little closer to that by the end of the day tomorrow. As we scan around on the radar imagery, again, really nothing showing up besides these couple little isolated showers at times up toward the higher elevations in the mountains. We had a heavier shower moving through Mountain City, Tennessee, and notice how that kind of clipped that northwest corner of Ashe County, but most of that rain pushing up to the north along that stretch of Highway 58 and heading into southern Virginia. But look back off to the west. We have a cold front that's going to be on the move and heading in here and spreading in some of those much needed rain chances. Not really so much until Thursday. Now tomorrow we could again see a couple of spotty showers, downpours, or storms up in the mountain communities, but most neighborhoods tomorrow squeezing out another dry day. It's back to more blue sky, sunshine, and temperatures will respond, rising into the lower 90s. I'm going with officially 93, which would again get pretty close to that record of 95 from back in the mid 1960s. Either way, record, no record, it's hot stuff for this time of the year. More than 10 degrees above the average high of 81. And it's not just the heat, it's the humidity. Muggy meter will be more in the sticky zone in the days to come, with those rising dew points up into the 60s and even say mid upper 60s range there by Thursday as the moisture increases ahead of our upcoming rain chances. So we check out the timeline here on Futurecast. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, still nice and dry, waking up to blazing sunshine, and most of us stay nice and sunny through the afternoon. Exception is up in the mountains and even down toward the foothills. Morganton and Hickory could maybe see a stray shower, maybe a thunderstorm getting going before the evening's out, and then a little bit later on, and then going into Wednesday night, tomorrow night, and early Thursday. It's going to be back to drier conditions, so anything that does have the chance to develop will actually fade away here through the night. And so Thursday, we're waking up to more sunshine, some clouds around, and then by the afternoon and evening, this is when we start to see more coverage of the scattered showers and storms, with that actual cold front starting to move into the area. And boy, that rain chance is just going to go on as we head into the upcoming race weekend, Charlotte Motor Speedway. We've got events happening in the races, and Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's not going to be total washout blackouts here, just the type of situation we'll have to watch for rain or the possibility of some lightning in the area pretty much all 3 days here. But notice temperatures won't be nearly as hot. Back down to the upper 70s on Friday, lower 80s for Saturday and Sunday. So more comfortably warm, but still kind of in the humid zone with that rain chance around. So low temperatures tonight. Yeah, we're going to be waking up to mid 60s in the morning. Not all that cool of a start, and heating up with widespread low and mid 90s tomorrow afternoon. Those lower 80s up in the mountains, and that is it. So 90 again for Thursday, but then starting Friday and through the holiday weekend, Memorial Day on Monday, more like low to mid 80s. So not quite as hot.
Tara, thank you. One-stop shop for children to grow, develop, and thrive. The first of its kind therapy center now open in the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Queen City News honors those who made the ultimate sacrifice while serving our country. Army Sergeant Herbert Richard Baker was a student at Davidson College when he enlisted. Sergeant Baker was killed in action just before Christmas in 1944, fighting the Nazis in France.
A new children's therapy center is open in the Queen City. Atrium Health Levine Children's opened had a ribbon cutting today along Brunswick Drive. A 5-year-old diagnosed with rare genetic disorder was given the honor of cutting the ribbon to show just how important the facility is to the Charlotte community. Center will help bring speech, occupational, physical, and feeding therapy services together in one location.
We have such a great group of creative and dedicated therapists that have so many ideas of what we can do now, what we can do for the future, and this is just going to open up so many doors for us of things that we can provide the community.
When you have a small place, there's just a limited amount of time and schedule slots that you can get, and I feel like having a bigger facility and more personnel is definitely going to make it easier for parents.
The center will house Levine Children's Feeding Center, the only clinic of its kind in the region and one of a few in the nation. First of its kind outdoor evening experience is taking people in the Carolinas back to the roaring 20s. The Biltmore Estate's Luminaire nighttime attraction is based on the garden parties held in the estate in the late 1920s. It projects lights, pictures, and sound on the ground.